it's got power in it. We gon' make it go wider. Algorithmic elevation. Every boost unlocks the gate. No permission in the system, just encode and detonate. We don't wait for validation. We decide the market rate. Turn a whisper to a movement when the boost DEX levitates.
Yeah. Proof of signal in the ether, every action leaves a trace. Monetary got potential, turn the network into space. No more begging for attention, we're the ones who set the pace. Boost DEX on the timeline, now you're playing in the race. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost DEX, turn a simple post into a crypto wave. Broadcast and divine. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now, say it with me. Own your name.
Yeah, yeah.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
It's that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
Now you own your name.
Yeah, they talk login, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you BNS bound,
You forever.
click BNS one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you creator now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
On your name, lock it in on chain. BNS one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
On your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name. Oh.
Yeah, zone follow them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace balls, launch my own DeOrganized mic.
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. No. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS one.
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way,
No way.
no way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. DeOrganized, warrior on your name.
spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every minute a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it wrong. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flunk. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a having heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need luck. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. DeOrganized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen board. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. 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 Yo. Bass in the bloodstream, frequency locked. Builders in motion, nobody gets blocked. Block, 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 block. Zero authority, earn your rep on chain. No gatekeepers breathing, we don't wait for their say. Digital currency of status, every move is insane. Zero authority. This is how we reign. On-chain signature carved in the code. Reputation in the wallet, that's how value is shown. Not a follower economy, we define the flow. They copy what we build, we stay 2 steps below. Zero authority, earn your rep on-chain. Bitcoin in the rhythm, stacks feed in the flame.
Future finance in motion, real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction, just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. Depth for power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated and sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there, let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there, liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there, instant power you control. Real rewards, no delay, stacking there. Let's go. Yo, unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane. Where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just you stacking there, let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there, liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there, smarter way that it flows. Yeah, real rewards, no delay, stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows. No delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Just you stacking. Just you stacking down.
Future liquidity, real yield, no waiting. Builders already know.
Stacking down. Just you stacking down.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, this the true free world. Where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation. New era on the chain, this the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off cold bit flow. Now
Now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the gain, watch the power get enjoyed.
Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC, meant sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transit in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding, sign, assess, rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, code's the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chains stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, infrastructure to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your stats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. SDX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer will get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign a set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom immense. We bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks defenses. BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we're building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent mad. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builder's lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. I'm dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin in stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah.
Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Let the network rise. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Global social ties. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it. Amplify your flame. Boost price levitates.
Yeah. Proof of signal in the ether, every action leaves a trace. Monetary got the pressure, turn the network into space. No more begging for attention, we're the ones who set the pace. Boost X on the timeline, now you're playing in the race. Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it.
Let the network rise.
Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it.
Robo social ties.
Boost it, boost it, boost it, boost it.
Amplify your flame. Boost X, turn a simple post into a crypto wave. Every signal that we send is value by design. Boost X in the bloodstream.
Broadcast and divine. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name.
Yeah, yeah.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. Being as one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
It's that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
Ring, ring, and now you own your name.
Yeah, they talk login, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you BNS bound,
You forever.
click BNS one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name. Oh.
Yeah, zone 5, load them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace bars, launch my own. DeOrganized mic
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. No. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS one.
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way,
No way.
no way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. DeOrganized, warrior on your name.
Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every minute a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but
Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need love. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. DeOrganized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen boards. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Yo. Bass in the bloodstream, frequency locked. Builders in motion, nobody gets blocked. Block, 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 block. Carved in the code, reputation in the wallet, that's how value is shown. Not a follower economy, we define the flow. They copy what we build, we stay 2 steps below. Bitcoin in the rhythm, stacks feed in the flame. Proof is in the action, every block knows your name. Zero authority. Watch the world get rearranged. We don't chase titles chase us instead. Verifiable credentials, living rent-free in their head. Pseudonymous legends, rising up out the dust. Reputation is the flex now, not who the system trusts. Your rep on chain, on chain. Always in motion. Yo. Bass in the bloodstream, frequency locked. Builders in motion, nobody gets blocked. Block, 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 block. Zero authority, earn your rep on chain. No gatekeepers breathing, we don't wait for their say. Digital currency of status, every move is insane. Zero authority. This is how we reign. On-chain signature.
signature carved in the code. Reputation in the wallet, that's how value is shown. Not a follower economy, we define the flow. They copy what we build, we stay 2 steps below.
Zero authority, earn your rep on chain. Bitcoin in the rhythm, stacks feed in the flame. Proof is in the action, every block knows your name.
Zero authority.
Watch the world get rearranged. We don't chase titles, titles chase us instead. Verifiable credentials, living rent-free in their head. Pseudonymous legends, rising up out the dust. Reputation is the flex now, not who the system trusts. Zero authority, earn your rep on chain. No permission needed, we don't bow to their frame. We let the proof talk louder, and the world knows the name. Zero authority, future built in our domain. Earn your rep on chain. On chain. Chain, on chain. Chain, on chain. Zero authority. Always in motion.
If your USDC is just sitting there, you're missing what's happening on Bitcoin. Circle just launched USDC X on Stacks using X Reserve, a USDC-backed stablecoin built for Bitcoin DeFi. It's one-to-one backed by USDC, fully interoperable across chains, and trust minimized with no third-party bridges. That means you can move USDC directly into the Bitcoin ecosystem. If you want to try it, use the Stacks USDC bridge, link below. If your USDC is just sitting there, you're missing what's happening on Bitcoin. Circle just launched USDC X on Stacks using X Reserve, a USDC-backed stablecoin built for Bitcoin DeFi. It's one-to-one backed by USDC, fully interoperable across chains, and trust minimized with no third-party bridges. That means you can move USDC directly into the Bitcoin ecosystem. If you want to try it, use the Stacks USDC bridge, link below.
Look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your
Future in stride.
Welcome again to Sip Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Peace Love Music. And we love having these on DeOrganized Media. It is episode number 156, according to Heroes Count from last week being 155. And we have a great show. And by the way, I just want to shout out again. Amazing job on the song, Hero Gamer. Cranking on a bunch of levels all over the place. And again, shout out and congratulations on the win with your Stacks AI Guild project that manifested so many cool assets for our ecosystem, including this new Sip Show song. Welcome, Hero. How are you today? Been a great week for the ecosystem.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? You know what I was thinking, and I want to say this out loud before I forget, because I will forget by the end of the show. But what I do need, I need just a 16:9 background image that I can put in our intermission between the end of the morning show and the Sip call on Friday, so that it's a little bit more maybe advertising what's coming up next for just a general like evergreen Sip show image, and then maybe the AI Guild can help us put something together.
Yeah, I mean, we are all in the same place, right? AI Guild, you know the guys. So
Right.
yeah, if you want, I can arrange it, or you can just ask Hannah directly.
Yeah, I can get it done. It's just a matter of I will forget. But
Yeah,
I will.
that's good.
But
I'll keep a note. When do you need it just for SIP, or you mean like maybe it's something that can be replicated for other
Well, the
segments?
series, we could use a series of background images because, we have this, the one we use now is just our old generic one that I created a long, long time ago when I first started using that gold microphone logo. And it's fine, but it's also not as engaging as maybe some images, and we could probably do better, so any help we can get as far as those graphic assets would be appreciated. But I think specifically something for the intermission between the SIP show, because we have like a usually at least a 10-minute, if not like today was closer to 20 minutes where we had an intermission, something to put on the screen while the music's playing a little bit, but is not.
Wouldn't you want to animate it though rather than a still image?
Well, there's pros and cons to that. Animated, but not too long animated, because we only have we can upload more images than we can videos, but we can actually do like, if it's only like 3 to 5 second GIF images, those are kind of the same as a regular image as far as storage and what we can do with it. So,
well, what's best, still or animated? One number of seconds.
The best would be something animated, but very short animation. So like,
what kind of seconds? Just specify that.
Like 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
5 seconds, but animated.
Yeah. That's we'll get that done for you, sir.
Awesome.
I just
we have a
delegate.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really do, and it'll be win-win because it'll help promote SIP. While we, I'm hoping in this case it would be something that promotes SIP and what's going on. Maybe even reminds people about the forum or something. It doesn't have to be too cluttered, but something a little bit more.
Yeah. So it has like the organized show. It has. That's why we were talking about with who was it? It's GP, like a SIP brand. We need to talk to Foundation about it, but I'm hoping we can do that. But in the meantime, let's just get something together for the pre-show.
Yes, exactly. And I'm going to bring on our guest, a good friend of both of ours. Actually, he was just on doing a segment with us with the Find2Earn Games. We're going to bring on Zenitron because he's developing again. Welcome, Zenitron, to this week's SIP show. You're the feature of SIP 156. SIP call number 156. How are you today, brother?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here.
Good morning. It's still morning where we are anyway. Well, where I am. So Hero, I guess I should have actually gone over. Do we have much? What is on our general agenda for today?
I think just like driving to the forum again. I think we can talk a little bit about yesterday, but main thing I want to talk about today is Zenitron SIP. I think that's the most critical thing to just to showcase to the community what it's about, and if it has, how do we help in advance? Putting our SIP deputies hat on. How do we further this SIP? How do we promote this SIP? And he would be a SIP author. So looking from that perspective, how do we help him? If it has any questions about where to send, where to write, where to post it, like PR, you need to make a PR. There's a GitHub template and stuff. So yeah, we need to just try and help Zenitron as much as possible.
100%. And I do think that there is a lot of potential for this to be to really unlock a number of things we can do in the Stacks ecosystem. As far as the SIP being proposed with encrypted NFTs, I guess we'll just talk briefly about Stackies. Congratulations to the Stacks AI Guild. Several of our participants and contributors, including GPSC, 3HANA,
the Stacks AI Guild. Rafa's on our show all the time. Crypto Dude. All of the winners really are participants. Really excited about the outcomes. I think a lot of good people were recognized. Even just in the nominations too, there was a lot of great projects nominated, and it's great to get recognition that way. I think that this was a very successful Stackies relative to last year. Not that last year was bad. It's just I think that there's more excitement now.
Yeah, no, I agree. What do you think, Zenitron?
About what?
Stackies yesterday or the town hall?
I'm not follow the awards, to be honest. I'm not care about the awards, but I am happy for every person. But I saw like I think like Peace Love Music obviously should receive the reward. And it's
I was really surprised you didn't. I know you were nominated several times, and the DeOrganized media.
But you know the problem of the awards nowadays. So there is no like governance. I mean the voting process can be botted. That's the first reason it's not objective, and the second problem if it was rewarded by the judge. How they make decisions, we don't know. So the both variants is not objective, so I'm not care about it.
Yeah, and honestly, I appreciate the kind words. I'm not worried about like winning. I'm just actually psyched about having been nominated for a number of categories, including with DeOrganized, and I love that. And I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad, but it's not a there's no money on it. It's just for bragging rights and or just for recognition. And my understanding is as far as like judges, they literally just go by the number of votes. So there isn't any.
And I think the third thing I want to add, like it's more important recognition by the community, by the people, by the newcomers and everything. Because like when we live in the small town in the village and we get recognition and validation from each other every day, it has no much meaning. We need to scale, we need to create the mass adoption, create innovations. And if we every day saying like, oh, peace, love, you are a very cool person, it motivates a little bit, but we need to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. Plus I'm pretty confident in myself. I know I'm a cool person, so I don't need the award to tell me that. But I appreciate the kind words, and I understand what you're saying, what you're getting at. Yeah. Also, related to the town hall, tons of just absolute bullishness. Welcome to the show, Fabo Hacks. By the way, he's he's asked to join the SIP show on the regular, so I've added him to the calendar, and really excited about having his developer input on the process. Welcome to the show, man.
Good afternoon here in Buenos Aires.
Oh, that's right. You guys are 2 hours ahead of us. I learned that
welcome, Fabo. You might want to put your mic, like lower your mic so that you're not breathing into your mic.
Yeah.
We can hear you breathe.
Can you hear me here more?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just position your mic to the mouth, not to your nose.
This auto-regulates this mic.
Down a little bit. Down a little bit.
Down. Can you hear me here?
Yeah, we can still hear you. You're good.
Great. Good. So how you doing, bros?
Excellent, man. Excellent. We were just talking about the Stackies Awards, and we also had that town hall meeting yesterday, which I found to be very bullish. I think there's obviously so many things going on in the Stacks ecosystem. Shipping, we just shipped USDC, native USDC. Some of the things they were talking about for next year, including L1 staking, is very interesting. We touched on that with Rubes a little bit earlier today. The most bullish thing that I took away wasn't a specific thing. It was where Munib was talking about the idea that they need to have a longer roadmap, or that they're aware that they want to have a constant roadmap where they're constantly have things out in the future that they're working towards, and then always be shipping. And always be shipping was the thing that was the most bullish out of so many great things going on in the ecosystem that I'm very excited about. I don't know about you guys, but we got Wormhole coming. We got expanded SBTC functionality and the DeFi ecosystem. There's just so many things going on. And then the endowment, the accelerator, all the dev-oriented things going on for 2026. Future's bright on Stacks, guys, in my opinion. So, Hero, where do you wanna go from here?
I want to hear you guys what's going on the SIP. I think you are pretty connected and synchronized with the network there. Yeah, I passed a really good time here with Peace Love Music that I met in person. A lot of hackers that came from the antipode of the world, from the India, evenly from various parts. So amazing experience. Yeah.
That was awesome. Fabo was at the Hacker House, and it was. I wasn't staying there, but I did stop in and kind of basically made it my go-to if I needed something to eat, because they had those chefs there cooking them breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I could just drop in and I blended in. And I looked like just one of the devs, so they fed me too. But it was a great time. I thought the camaraderie between the devs, everyone kind of working together on things, getting to know each other was really a very interesting experience that from the outsider perspective.
Yeah, it was so intense that I hadn't noticed this last week that I saw for the last time in my life a guy, because we just lost him. He just died since 7 days ago. It's like he was a comrade of ours here from Korea. Yeah, we are like engaging with that process.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah. So intense. Yeah, I saw him in the meet and greet, the Stacks event.
Oh, so he was there at the
Yeah,
event?
he was. Yeah, he was there. We were joking around, and he went, and yeah, that
The
was
meet and
really.
greet was actually an awesome event too. That was Stacks represented very well. Number of events. They had the Hacker House. They did the meet and greet. They put on that Bitcoin Builders Conference. Then we represented well at SheFi, at Multi-Chain Day. What was the other one? I think there was one that was a staking summit. Awesome stuff, really. It was an amazing presence down there. I'm so glad we were able to be part of it. And super happy to have actually gotten to meet you and get you a little bit more integrated into the community more. I know you killed it with your D grant. Congratulations. You got both milestones submitted. So you actually
so much.
you're the first one that completed your entire submission so far.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprisingly fast. I don't know why, but yeah, I should
Well
pass.
motivated, maybe.
I did it, yeah, for sure. It's like I'm researching Stacks since 2 years ago, so engaging 1 year fully on it. I got into the hackathon the November 2024, got the first prize, playing along. My first hackathon really in my life. I was pretty amazed by the experience. Yeah, I got here since a year ago in Buenos Aires, meeting a lot of developers. Something they are pretty interested into Bitcoin. They don't know even that you can program on Bitcoin. Yeah, they know about Bitcoin scripting at least, but they know much about Stacks or any other layer 2 application really. But evidently we have a lot to do. I'm doing practically 2 projects in a row. That is VBox and Sumac. I presented Sumac in Casa Minima and the event Stacks. I'm pretty interested to also show about what is VBox. This is the first open source app store that got the D grants. I'm really willing to make it happen, because what is happening right now with Samurai Wallet, with the persecutions to developers that are just write privacy codes, is so astonishing. We had to make something about it.
You know, we'll actually do we'll schedule a time to just have you on specifically to spotlight you, walk through your projects as soon as possible, possibly early next week or maybe shortly after the holidays. But we'll definitely you got a couple of things you're working on we can definitely spotlight as well, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Cool. Yeah, I want to hear you guys. Tell me that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so right now, Zenitron just proposed a SIP. So we have a new SIP proposal in here. Although, I don't know, Hero, did we want to go through the town hall real quick? I kind of recapped it off my head. Hero.
Sorry, I'm mute. I was muted. Yeah, no, so just want to circle back a little bit. These calls happen sometimes, really important calls for the ecosystem. And I think like having a way to log them so that, you know, if you are not there present, you can go on the forum to check. So I started like writing some of the recaps down. So just want to make people aware like these recap do live on Stacks forum. So you can go out. So I'll just show you guys. So I typically do like a quick tweet just to like, you know, tell people like what's up on a high level, and hopefully we'll like the details directed to people to the Stacks forum. And one of the main reasons to use Stacks forum is also, you can see my my other tabs. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Just gonna go Windows. Sorry. Yeah. If you could reshare.
Oh, let me, here we go. Whoop, did I not get it? Hold on, let me, there we go.
So Stacks forum is gonna be a really important hub for all the really integrated Stacks community member, because you can post a lot of things on Twitter, but they'll get lost. So even if I post a recap on Twitter, you'll get lost. So so I try to drive people to the Stacks forum for details. So you can see like what happened yesterday. If you were not there, you can go and take a quick read. You know, each speaker is organized in this way, blah, blah, blah. You can check it out. And all the links are there. So just go and check out this. And other reason is because, for example, during the town hall, I don't know if you remember, like Alex Miller talked about, he posted some updates. He posted in Stacks forum. So you can come here and check out the R&D update. And just like Rena the other last week, she's asking for feedback. And here is where you can, you know, feedback as well. So yeah, just try and join the Stacks forum. It's really easy. You can see Rena's post, Alex post, my posts, Zenitron's posts, which we'll get into. But I just want to make sure like we keep driving people to Stacks forum. Peace.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a big part of it. There's definitely been more activity on Stacks forum, by the way, in the last few weeks. You know, I do see it finally starting to pick up. And that's at forum.stacks.org, by the way. Anytime you're looking to get your finger on the pulse of what's new, you go here, you can go to latest, and it actually shows you the most recent posts, and you can just jump into those threads. It's a great way to get exposure for yourself too. You know, people that are participating in the forum, you're engaging, so then people learn your name, they get to know you a little bit better, and you're participating that way. So it's not just supporting the ecosystem by going in there and liking, but comment, engage, read the posts, and give thoughtful responses, and that's a great way to start getting involved in the ecosystem, is the Stacks forum.
Yeah, 100%. I think, like you said, it's almost like a little bit like, you know, showing your true interest in the Stacks community. You know, these you'll get eyes from the entities, employees, or maybe like the grants committees people, you never know. So it's a good way to build your reputation. Don't post something like just random. Post like thoughtful feedback. That's what most of the time the posts here are looking for. They are looking for comments and feedback, whether it's about the grants. Like I remember, I think Claire posted something about the grants some weeks ago down here. You can go and check out. And here is Zenitron, posting his idea proposal and asking, what do you guys think, essentially. So it's a really good way. And AIPTC, I think AIPTC recently has been doing really interesting stuff.
For sure.
X402, they're really heavy into X402. Here you can get all the links. I basically linked all the resources. So if you're interested in A001, A004, or X402 STK, you don't have to browse through the sea of Twitter to find those links. Some of them are here through the notes.
That is a huge lift, by the way, Hero. Huge
Yeah, and
lift.
it shows you like how to join the AI BTC working group, and that way you can get involved.
Very cool. Fabo, are you on the Stacks forum yet?
Yeah, super interesting. See, I'm in the Stacks forum since a while, checking out, engaging a little bit. I did a bit of comments there. I kind of understand the ecosystem in that sense because there's much of technical jargon, and anyways, I think I'm part of that. But anyways, I want to deep further. I just speak about what I know.
So that's one thing. So yeah, let's get into Zenitron stuff. How about?
Yes, without further ado, the man, the myth, the legend himself, who has developed encrypted, I can't speak today, encrypted NFTs to develop his game, Skullcoin game, which I've been following since the beginning, since it was still on testnet. I love the concept. Obviously, it's evolved into a number of different ways we use to engage the community. Like we play our Find2Earn Games. That was an extension off of that initial concept. But I think it's long overdue that we start working on a standardization for this. So, Zenitron, why don't you tell us about your proposal here?
Hi everyone. Yeah.
GM.
Yeah, hi Zenitron.
Hello. My proposal to create standardization for encrypted NFTs, since right now we don't have this one, and this is innovation. It doesn't exist on any other blockchain. Sui blockchain has ideas, but they have no use case. So just to clarify what we are aiming for, we are not trying to put the secret itself fully on chain, on a public chain that's not really private. We want to make the different things. Also, I can screen share to explain it more easy. Yeah.
Sure.
Let me.
Yeah, I'm also working with NFTs as songs NFTs. Super interesting.
Yeah, very interesting concept that he's working on here. Well, let's let him share and walk through.
Let me find this button. Okay, I see it.
That sound is AI, right? Is an AI song.
Yes, this is a song that Hero actually produced. Hero's a music producer now on top of everything else. With Suno. We use Suno.
So smooth.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm screen sharing. Do you see this one?
Yes, sir.
What do you currently see? You see like skull.
We're looking at the two green triangles and the sun.
Yeah, okay, so idea is pretty simple. We have like Skullcoin game. Skullcoin as a project is about the Web3 gaming to make sustainable game in Web3 because GameFi is not sustainable right now. and we develop encrypted NFT to make the gaming on chain. Because everyone should understand that Find2Earn is just a new gen of giveaways to create the community. But encrypted NFT is more than this to bring the users on chain. So we played this game in 28 August, and it was very successful. A lot of on-chain transactions for Stacks blockchain. It's important to make a more velocity on chain. So we click play, and for example, we have 3 NFTs. You see, it's just a standard NFTs, 2 with triangle and 1 with this sun. But each NFT, like it says 1 NFT, 1 seed word. What does it mean? Like when you tap on NFT, it's a decrypt the word, and you can trade, upgrade. And so this is seed phrase game. You have to assemble 24 seed words. When I tap on the NFT, it shows you seed word. It means it's a real seed word from seed phrase that exists in Stacks blockchain and in Bitcoin. The goal of the game was to assemble 24 words to unlock seed phrase and to grab the wallet to get the prize. And there was 10 wallets, and each wallet was marked by the icon. I can show you here. There was 10 wallets with different icons, so different Stacks addresses with the different prizes. In my current test wallet, I have like this triangle wallet with the word number 22 and the word number 24, smart. So right now, like how it works, we have encrypted database that connected through Stacks API to NFT. So we validate NFT ownership of the person using our own system standardization. My C proposed to put cryptographic fingerprint of private content on chain. It's a hash or commitment. Think of it like a seal in a document in the envelope. The content can live off-chain as encrypted data, but the chain stores the seal. So nobody can silently swap the secret later. Anyone can verify it's an exact payload that was originally committed to that NFT. And the second thing, that define a standard access interface. Right now, every project invents its own unlock API. Obviously, we are the first project who invented crypted NFTs, but it can be a huge thing if we push this meta together for the whole ecosystem Stacks, for the new builders and the whole crypto, like a new meta. Because right now, every new project will invent its own unlock an API with different endpoints, different checks, different event formats. So wallets, marketplaces, and indexes can support it natively. For example, Gamma marketplace doesn't understand that it's encrypted NFT. It has no data about it. You can trade those NFT on the Gamma, and we explain to the Gamma, and Gamma write the text that it's encrypted NFT, but there is no standard in blockchain. So we want an ENFTs, encrypted NFTs trade that makes this plug and play. Wallets can show locked content, markets can index it, and apps can integrate without custom work. Basically, like USB standard for private layers. That's all. That's simple explanation.
So just to make sure I have it down, the NFT has data associated with it, but that data is not on chain. That data is encrypted off chain.
Right, because we cannot put this data on chain, on the public blockchain like Stacks. And if Munip and the Stacks core team will make the more privacy, will go through ZK like snarks work to make it possibility to make it fully on chain, we will put it's fully on chain. But ZK development is very difficult. It's like to build a new blockchain.
Right. Right.
But now we can make the more data on chain. Yeah, just continue.
Well, and so that, but that's this. The function though is you have an NFT that can refer to information that only the user can access.
Right.
Only the holder, not the user. Only the holder can
Correct.
access.
Yes.
Very interesting. And it's
So nobody else can access that information apart from the NFT holder, and that data is
Right.
off chain.
Yes.
What about you? Can you access my data?
Yeah, sure. Because I'm like the person who create the game, because it's a game. It's not like, identity or any banking data. So we
Okay.
create like entertainment. And important also, I want to mention, important to understand to any people who want to build any GameFi. In GameFi, in Web3 gaming, the game should be created by the person, by the human. Because if the game will be created by any like PC, machine or AI, it can be solved by AI. That's a problem.
But back to the point Peace Love was talking about, who have access to that off-chain data would be the game creator.
Right. Only the game creator.
Would be the game creator plus the NFT holder, nobody else.
Right.
Would that be
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So, okay, one question, Senator. So, what the holder, the creator, shares, the commitment, and how the new holder gets to decrypt the NFT?
So if you trade or send the NFT,
Yeah.
we have our own payload. Like we just check if this holder, if it's a owner, we check the ownership of NFT and we show this data from our encrypted database. But if
Okay,
we will have like hash commitment for the NFT, it will be like standard on stacks, like new NFT.
So it will be other database where you save all the holders, etc. There's that.
Yeah, right.
Okay, it will depend of that. Okay, got it. I think it's super useful. I was thinking about that 6 months ago. Is about, let's say I have a 3D model I want to sell on internet, but I don't want to share really the model. So I have to put that encrypted asset or ID of the asset on IPFS or something like that. I just share a key for the new holder that buys it, right? Let's say that.
Yeah, but I believe this use case can be only for gaming, because like in games, to be honest, people care only about their feeling, only about like social things. They don't care about the privacy so much. I have a lot of experience, like I invested a lot like in virtual poker game, for example. It was on Ethereum, poker on Ethereum. And the users, the poker players, they don't care about real on-chain privacy. They just want to play the game.
Yeah. That happens a lot. It's super useful. I think it gets there's a little bit of a friction there with the new database. We have to set up that and so on. I don't know specifically how that can get done. The idea is that it must be decentralized, right? It's like some incentive for someone to hold the keys or.
Yeah, so our goal right now here is make just more standardization and more things on chain as much as possible. So the Stacks blockchain is public blockchain, so we cannot make ZK snarks or any privacy fully on chain. but we can make it a lot better than right now, and make it for new builders, because you see, this is seed word game, but the game can be absolutely different. It can be like detective stories, it can be any game like GameFi, so we can make a new like meta for builders. Just innovate and make a creative ideas to make like the games with encrypted NFTs. I very confident that only encrypted NFTs can be sustainable in GameFi. All other games I follow in like Solana Gaming, Sui, blockchain, there is no sustainable games, there is no new meta games at all, and there are a lot of builders, a lot of smart people, and they cannot solve this problem. That's why we develop it.
Super interesting.
Because, like, yeah, if you see, do you see my screen right now? I'm showing like the different.
It says tape. It says the C word. That's what we're looking at right now.
Okay, let me just. I think I have to.
While you're lining that up, I do want to just say, while it's not a perfect solution for what Fabo suggested he could use it for, it still is a layer of a solution. It does provide a layer of isolation. So like in that instance where he has a 3D model he wants to sell, it's not available to the marketplace. Yes, can anyone, once they have an NFT and they've actually like gotten the information, can they then share that information and copy it? They can, but there's no incentive for them to just go share it out for free, and that doesn't stop him from continuing to sell the product through his NFT. So it still does provide a viable model for structuring that, or for engaging in that kind of a transaction and having the ownership of that data on chain via the NFT. And then they have to log into a specific website to decrypt it. And that website is connected to the data, off-chain data encryption. It's not perfect. It's not all the way there. And it does seem to obviously work better for the gaming GameFi right now, but it still does have use. It does provide some functionality beyond that. It's just not the perfect solution yet. You Sharon, you want me to bring up this docs page?
Yeah, you can just open and share. I explain like just a couple sentences.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, it's on the right track, I think. I have to
for sure.
Check that detail, but yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so you guys see I got the overview on here.
Yeah, just I'm just go very quickly and very simple like explanation. Like
Sure.
First of all, we are living like how to say, like information age. There is a lot of information, white noise, and we are all tired about like reading everything is internet. Yeah, and that's why I just make it as simple as possible. So I explained before, Find2Earn is just for mass adoption and CT crypto Twitter to make engagement, make the community. Yeah. So encrypted NFT is a dual layer. So it's a public art owner only secret. It's a public and secret information. It's like public key and secret key in Bitcoin. We don't talk about Strike. Can you open please encrypted NFT tab on the left?
What am I?
Yeah, just encrypted.
Oh, right here?
Or not. Please open problem and solution. Yeah, so what the problem right now? Like, we have to solve these problems. It's very simple problems. Like, for example, I'm very confident when I say like airdrops, perps, and other things, they will not lead to mass adoption. You can read it very like fast and understand that it's very simple ideas.
So can I ask you a question about this point? I know you are very good in identifying problem. Does this problem exist in Web 2 or is it a Web 3 problem, like crypto problem?
It's a Web 3 problem because I just make a difference between Web 2 and Web 3. Web 3 is a more like economic monetization thing, like it's about the value. When you come to Web 3, you can say like, I'm hero gamer, I'm very like good in tech, I understand deeply a lot of things, but in the endpoint, like in subconsciousness, we are all here because it's a new kind of money, it's a new kind of decentralization from fiat. And when the value born, when the real value born, the problems born. So answering your question, this problem exists when money interact, where money like have some activity, and that's why we have to solve this biggest problem.
It's a problem indeed, because I was thinking that it's so needed when you have to sell an asset that needs to be unlocked first, and then be to be locked first and then be unlocked. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you open, please, encrypted NFT? Tap the first one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the idea is very simple. Yeah. Why encrypted NFT is important? Because like bots nor AI cannot do anything here. So it's like a, like Bitcoin works as a perfect like technical system. So in the same with incomplete information games. Incomplete information, it means like bot or AI cannot have access to data that it doesn't own. That's the most important thing. That's why we try to invent and push this meta slowly together, step by step, to our stacks ecosystem and broader.
And I honestly, I think I like the way you broke it down on here, because it does, terming it incomplete information. And that is why this is not a problem for Web 2, because everything is centralized on a database on Web 2, and there's nothing on chain for people to take necessarily. But the other side to that is the entire game data might be centrally available, where this actually limits that. So it's bot resistant, AI resistant to some degree as well.
Can you give like an example that can relate to people? Like, this is a problem that they may have encountered in the past that they've been gamed. Zenitron?
You asking me? Could you rephrase, please? One.
Yeah. So I'm asking, like, can you like describe an example, a situation where maybe in my past 3 years or 4 years in crypto, an example where this has happened?
What exactly happened?
Like, there was a game that was gamed, by the system. People were gaming the system, and I was like a victim or something. Or I don't mean me specifically, but somebody in crypto.
Yeah, if you're asking about the gaming, Web3 gaming, there was the biggest game in crypto. The first game was Axie Infinity.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the second game was a Stepan, like you have to buy NFT sneakers. So this was the biggest games that led to mass adoption. So the Axie Infinity was a billion game, and everyone like in Philippines and around the world played this. And Stepan was the biggest like Solana game, and I strongly believe it pushes Solana ecosystem.
But what did the user have what did they were not using encrypted NFTs, I guess.
Right.
So were the players a victim of like because of that?
Yeah. So the problem. So it was 2 games, and talking about the problem. We start from Axie Infinity. Yeah. So the problem, it was like pyramid scheme, because earning and token value there was negatively impact when the influx of new players declines. So it based on newcomers, and the new players should come, and the economic model is dependent on a constant flow of newcomers. And conclusion, it was like these challenges for Web3 games, we have to develop sustainable economic games. It means like the money that comes into the game should be not depends on the newcomers, because it's a classic pyramid like or the Ponzi scheme. That's how the X Infinity worked. The more the players comes, the bigger prices, the bigger income can have the previous participants and players.
Okay, so
and
just a quick recap. In your opinion, it shouldn't come from more and more players to push the token price up.
Right, but not exact like this one. So I just make the very easy example like poker tournament, how the poker tournaments works and why it's sustainable game by humankind. You just pay for the entry, and the entry divide to the prize pool. I think everyone understands. Yeah, this is very simple example. That's how the sustainability of the poker for poker rooms for poker industry works. You just pay for entry, and this money divides between like first, second, third places. That's how sustainable economics work in games.
Okay.
And the games should start and should end. That's how they make it sustainable also, because there is an eternal game is just a utopia. That's two things for economical is important. So it's different from encrypted NFT, because encrypted NFT is about not economical thing. It's about the thing how can we create the game that will be not solved by AI and the bots because of incomplete information.
But
the economical
for example,
aspect of
Axie Infinity didn't have bot problem. They had a constant influx of humans. So back then, AI
Right.
didn't quite exist. So what was the problem? What was it? How is it relevant?
Yeah, because like X Infinity was not the tournament-based game, so it's not like you input the mint process, you input the money like an entry, and you have income from the prize pool.
Right.
It was economic by you just buy NFTs, and the game is grow, but the people who was early, they understand the price of those NFT is too much, and they feel that newcomers less and less come, and they start to dump in the prices, selling the NFTs and selling the token.
If I remember correctly, they had like a separate token that you can speculate on the price.
Yeah.
And I think you can buy the players, right? Essentially, you buy the character in the game using
like
whatever.
NFTs,
yeah.
So it's just a classic like the scheme when the early adopters have a lot of money, but the newcomers has less and less. And when the people ends, the price will go down because it's just a market how it works here. Like the demand become the lower and lower. And the second game was NFT. It was Stepan NFT sneakers. It was a very successful game. I played like with my friends, with my family. So idea was very simple. You buy the NFT sneakers, and you have to walk around in real world using GPS in your phone.
Okay.
And it was very smart game. I have to say, the more steps you do every day, the more token you get. But there was a limit for the time limit for walking, running. If you want to expand your time limit to, for example, maximum 2 hours or 4 hours, you have to buy more NFTs, more sneakers. So limit was at 20 sneakers, and it was cost like maybe a couple $1,000s, maybe more. And so the more sneakers, the more energy you can spend. And people start buying the 2 or 3 smartphones to work like 6 hours per day changing smartphones, but that's not enough. Like you can upgrade your sneakers, and there was the levels like uncommon, green, like classical, like in games, like blue, rares. The better sneaker you get, the more tokens you again, the more tokens you get from the supply. So it's an emission that comes, you printing the money, and when we played, we print from 300 to 500 bucks every day.
Okay,
But
so if we zoom out a little bit, I feel like there are two buckets of categories of current problems that you have observed. One is this economics of the game, which is kind of separate to the encrypted NFT side, or maybe it is. To my understanding, even if they had encrypted NFT attached to their game, because their tokenomics or the economics is not at its core sustainable, encrypted NFT wouldn't have solved their problems anyways. So we kind of looking at two separate problems. One is encrypted NFTs making it more private, but the other one is actually just the game's mechanism and the game's incentives and economics, but that's totally separate to the NFT. It's not going to be solved by encrypted NFTs. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, almost correct. The last thing, like the last piece of this puzzle is like encrypted NFTs make the games fair for humankind. That's importance of this technology. And if the game fair, it means like economic will works because AI and bots not drain the value from the system. But from economic aspect, what the difference with encrypted NFTs, we create the tournament-based games, like not like games when the emission and supply goes to infinite, because like, you know, I want to say like the phrase like, instead of supply changing to keep the value the same, the supply is predetermined and the value changes as the number of user grows, you know, like the value per coin increases, and it has potential for positive feedback loop. As users increase, the value goes up. So that's the first what Satoshi Nakamoto said, like in Bitcoin talk, that the supply of the token should be like finite. And the problem with the step and like the supply of the token emissions just was infinite. You create the supply like a mining by walking and running. Obviously there was a Chinese farms, and the problem of X infinity, that the price of the token, the supply infinite for X infinite, but the price of the token based on newcomers. It's two different economical problems, and we have to solve this biggest problem slowly. That's why it takes so long time.
Yeah, that's okay. I think it's just good to categorize the problem so that
sure.
Because your encrypted NFT can be applicable to other places other than games.
Right.
Maybe it can be used by AI. I don't know, AI agent themselves. I don't know, or maybe it could be, I don't know. Could be in DeFi. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, we don't know. You ask very right question, by the way. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. And so a couple of things I do want to make note of. This is a non-consensus breaking, not a hard fork proposal. So it's just for standardization. And, you know, I can see this being, you know, like even with Fabo's example of a potential use case. Obviously GameFi and, you know, like puzzles and gaming and stuff like that is a main use case. Stuff we're doing with like Find2Earn and the Strike project and the Siege Hunt game that we played. That's all cool, you know, all obvious use cases. But I think that there's options for like access NFTs can potentially use this. like a sealed collectibles, like if it's an NFT collectible, like if you're buying packs of something or something like that. Even potentially location based or time based reveal stuff in games or in other kind of use cases. Like you have the NFT, it gets you access to a building, but it only gets you access to a building at a specific time based on what you signed up for on your NFT, but that information is not on the NFT.
So thinking out loud piece, the use case is that I'm just thinking back to a user experience. So I can see it because the current landscape of NFT is that as long as I minted it, everybody in the world can see it, right? It's displayed on Gamma, right? So what this is different is once I minted it, public cannot see it. Only me can see it. So the use cases are that if you're doing an NFT mint of some kind for events or for a private mint, maybe you don't want other collectors to see what you have in your wallet. Then
Yeah.
you want
they know you've collected something from the collection, but they don't know what you collected.
They don't know what you have exactly,
Right.
and only you can reveal that picture in your wallet. Nobody else in the world can see it unless I physically show them my computer or my phone to my mom. Hey, I collected this, and that information only preserved among the people that I show to, plus the game creator. But nobody, it's not like on a blockchain where everybody can see that. Hey, would that be correct, Netron?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, and absolutely. And can be use cases we don't even know right now. Like, and it's very interesting that you say like AI agent. What if like encrypted NFT will owned by AI agents and they will interact somehow? But the main thing also,
I mean, for sure, AI agent is just like a hot wallet, right? You can deposit tokens into AI agent like STX or SPTC. They go and trade for you. They earn more into that wallet, or they go and spend it using that wallet via X402 payments because you keep using resources. So you keep paying API calls, blah blah blah. So they either spend the money in the as an AI agent employee, or they go out and earn stuff for you. But I would imagine that I think I have seen on Ethereum that the AI agent can also hold NFTs. It's not just fungible tokens. Sure, like it's almost just like a hot wallet, like a smart contract wallet of some kind. It's not restricted just tokens. So yeah, what if the AI agent can trade NFTs on your behalf?
Yeah, right. That's correct. And I want to add, like, what we built, like, for GameFi is important to understand that the layer that you see, like public data, that layer identify the demand of other person. It means like when you see like triangle like 22 or triangle 24, like I showed before, it means somebody maybe needs those NFT, so it can be tradable on the market, but this person doesn't know about the information inside. And when we played our pilot game in 28 August, it was a very huge excitement for a community, and we have like blow up our chats and people just interact each other in social engagement a lot and say like, okay, please give me the word from the 24 square, I need like square number 15. And a lot of people listen, like they bluff.
Do you know what it reminds me of, Zenitron? I think maybe we have come across this in the real world when we play card games and when we play board games. Sometimes you want to collect certain things, but the other player cannot see you, but they know what type of cards you have, but they don't know exactly what's behind the card, you know?
Yeah, man. That's in complete information games calls like this. Yeah, it's
So
complete information.
for example, you could have a deck of cards. I want to collect all the aces, but you don't know
Yeah.
which ace I have, which number I have. But I am trying to collect the aces as much as possible. I think
Yeah,
there's a
exactly.
game called Bluff, right? That you
Yeah.
say, hey, you put it on the table. I have three hearts. You
Yeah.
know, they're all like three heart. Seven of heart. I have three. You put it on the table, but people don't know what's underneath. But you are just trying to bluff all.
Yeah, exactly, man. You deeply understand the things, and it take like 15 years in card games for me to build a such thing. so, my game, I have game designer obviously also, who helped me a lot, and he just proposed me to make these games outside of crypto. He said like it's a so new thing, like it will have a lot of social engagement, and the social engagement that people so much wants right now. People want
Yeah,
just to make so real social engagement, not like they just reading the text and it's a boring thing and everyone just tired and this is a new thing. Yeah.
I'm thinking of another example. If you, as a musician, artist, wants to sell an album that is just releasing, it's like you can just put it on chain, but just release it for the people that buys it, right? You see, evenly, if you can sell tickets in real life and release something for your fans or whatever, you can just do many things with encrypted NFT. Really, you can unlock many of gamify, musicify, and etc. I think there's a lot of use cases there. I'm wondering, what about the key management? Can you get into? Can you dig further on that, please?
What do you mean? Key
Uh,
management?
uh, let's say I buy a song for an artist, and then I just have the key for entering. I can share the key with others that wants to listen it. Um,
Yeah, you can share just you can transfer your NFT just
I can
send
transfer
to the
the
other wallet.
NFT. Okay, they
Yeah,
have access to listen the song.
right.
Okay. So there's no rotation keys or something like that. Can you?
No,
There's
it's a
key
pure
management.
ownership, and if we make standardization more the on chain on stacks, that will be a hash like commitment to the NFT like envelope and seal. It will be
Okay.
like
So
that's why I want to push this meta, because like for degens, for the community, it should be some meta. Like Stacks blockchain is so like serious blockchain with the big capital, with the DeFi, with the rails to Bitcoin, and if we have like there's some like community flagship like and some degen like geek stuff like encrypted NFT or what is it like, and people start exploring, yeah, they will like it.
cool.
So do you want more than just games people adopt this?
Uh,
I assume yes.
to be honest, for me, for our project, no, because I don't believe that mass adoption comes from anything than games. But
Okay, fine.
for new developers, yes, we are
Yeah,
open this technology to open for the new developers and make like adoption for the very smart like genius people. They can say like, okay, let's build a
yeah,
new game or let's build a new use case for encrypted NFT. Because you
yeah,
remember
yeah,
when there was a meta like 3 years ago about the NFTs itself, yeah, we just mean NFTs. It's like a gamble. You want unique NFT, you want to sell it high, you making profile picture. It was a fun. It was again, it's a game and it's like a social engagement. That's what the people want. Like Bitcoin was a game in the beginning between the cyberpunks like Adam Beck, Wei Dai, and Halfini. They just play the game.
Cool.
So yeah, your primary objective is to have more game designers adopt this NFT standard.
Or any person, any builders, because when we talk to games, when I talk the word the games to Stacks Core, I think they think game is just for child, yeah, like, and we are building multi-billion economy rails to Bitcoin, but it's not the right position of this like word etymology, yeah. Game it's about the activity and engagement between the people, and you see like the gaming industry is evolve, it's growing every year, because if we talk like the one sentence in philosophical way, we just create a new reality above existing one. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just thinking whether like Crypto Dude, because that's the only other project kind of on Stacks that's doing like proper games, and his Cryptonauts, whether Cryptonauts there's somewhere that can incorporate this.
I am sure that Dude might even be working on some kind of solutions, because I know that they're working on like composable in-game assets that are on chain, and there might be a reason to have some encrypted function in that for sure. But just to kind of make sure that I don't think Zenitron's saying he's only looking for input from people that are designing games on the SIP process. I think he's saying that his focus and what he sees the most, the broadest application of this to be towards gaming, but he's absolutely open to input from people that have other use cases that they can think of that this might be valuable to. And I would say getting input from people coming at it from a different perspective will help us identify things that will be more useful down the line and get a more broadly valuable SIP in the process, or standard in the process.
Yeah. One last question I have is, earlier in the call we mentioned about wallets. So one of the key questions I can think of is, do the wallets need to adopt this in order to display, or is it already compatible, like Xverse or Boom? Do they need to do anything? I assume not.
I think it's already compatible.
I think it's not. No.
Yeah.
I'm not sure for 100%. I have to ask my CTO, to be honest. I think it's not.
I mean, if people can see the public information in the wallet, that's okay, right? And on your website, you can reveal
right
that.
now you can see only the public information. Yeah, you cannot see the
Okay,
encrypted
so
information.
in my Xverse, if I tab on that public NFT, I cannot reveal the private information, I'm guessing.
You can reveal only via our website, because we own this encrypted database. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it will be fully on-chain.
So my question to you is your vision that the wallets also have a way to reveal the private information, or is your vision more like the game creators themselves just have a way to reveal the private information on their website or via their platform? It doesn't have to involve wallet providers.
Yeah, my vision, if wallet will have this implementation on chain, like for example for Stacks, it will be separate, like consensus level SIP that could explore like adding additional cryptographic primitives to Clarity to enable more advanced flows, like on chain verification of encryption, consistently proofs. That will be possible. It's a question more about technology and what Stacks want to bring in future. And for other blockchains, maybe like Sui can implement this thing, because they have already like two years ago idea on GitHub. They have different like move language, etc. So it's more about the blockchain's not about my opinion, but it's more about the users. If you as a user like want to see this information on your wallet, okay. But right now, how it works, we have like mobile adoption for our website. It's very cool, slick. You can just connect Xverse wallet, and you will see this information very easily in our interface. It's very like positive, like I mean, cozy interface. We designed it so long time, so we don't see any like reason to see it in your wallet. But if if people, it's all about people experience and UX UI. You know, like Solana is popular because it's based on people what they want.
I guess you can't play the game in the wallet too, so why do you need to reveal that private information
Utopia,
on your Xverse mobile?
You also have a browser in the most wallets have the browser, so you can actually just go to the website you need to access the information. Connect the wallet in the browser in the wallet.
That's how the crypto works right now. I'm Xverse in Xverse wallet. I'm just open the Xverse browser and just connect there. The wallet.
The only reason why I originally asked the question is, if it's a completely new standard, it'll be really hard to get the wallet to even show this new NFT. But I think the answer is that no, this is NFT SIP9 compatible NFT, at least the public information wise. So once you minted it, you will see in your wallet. There's no issue with that.
I think like standardization of this SIP can like improve that in Ledger wallet it says like it's encrypted NFTs. It will not shows you the private layer of information, but it could be the new category for useful for users. Maybe obviously not in this SIP because we are early, but in the future, like it's like the ordinals on whatever. If this if it will go to mass adoption, if community will like it.
I wonder whether now you mentioned ordinals, maybe ordinals they could have that layer too. I'm just thinking out the spring.
Ordinals could they have this layer, to be honest, obviously. But ordinals has no like they have no smart contracts, so it could be only one and done. So you can just.
I think it's just like, to me, if I think of the private information is important, but is it important? I think it depends on the use case, because if it's just some random information about it's just a picture or whatever. In your case, I think your application was a cipher word. So that's like really important information. But if other people apply to their game and it's not really like a critical information that could lose monetary value, maybe that private information isn't as a critical point of failure. But in your case, it's really important. So you need it for that information to be held securely and encrypted, right?
Right. And also, if I want to the new builders and come to Stacks ecosystem using encrypted NFT or any like the whole crypto, I will say this sentence very like a quote. You have to put information into encrypted NFTs that important for others. Just imagine you mint NFT with information that important for somebody else.
Yes. Hero, by the way, I just want to, or not just Hero, but I guess I just want to suggest that two guys that are building things in this ecosystem are that I think should have input on this are Trip and Monkey and Gary Reiger, because the gated access function, they're both working on different ways on gated access to information. Gated project, Trip's Rising Tide, and the ticketing and the events and all that stuff. So I think we need to get those guys' input on this for sure.
Yeah, and Crypto Dude.
And Crypto Dude. Yes, you had already mentioned him, but those
Yeah,
are
these
three off the top of my head that I think can provide valuable perspective to this.
I don't know if there's anybody else from DeOrganized 2. Oh, sorry, 3 now. Yeah, DeOrganized Cohort 3. Because I see some games developed.
There are a couple of games. I don't know that they're really NFT based. But maybe it's because they hadn't considered the concept of encrypted information on an NFT. Maybe that even works as far as like a gamer pass that keeps your gamer points or something like that. That you can trade, or trade as like a you don't know what's actually on them kind of stuff. Who knows? There's all sorts of ways. But this has actually been great. We're way over the hour. Appreciate everybody's time. Hero, is there anything else we needed to touch on today? I didn't.
No, that's it. Yeah, just go check out Stacks Forum. Get involved. If you want to jump on the SIP call, just DM me or DM Peace. We're happy to have more people on this call.
For sure. Awesome having Fabo on his first episode. Looking to have some more, man. Great input and great having that technical perspective with for us on these things. Zenitron, did we get into everything that you wanted to talk about here today?
Yeah. I will talk to Hero and others maybe what to do next.
Yes, right on. We can definitely help you through that. This is just the beginning of the process, but this is the first step in the process, is putting your ideas on paper, getting it into the forum, and starting to get some conversation and awareness about what you're proposing so that we can kind of shape it and guide it through to make it an actual SIP and get it into the ecosystem. Zenitron, much love, man. Obviously, we work together on a number of things, and I love what you're working on. I love to see that this is moving into a direction where it's going to be ecosystem wide and benefiting everybody. So great stuff. And thank you, Hero, so much. Hero, I don't know if you noticed, I actually did cancel the show for next week on the calendar because it's Christmas.
Oh, yeah. No, I think next week and the week after we can probably take a break. Everybody just relax, have a nice break.
But we will be back. If we want to do a show on the 2nd, that's the 2nd. I'll be back in work mode by then anyway. So if you want to do one, we can. But if we don't have to, we certainly don't have to. And then we'll be back and hit 2026, which I think is just going to be an amazing year for Stacks, to be honest.
Yeah,
sure.
Fabo, I hope you heard what they said in the town hall was really, really good. If not, Stacks Forum there, you can go and take a read.
There's a recap for that too.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just reading that there will be needed CK proofs. I was researching also about that. BBMX and Snart, Starks, and Vinius. That is one of the fastest zero knowledge proofs you can get there. So yeah. Crypto NFTs is really useful. Sounds really useful. I will look closely what's it about.
And last words from me this year. Also, it's not the last call. There's actually another call, AIBTC next Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. ET.
Oh, it's 9:30 now?
Yeah, it's on the Tuesdays now. So they're shifting from Thursdays to Tuesdays.
But they did it. It was 11:30 last week.
11:30. Oh, that's 9:30 a.m. Pacific. So 11:30. No, it's
12:30.
12:30 p.m.
Maybe that's what time it was. That might have been actually.
That was 12:30. Yeah. So tune into that one because we are bringing X2 to Stacks. So it's a really interesting cross section between AI and agents and Bitcoin, SBTC, etc. So hope to get more people on that. Fabo, you're welcome to join as well. It's on X. If you have any idea about X2 or AI or SBTC, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you should definitely join in.
Super interested. Yeah, I would like to put a place because I'm going to Chile this 24, and then to Peru, and then going back to the Amazon to meet my family. So yeah, I'm gonna be like a little bit off, but I want to keep engaged. For sure, I keep hurdling with the code and the projects I'm doing. I really want to release. As Billy Idol say, it's easy to deceive, but hard to get released.
Yeah.
you know. So
Yeah.
so yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, just
Right
go
on,
play
right
things.
on. Awesome stuff, man. Yes. Happy holidays to everybody. Maybe we'll
Happy
see you guys
holidays.
on Tuesday. Zenny, awesome stuff, guys. Get into the forum, read about the SIP, comment about it. Let us know what you think. We need everybody's opinions. You don't have to be a genius or an expert on the subject. Just asking questions is very helpful. Even if you think it's something we already have considered, you never know. So it helps. It absolutely helps. Awesome stuff. I could keep talking forever, but I'm going to shut myself up and wrap the show. Great stuff today, guys. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Great SIP show today. Thank you, Fabo, for joining us. Thank you, Hero, for all the work you do in our ecosystem. And guys, stay tuned. I will be momentarily playing the Stacks Africa crew had their meetup today, and I'm going to re-stream their show momentarily so you guys can get great stuff that they're doing over there at Stacks Africa as well. We are a growing ecosystem. And all of you, don't forget to touch some and get some. It's the weekend. Peace out.
Sip call spinning up, Friday in the frame. Screens glow softly, builders by name. Governance talk, not a call.
Time for the SIP show, guys. Before I bring on our host, Hero Gamer, I just want to let everybody know that this song that you're listening to right now, this funky joint right here, was produced by Hero Gamer for this show specifically. I think you guys need to know that. Give Hero some props because this is a fine tune, by the way. And without ado, it might be a little conversation, so I'll drive it down. We'll bring on the man himself. What's up, Hero? How you doing today, man?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Happy SIP Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday. I don't know. SIP, it just keeps popping up, on your mouth, on my mouth. It's always sipping.
There's always, you know what? It's because we're in an ecosystem that's constantly growing and iterating. There's a lot of big brains working on a lot of big solutions to some real world problems here. So that might be why it keeps popping up.
Yeah. Anybody else joining, or just us?
I'm not sure if GP's with us or not. I know he's in the studio, but I'm not sure if he's at his computer actually. But it might just be you and me. I asked Orange. Hattie said he's got some stuff he's tied up with, so might be just the two of us. But we'll make it work. We'll make it work. I know. I think GP will probably be joining us as well.
Cool. So, welcome everybody to the weekly SIP call. I had a quick look up today. How many calls has there been since I sort of started? So we are actually roughly, I don't want to say exact, but roughly on episode 150.
Wow, that's almost 3 years, bro.
Yeah, so 2 years ago, I posted like the notes. It was 49, and it's 2 years plus. So I think it's been 122 weeks since. So probably maximum up to 122 episodes edition. But I don't think we did 122.
No,
That just
there are definitely a couple of weeks, not many.
not many,
No,
not
every
many.
so often we skipped.
But I'm just gonna conservatively say we added 101. So 101 plus 49 is 150. You know, I think it's probably fair. Probably more, but who cares?
Probably more, but yeah, that's I don't count how many episodes of DeOrganized we've done either because it's just so many at this point. Like why count? But
Yeah.
but we've done. I mean, the SIP call is a staple, and honestly, it's the whole reason why I understand that SIP exists is because you were doing those weekly calls way back when, and so it's
Yeah, I think some things are worth continuing. Some things are not. Like, if it was for lesser, let's say, critical stuff, and if we didn't care about governance as much, or if it was just about like some minor things that don't reoccur, I probably wouldn't say it's worth having. So I was having a conversation with the foundation about SIP calls, like just for the past couple of weeks, and I think we'll land on the same page that I think it's worth continuing having. So we're gonna continue that. So that's really good. Like foundation is gonna, continuing to focus on governance, and whoever wants to hold the coast to call can host the calls. But in the meantime, I think I'm probably like in pretty good position to continue that, and I enjoy doing it. I enjoy talking to you, enjoy talking to Hattie and anybody. Actually, Orange is one of the new guys. I love to get him more involved, but just anybody like that, like the not younger piece, the earlier piece in your journey. That's what I love to get more of. But anyways, and one of the so actually I'll stop there.
Well, I'll say this. I think we do have a growing group of people that are becoming more contributory to the calls, and I think we should probably maybe even try to reach out to a few more people in the ecosystem and just say, hey, you want to come? Because Dan joins us every so often, and Rosar joins us every so often, and we've got Bryce on a couple of times. We're starting to get more regular with the SIP authors coming on. We've had Frieger, we've had Larry, so it's growing. It's definitely growing. It's a movement now, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think there's a good conversation to be had with the foundation about future engagements, and that's related to what I will talk about next, about my the shift of my role, because foundation is now stepping in to really almost like oversee the whole operation of governance. So it won't just be me we talking to about all this great suggestion. Will involve the foundation more closely. So I think on the whole that's a good thing, because it's their incentive to really make the experience really good, and like you said, get more contributors.
Right. Well, and they also the foundation has a unique perspective on governance and SIP, from their position. So it's going to bring a different perspective than we get from the community and from you and Patty and the people that contribute.
Yeah, for sure. And that brings me to that brings me to probably like we're gonna make the SIPCO a little bit more organized again. I think we always been fairly organized, but I'm gonna bring more agenda into the mix, better documentation into the mix, and recaps. I actually used to write the recaps of each calls and then post them to GitHub. But the challenge is, as you know, nobody goes to GitHub to read. But the information is there, so I'm gonna try again, revive that, but in Stacks forum. So
Well, and you're right. We could post it to both.
yes, exactly. But I think forum probably the first point of contact, and
Yeah,
then
that makes sense. Like they put the stack snacks in there, and then you can get in a cool conversation about those things too. So that makes sense, I think.
yeah. So I'm gonna try and do that. So on today's call, let's talk about like a few things I want to bring up. SIP 33 just concluded the votes. Second item is the stuff that I proposed in improving the SIP process. And the other topic I want to bring up is just a bit of explanation of my role shift, so that you know what you're working with, piece. And then we can talk about how we will be able to collaborate with Foundation in the future, a little bit more closely on things that in my purview and outside of my purview, let's say.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So first thing first, SIP 33 has concluded. I don't know if you can bring up the post from Stacks Foundation of the voting results.
Yeah. Let me find that. Hold on. I was going to bring up I have the vote screen ready, but let me actually.
Actually, yeah. I mean, maybe with the tweet, I have it here. If you want, I can screen share.
Yeah, share it, please.
Okay. I'll just share my window. Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Can you see?
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, here. What was that? Oh yeah, here. So good news. SIP 33 has been approved. We still need to double check the results, but the result we're talking about like 5 SCX here and there, minor differences. We want to just nail that down so that the result is basically undistributed accurate. So that tends to happen on every SIP vote, because we're using a new platform working with Block Survey team on the ballot vote. So we're gonna just double check that. And what I will do next is I will post the results into just like any consensus fork. I actually write up the result into the SIP. That has always been what I did. Like you can see here, this is SIP 31. Can you see?
Yep.
Yeah, so every SIP, consensus voting SIP, I do post something like this into the SIP itself, so that when you're reading the SIP 31, you can always understand who signed off, which cap signed off, and the specification of the SIP and the result of the SIP, so that we can basically just have a well documented thing to say this has been thoroughly passed, let's say.
That's so that gets added afterwards. Like
Yes. I just sort of manually go into the SIP and submit like a PR or a suggestion and get this added in, and make sure there's like a script attached to it so that anybody can go and check and verify basically. So if you look at here, there's like a little script file, zip file for SIP 31 on the left here. Here, I'll zoom in. So in each folder, maybe SIP 28 will have it, or let's say 21. You can see this is the SIP text, but there's like various other attachments, and one of which will be the script zip file. So I'm trying to get that down and nailed so that Just like the documentation loose end will be tidied up. So that's what I actually part of my responsibilities piece. I don't know who is doing that in the future, but for this one, I'll do it. Peace. Hello, hello.
Sorry, I'm here, but I actually had somehow I clicked on the video in the X channel so you were hearing yourself on a slight delay, I think maybe.
Okay.
Mouse tracker. My cursor keeps periodically freezing on me, so.
Oh, good. Any question? And just to confirm, SIP34 is to activate the same time as SIP33. So we voted on SIP33 and SIP34 at the same time. And here is another doc for SIP34. I don't know if you have any question about any of this.
I don't have any questions on it. I'm pretty aware of it. We reported on it and drove as much vote activity as we could through here. I will say this: I think that the new vote platform is really good. You know, it was very easy to use. It has a lot of information on there. It much more intuitive, and then obviously it also gets over that issue we brought up, about a year ago with you have to vote twice if you have stacking versus unstacked and all that stuff. So a lot of the friction has been removed from the process. It was super easy to vote.
I mean, we removed that in the previous platform, but I think you probably don't get as much details like this one does,
Right. Well, it wasn't tracking, like you couldn't see now you can actually see how the vote's going throughout the process.
Yeah. I think historically it has been a conversation about how about if we just don't, so that people don't feel like, if in the US election is so leaning towards one way, you might think, oh, as a citizen, I'm not like influential enough to do anything about it, so you don't go out to vote.
Right.
So that was the philosophical intention behind not showing. But now this time we tried showing. It doesn't seem to have made any material differences. Maybe we are probably just overthinking the psychology part behind it.
Right. If people are there to vote, they're going to probably vote. And it also does give us a prop to kind of shout out when we're promoting the vote and the process and everything too. So I think I like having it.
Yeah. I think now having experience, like seeing like these transactions, let's say, displayed, and it's kind of interesting information. I think it's perfectly fine to keep trialing, having more display data, personally. But I think that's something that, again, Foundation will probably need to pick up on a overall strategy level to see how we're going to deal with that next time.
Right on.
So yeah, that's just the first thing because I don't think we've talked about it publicly about the results yet. So yeah, let's just get that out. And the second one, I just want to draw people's attention to it in case you haven't heard of it before. It's the proposal. Maybe there's too many SIPs in the name, but essentially is to improve the SIP process as it is today. And there is a GitHub link. You can read more about it. So my call to action is, if you're a SIP author, do chime in. If you have been a SIP author, or if you have been a CAP member, do chime in. So please, you too. I think your governance cap will be pretty key in this, because you guys will need to approve it. People can suggest stuff, but I think with the SIP process, one of the consideration must be governance cap.
Sure, of course, definitely. And so, is there is there a timeline you're hoping to have this process for? Obviously, the sooner the better.
No, I don't think it's sooner the better. I think I think let's say the latest deadline would be by the next fork. We want to have this ready so that we can implement this process for the next fork.
And that's Freegers, right?
Yeah, I would say the closest would be Freegers. You're right. Unless like somehow other things um, the core have in mind, which I don't know about. But as far as I know, I think Freeger is probably the closer one to finish in line. So we need to get that conversation back up. I don't know again who will be officially handling the conversation to get the SIP almost like conversation going. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's somebody at the foundation. Maybe it's somebody not at the foundation and not me. I don't know. So I think we just need to have a little bit more clarity as to the ownership of somebody like what I used to do to make sure all the SIP authors are supported and up to date and be able to have their SIP keep advancing their SIP basically, especially if it's coming from a community, because we have SIPs that are coming from the core, but then we also have SIP coming from the community like Freegers and Larry.
Right. So if it's, I mean, I think that this process is important, you know, that to codify some of these details, just to make it more obvious and more apparent what the process is, what the steps are, who needs to do what when. You know, like one of the instances we had with SIP 31 was it kind of went to a vote before all the cabs had actually completed their approvals. And now they all approved, you know, so it all came through, but it was slightly disjointed. And part of that's because right now there's no specific time frame from when a SIP gets proposed to when it gets presented to the cabs versus when it goes to a vote.
Yeah, no, there's no strict like let's say time frame, and because it's looseness, that it can be exacerbated as and when, and that is or can be perceived as a slight sort of like not flaw, but something that could always be something that will make things inconsistent when it comes to SIP to SIP. So I agree with you, and you know you are perfectly in a good position to reflect that along with other people to see whether we reach a consensus. Like, is this a good thing to actually specify to a degree of detail? In my opinion, I think it's worth it just to say this is the minimum. And I did write in there, actually, if you actually look, I did like give like an initial idea of the timeline what we were talking about. I think it was here. Yeah, so like CAP review must be like 2 weeks minimum period.
Right, which is a ample time and a reasonable amount of time. I don't think it's too long. I think it's just right, because sometimes it takes us a couple of days for us to even notice that there was a conversation going on in our chat, you know, so giving us to 2 weeks to kind of coordinate, review it, have our internal dialogue, and then reply, I think is exactly perfect.
Yeah. And I think I said something along the line here, if you read the SIP carefully, what I wrote. Minimum wait time before public vote to allow comprehensive discussion, resolution of comments. If all comments have been addressed after CAP review, it could be agreed to host a public vote earlier. However, it should not be expected, let's say.
It should. You have it. It should be expected there.
Oh, right.
you
Sorry.
in-
I need to change that.
Yeah, I think you intended it.
That's
Yeah.
what I meant. Should not be expected.
Yes. But I think that
You get what I'm trying to say, right? I'm not saying like it has to be like dead 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, or something like that. But
if the cab comes back in a week, you don't have to wait 2 weeks for them to come back.
Exactly. If there's no issues, why wait?
Right. And so, but that would also, but I think a 6-week period and before it goes to a public vote also makes sense because it gives people enough time to become aware, see what other people have responded. The reality is nobody's sitting in the GitHub or the forum just waiting to respond and have conversations about these things. They got to find it.
Yeah.
So I think you need the time. A month and a half is reasonable to me.
Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna change the text right now because
might as well.
So I'm just showing people how to do it. So I go to my GitHub. This is under Eurogamer, and I go to my little folder, which is called like a fork. I have a copy of the zip repo basically, and I go in there directly to make changes.
So you fork the GitHub, the zip repository, and put it into your own.
Yes. So
you can work on it without actually working on it, without making any changes. Otherwise, like directly without like approval.
I don't have the permission to make changes to the. It hasn't been added into the main zip repo yet. Yeah. Everything that you saw in the previous page was still in my little hub. I'm still in my little hub.
Oh, so this isn't actually in the Stacks.gov GitHub.
Yes. No, this is just.
It's just on the forum and in your own GitHub.
It's essentially in my little place. But you can find it as a PR on here. I submitted whatever. I don't know why they named it pull request, but anyway, I submitted there. It's visible there, and actually, maybe this is a tell that I can show you why. What I mean, like it's still in my thing. It says Hero Gamer wants to merge, blah blah blah, into Stacks.gov.main, but it's from my place.
Okay, so you submit, so you have those commits on yours,
on mine,
and then you submit that to be added, and then they have to, whoever's managing the GitHub for the Stacks.gov main, will review that and then add it, assuming that they approve it, which is just a matter of time.
Essentially, yeah, that's exactly it.
So when you change it on yours, they also because that's still linking to yours. It changes with what they have. So that update, adding the typo, it's just a typo correction, really.
It's almost like it's there, but it's not in it yet. You can see it, but it's not inside zip repo yet.
Right, but you're connected there because you've made the proposal to add it.
Yes, exactly. It's almost just like a proposal, and it's just sitting on the table. But it's not in the file storage yet. It's not in the constitution yet. Let's say it's a proposal that's been surfaced to the parliament. Let's say, and I have the documentation in my little cabinet. And whenever the parliament make any suggestions, I'll update my cabinet file in my own little hub. And then once I make all the solve all the comments, the people who manages the constitution will say, okay, this is ready. Put it into the constitution file cabinet. Cool.
Cool. Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah, so I updated this. You can now see it should not be expected here in the, you will refer that to as the main, I guess. So yeah, sorry. I know it's confusing, but I'm trying.
Well, it's because you have to be a little bit. None of them can be hard rules because you don't want it to be impossible for an emergency SIP to get pushed through because of the rules.
I mean, just to clarify for you and for anyone else, emergency SIPs, the codes don't, and this is just a constitution text. Let's say it's not like let's say the constitution is wanting to make let's say give everybody $100 right in stacks. It's just an idea, and it's being written into constitution. But it takes humans to execute that, i.e., the codes. The codes don't live here.
Right.
If you want to implement an emergency SIP to fix something, the codes is not here. This is just a specification. Like when Fridger writes this, the implementation details or the codes are not here. This is just a specification to say how we should go about it.
Right. It's how we're going to do what we're going to do.
Yes.
But what you're actually going to do is actually like the code that's being adopted and changed and updated and all that is not in the SIP.
Yeah, it almost I propose like a new function or trait or whatever, depending on the SIP. And then what happens is the code developer will actually take that and almost like write a whole bunch of codes in the actual software itself, the node software upgrade, that's the releases. Those are the things that people actually install on their computer. They don't install this document on their computer. They install a node sort of software on their computer, right?
Right.
I had the same question. I used to think they were both the same, but slowly I come to realize they were different. So it's a good question.
Well, and it makes a lot of sense that it would need to be like one part's governance. SIP is governance, and the other part is the execution phase.
Yeah. So this is the actual GitHub place. So you can see, like, for example, this one, SEP. This is a native passkey thing that was specified in the SIP, but actually the Stacks core have its own issue or PR to actually execute the details of it. So this is actually a separate place they work in. People like Bryce and Jude. Actually,
this is where the devs actually go to do the dev.
Yeah. Yes, the actual devy stuff. We can talk about ideas, but ideas is only one thing. To actually get into the software itself, it's a whole separate game that needs testing, that needs different kind of eyes on it, like reviewer. There's like recover, like all these different kind of detail functions that doesn't get talked about in such great details, but they are actually. This is why, like, the code developer need their time to do stuff. It's not just write a SIP and then the node software somehow knows, oh, we got a SIP and just implement it. No, some people need to do the legwork to actually write the code and test the code to make sure it's safe. Why? Because you're securing money on this software.
Right.
So this is the GitHub at the top. Stacks network, Stacks core, etc. But anyway, I digress. Just to make sure everybody knows, the Stacks forum. This is up there. Please just chime in if you have any idea or any suggestions. all suggestion welcome. This is not a technical SIP, so but it's about how the process should be.
Right. Well, that's important for the community and anyone that's going to make a SIP proposal to be able to plan a little bit. It helps the planning process.
Yeah, that's true. I know you raised about SIP deputies. I haven't got around to updating the text, or if we should even. Do you still think we should?
I mean, I don't know what their plan is.
Yeah, that's the trouble. I don't know their plans too, so it's a little bit hard for me to make official suggestion, because now we don't even write in SIP resident or coordinator in. So the most official guys are SIP editors, CAP members, and the coordination and marketing side is somewhat like out of the SIP 31 document.
Yeah, I like the idea of having SIP deputies. I'd like to ask, some of the authors maybe what their opinions are. I think it's helpful to have someone there to represent it on the community side.
I had a thought, like maybe we should make the SIP deputies be part of the SIP editors group, so that they are, even though they are called SIP deputy, but they sit in the SIP editors working group or just group.
Well, and that would make it a little bit more functional for the role, because then you're directly talking to the editors and the authors.
Yes.
And then you're visible to them as well. So it's more apparent to them that you're there and have a role and what your role is.
Yeah.
So I think that, I think having it there and having it a specific defined role would be useful. Yes. Assuming that they want to do that, assuming that that's ultimately what they decide.
It's almost like SIP editors, let's say assistants or coordinator assistant that they can leverage. So somebody like me can also be part of the SIP editors group and be deployed to help the SIP authors, and you the same. So essentially, like, we kind of decentralizing my role. Previously, like, I handled all the coordination, and actually one of the things that I also need to achieve for the foundation is to document how the SIP coordination works for the SIP calls and maybe the SIP deputies, so that if I go missing, that function process still happens.
You're not allowed to go missing, sir.
Yes. But yeah, like it's still functional, So that documentation part, I think we also probably need, or at least foundation would like to see that at the, that would be one of my deliveries, to make sure A is documented, B, we have backup to me, which you guys are doing a great job. So, but whether it is somebody from the foundation who can do the SIP calls or SIP coordination, or is it community who can do the SIP code or SIP coordination, I think that's yet to be determined, but we can determine the general process there too, and have candidates back up. Just like if a SIP editor goes missing, we have somebody who can still run it. Or if if Jason suddenly goes too busy, we also have other member who can step up.
Right. No, it makes sense. It really does.
So it's almost like, just from a foundation perspective, they just want to make the overall process cleaner, more well documented. The experience doesn't break down if somebody just not there. So I think it's part of their overall strategy to ensure the governance is it's more polished, let's say.
Yeah, makes sense. It makes sense. you know, and it does make us look a little bit more organized too, having this all here, because I mean, we've come a long way with SIP in the last year, Hero.
I think so. With your
Or
help,
a year ago, the questions were, "How do I propose a SIP? What am I supposed to do?" And the answers were, "I don't know." You know? So it was, you know, it's clear now. If somebody wants to propose a SIP, we know where to send them.
Yes. I mean, I think it's useful. Maybe for Bitcoin, maybe for the having a bit process, like to know exactly how. Maybe it's not good. I don't know. But I think in our world, it's probably worth having.
Well, it's a different world. You know, it is a different world than Bitcoin proper.
And actually, I do want to share with you, and because you know more about this process, I want to make sure you know that there is a conversation happening about the bit process. They're also updating the process. So I would actually encourage you or anybody else. Actually, I'm just going to post it on forum, maybe just to take maybe there's some little inspiration we can take here and there, and it's being actively discussed here. You know, whether it's like details like dates, I don't know, like little things like, you know, they're just proposing little word changes here and there. You know, it's not like challenging, but it's just something that they also talk about, that if we align ourselves, you know, it could potentially make the interoperability easier from a developer coming here perspective. I think it's worth sort of aligning ourselves to Bitcoin a little bit. So anyways, so that's
definitely looks like it's you're gonna put this in the forum.
Yes, but the problem is they have also like a few different threads going on regarding this. Let me check if I already posted. Oh, I have not. Yeah, okay, I'll post it.
Cool. So, the last thing on your agenda, you're going to kind of update us on what your role is going to be moving forward.
Yeah. So it's open discussion. So I'll bring up my side. If you have any topic you want to bring up, so I will continue to do the zip codes, at least for the time being. But it will be like more, let's say, detailed, so that every week I will go and post on the forum something like what Brandon posted about the town hall. It's almost like a recap.
Perfect.
So if you think about foundation perspective, they just want more access to information, and so that everything is transparent and documented. So I'll just do what I used to do, basically, which I will actually show you what I used to do. This is issues on the SIP, right? And weekly meeting agenda. You can actually see we started from SIP code 0, right? 2022. There was a recording even. And I would post the agenda. I would post like links, some meeting notes. I think I don't know if some notes from the call, and then all the way down. I used to post them every week, but yeah, I didn't seem to drive more people there, so I kind of kept it like super simple, just like the title of the call and some basic summary, basically. So I'm gonna bring that back a little bit so that we have better governance or SIP related information on Stacks forum.
Nice, I like it. You're able to like track what, you know, all of these transcripts from these shows and discussions.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I think this is, you know, level 1, right? I mean, at least information is there currently we don't have that information. It's just lives on
Just
stream.
dude, and turn it into an episode of something and make it entertaining to watch is what we need there. Like a
Can
little,
you say that again? Your idea?
yeah, just a brief TLDR video of all of these discussions in like with animated Hero Gamer. That'd be cool.
Okay. I mean, I'm welcoming all the idea. I didn't think about a brief TLDR video. So
Yep.
almost like a brief SIP or governance video.
Yeah, that way people can like listen in and hear what we discussed. Like, hey, we discussed this, this, and this during this week's call. You should definitely.
How many minutes would, or maybe let's say not even minutes, how many seconds?
Yeah, I think a quick like 30 to 45 second, maybe minute, the longest, right, would be good to have with this. That way they can see your avatar talking a little bit, like saying what, or it doesn't even have to be animated like that. It could just be like this bullet point, this bullet point, this bullet point, just a visual TLDR. That way when people, and it has like a voiceover on it, that way they're also getting an audio cue saying, okay, this, and this, and a visual cue. And then that way they can go in and do more due diligence after if they're interested in the TLDR.
Would you have some sort of a good like North Star that would look like, and I'll just like sort of take a look and see how I can construct it in a way that's similar, or just like
I'll try to find something where it's like a TLDR of like a little avatar saying we talked about that. Like I'll try to find a good example to send to you.
yeah. If you have any, I get the idea in my mind already, but it would be good like visually to visualize it. So I would imagine like you will have bullet points on a big text like on the video, and me talking in the background, like almost like a quick breakdown of what happened this town hall, or quick breakdown of what happened in this.
And it doesn't even have to be you like talking. If you use like different tools, like I know that 11 Labs does.
What I'm going to suggest is figure out a way to do it with as little effort as possible to produce, and make a short clip that drives people to the forum. The forum can also link to the full length video in YouTube. Once we have that, it'll take me probably a couple days, maybe after the live stream, to segment out that clip. But that's something we're also going to go back and do, is cut out all of the SIP call segments over the last several weeks and make those individuals, create a playlist for that, so that all of those calls are actually available to go look at easily, rather than going and pouring through the whole Friday episode and whatnot too. GP, you're going to be here, right? I'm going to do a quick restart. My trackpad's not working properly, and
I'm here,
like messing things up here. So I'm going to do a quick restart. You guys should stay live.
Yeah, I'm right here, man. I'm in this discussion. I'm trying to figure it out. So restart, it is needed. I'm right here.
Yeah, I like that idea, GP. I'll see if Foundation, before I go ahead, do a lot about it, just to make sure that they also agree like it's gonna take a bit of time, that it's worth investing the time into. Maybe I'll do like a prototype or some kind. See what. Originally, I was just thinking about doing like a TLDR tweet text based, but maybe that's not like.
You should be able to like plug it into some type of LLM workflow and then get it created. There's some type of workflow there. I was using Google AI Studio for a little bit to animate some of so I'll use GIMP and just storyboard the elements. Like say I wanted a character that's speaking and like explaining some bullet points that are popping up on the screen. I would have that character right there, and then just the scene in the background, and then that way you can give that reference image directly to whatever you're using to animate.
What was it that you used?
GIMP. So it's just a general image manipulation program that's free.
Oh yeah, I know GIMP.
It's GIMP is it's like free Photoshop. Like we spoke about GIMP.
Yeah, but what were you saying about the other one that put the words over it?
So AI Google Studio. So you can use, like, if you needed text, you could go to Text Studio. And Text Studio, you're able to.
Oh yes, that thing. Yeah, I remember actually. Hannah showed us.
Yeah. So these are some of the tools that I use, and I was using it, showing people how to use in the Zest
Oh
content
yes,
workshops
yes.
and stuff. So use that to make your bullet points, and then
Yeah.
you just have the whatever visual animator AI animate it, and then give the text a little bit of flair. Maybe they pop up at different intervals, or whatever uh, style you deem fit. So
Yeah.
it's pretty cool. I like animating that way.
Yeah. It's really effective and costs only like a little bit credit.
Exactly. With AI Studio, now you have to have access to their API key. So I don't think they have any free gens anymore. Even though I have 15 emails, I can't go. I've used all my free gens up. So, uh, time to get a subscription. But it's really just VO3. VO3 is what they're using. You can use
Yeah.
Gemini.
Yeah. Is Peace back?
I think so. Maybe might not be on camera, but he is.
I'm back.
Like, cool. So yeah, one thing is overall from a foundation's perspective, and the work that I will continue to help them is to make the governance stuff more transparent, more public, more engaged, more informed, and we're aware, basically. And the next thing would be like there's a lot of working groups that are also sort of a little bit hidden, the information wise. So we all know they host like Clarity Working Group. There's like a marketing as well. There's probably a working group. We need to check with the Stacks Lab people how they dealing with that, but almost like bring that in line with the approach that recently been taken, making the information of the town hall recap more visible, bringing in line with the SIPCO recap more visible. I understand, like in terms of agendas and all that kind of discussion stuff, probably a little bit out of my purview, I would say. I think as far as at least surfacing the information wise, I'll probably be going into some of those goals, like make sure and taking notes and posting notes. That's also like another part of what I will support the Sachs Foundation on, from making the working group information more transparent and discoverable perspective.
No, I like that. To be honest with you here, I think now that we're streaming all day, and I know most of these are kind of public meetings. Obviously, if it's not a public meeting, that's a different story.
Mm-hmm.
But like the community working group, we tried to do it in the Discord.
Oh yeah, I was there. Yeah,
yeah, that's right. You were there. And I mean, there was some issue. I'm not sure exactly what the issue was, and maybe we can get it in there. The whole goal was to just make it more available to the public and create more awareness.
Yeah,
I think maybe doing it in a Google Meet, which is still accessible to everybody, and then I could always screen share it and share that live. I can stream those sessions live so that now there's a permanent video segment of those conversations. If it's meant to be a public meeting. I know some of the meetings are not public, like the DeFi working group might have some private meetings where they need to talk about some things outside of the immediate purview to get some.
Okay.
Anything that's public, we can stream. We're streaming all day anyway, so we can actually screen share that stuff and then make segments out of it so that it's available content down the line too, if they're interested in us doing that.
Yeah. So because SIPCO and governance stuff are pretty much fully transparent. I don't think we almost never had a meeting private, right? So right. I can imagine some calls being public, but I guess it's almost up to the individual working group to decide that, right?
Right. Right. And I mean, whatever they want to do, we'll work with, I mean, that's, if they want to do it, we can cover it. If they don't want to, that's fine. We're not, we're not looking, it's not like a take it or leave it, all or nothing kind of thing.
Yeah.
And if they, if they don't want to, even if it's public and they prefer us not do that, that's fine too. Although I would imagine it would be a value add without any real negative implication there.
Yeah. So I currently take granola. I don't know if you guys use it.
What is it?
Granola.
Granola. It's called granola. It takes
yeah.
Is it is it an AI note taker? Like
it's basically like a listening AI tool.
Well,
but like you have like Google Meet, you have like Firefly, they jump into as a bot, but you don't have that on X. You have to use a different tool. So I just use a listening tool on my computer that's AI. It's able to give me the notes like on any platform.
So anything that you're in, it's recording and gives you the notes, which is better than like Otter, which sends to a Google Meet, but it has to be let in, and then it might only have a half an hour. And all. So Granola it's local on your device, basically.
Yes. What I was asking sort of that is your clips. How can I get the transcript from this zip code easily?
You should be able to. So what happens is I can't clip it off until the stream's done going live. And so once we end the stream later today, probably won't get to it till tomorrow or so, where at some point I'll be once the clip's done, I go into Google YouTube Studio, I find it, I make a clip of the segment. Now it's its own video. I'll give it a title and add it to a playlist. It should have a transcript then.
I wonder whether there's a way for me to, when you end the stream, I just go and take it into somewhere else to get a transcript.
Actually, I think if I make you a contributor to the YouTube account, you can probably go in and you can probably actually go in and make the clips for me. Not that I'm asking you to do that.
maybe it's just a part of my job to do my job.
The SIP clipper, official SIP clipper.
The official SIP clipper is dude.
I mean, I need to post on to my forum post anyway. Like, here is the link to the zip code, the full episode, starting at X.
How fast are you looking to turn around to get that forum post out there? Like, if
I was thinking today, but I can add things later on. It doesn't matter. I can still post. I'm already taking notes with AI now anyway, so I can make my text-based posts and then add the broadcast.
Just be added to another post below in the forum, or you can even edit that post probably and add it too if you wanted to.
Oh, I cannot edit. Yeah, I have the access to edit on my own posts.
Right. So yeah, I mean, we can try to make sure that the turnaround is as rapid as possible, but it won't be until at the very least, it's not. We can't clip it until it's done broadcast.
Yes, yeah, I got you. Just understand the logistics. Okay, no problem. Yeah. Cool. But anyway, that's all I wanted to talk about today. Do you have anything else you want to bring up?
I don't. I know that there's a lot going on. We could definitely talk about a lot of stuff, but we covered, the two main things that are sticking out to me right now that we didn't talk about today, that are SIP related, that people should be getting involved in the conversations more if they can, if they have any input on them, is Larry's SIP and Freeger's SIP. I don't think we need to go into deep detail on it right now. Yeah. We can maybe plan for that maybe next Friday. Although next Friday I might be GP
in Argentina. Right?
Well, my flight doesn't go out until a couple hours from now, so I technically could do it. But it's better for me to be packed and have all my in order for me to pack, I can't run the show.
Focus. Yes.
You can tune in and listen in.
I'll tune in. Right. I might even tune in from my phone.
Yeah, I need to work out with Stacks Foundation who is actually be like more actively engage with getting the SIP advance, because I'm not sure if they want to handle it, or is it still like in the meantime me and then change it into the future. There's still a few kinks to work out in terms of ownership of responsibilities, basically.
The SIP
So
needs a mascot. The SIPs need a mascot.
like
He's
like
a,
an animal.
He's a cup. He's like a teacup.
Oh,
Fancy.
okay.
You take a sip.
With a pinky
How
pointed
about a
out.
humming?
You gotta put the pinky out too.
How about hummingbird?
How does a
I
hummingbird
saw like so many hummingbirds yesterday. It's ridiculous.
taking a sip from a feeder? I like that.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So we're getting somewhere.
Okay, cool. I won't take too much of your time. Just to say thank you guys for keep hosting this. We'll continue to host it in the meantime. There's a little bit shift in my responsibilities, but I'll keep working with the governance cap people and the foundation, so that everybody knows what's up.
Yeah, and honestly, Hero, I just want to reiterate again, we appreciate. I know it's a good opportunity, and I think we're doing a good job covering this on DeOrganized here. But I want to appreciate, we appreciate the opportunity to have this content, to host these events, to get, especially the big ones when we have the full panel and Bryce is on,
Yeah.
Off is on, and Larry.
For me, that's like the biggest. That's the most constructive ad as a group that we can do.
Yes.
Having the SIP author, I think that's when we truly shine, in my opinion. Like,
Yeah.
if I had to take one of the most sort of useful stuff out of our effort, would be some of those good calls. Therefore, I'll be documenting a little bit, like maybe what are the good practices to making those calls happen. I mean, there's no science to that or something like that. It's not like super rocket science or anything like that, but just having the right people on it, like reaching out to them and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. I think it's a really useful tool that we can do as a community. And quite often the SIP author, they didn't think about some of the stuff that was brought up, and the SIP gets better, refined, improved. That's the whole point.
The SIP gets better. The community gets a little bit of exposure to it. We have some evergreen content about it, which we're going to do a little bit more with curating that now too. So, I mean, I can't see any negative side to doing it, and lots of benefits.
Yeah, great job you guys are doing. So I'm looking forward to your Argentina stream. Peace.
Well, yeah, we'll be. So I'll probably be doing more like
pop in,
and maybe less live interview. I don't know I have no idea how good my connectivity is going to be able to do live streaming for like interviews. So I might just plan on doing them like do the interview and then edit it, go back to my room, edit it, upload it. Then I can actually join the stream from there and stuff like that. It's just, I would love to go walk around and live stream everything, but my experience from Vegas was that's not super functional on location.
Cool, but it's a step in the right direction.
There will be lots of content. We're going to be at Hacker House. We're going to be at the Bitcoin Builders Conference event that Stacks is helping host. There's a bunch of other stuff. SheFi. There's a Stacks meet and greet. Bunch of cool stuff going on. So I'm excited.
Actually, by the way, one thing when you were there, I'm pretty sure Blockface will talk to you about UDC and Stacks AI Guild. But next Monday, are you two free to join our community space, AI Guild? And we'll hash out a little bit about the actual event date in December. Because I think Blockface has some ideas. Just want to make sure, like the media coverage.
We got added to a Telegram channel yesterday too. So that's yes, but I should be available for 3 p.m. on Monday.
It will be like maybe 1 or 2 p.m. because 3 p.m. is getting late in night. in their time. I just want to make sure more people can be involved. So
Okay,
with
so
1 p.m.
we're
okay.
trying to move that to 1 o'clock on the regular. I think that would be better for you guys too, to be honest. I think that would be a better time slot. Later on Monday is tough because
I think
people
there
are.
used to be something on Monday 1 p.m., but I don't see it on your calendar anymore.
Yeah, me and three were gonna do reaction content at 1 on 3 on Mondays, but I think that doing the sip call and then rolling into that might be really cool.
No, Central will still be on Friday. I'm talking about the Monday AI Guild community space.
Oh yeah. So we would already have. Oh yeah. So what if we did a show, an AI show
Yeah, we can do an AI show if you want.
with the AI DEX Guild
instead of the community space.
I think that would be cool.
We could definitely do that. Like do the space, then roll into a show.
Yeah, for sure. We could do.
We'll discuss it more on Monday.
Yeah.
But what time is let's say for the moment community call on space on Monday, and we can discuss that. What time is good? 1 or 2 p.m. ET.
What's better for you?
Oh no,
we'll work with whatever you need, Hero.
Okay.
We'll build it in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say just like maybe 1 p.m. because I don't see anybody taking that slot. So people from the African continent probably have like fresher brains because I feel
it's not way after dinner. It's not. They're not falling asleep. It's not bedtime yet.
Yes.
Unless they're old like me. That's just about.
And I'll get Blockface on. We can talk about sort of the social broadcasting side running up to the event and on the day of the event, and then you guys can talk more and catch up in Argentina.
Perfect.
Cool. All right, I'll send you guys some invite. But yeah, cool. That's all. And actually, good news on the Stacks AI Go front. We managed to get AI credits, or will be getting AI credit for 300.
Nice.
Let's go.
So yeah, we I don't know if you heard GP.
No, I haven't.
Eric.
Xing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hero.
Yeah, we were doing a live stream, I don't know, the other day, Xing, and 300 basically showed what he can do. And I was like, okay, so why don't we make some good stuff for you, Xing, and you help support content creators AI credits like 300, so T can make stuff for you and for other people. So hopefully we'll have like us like, I mean, it doesn't cost like huge amount, but I think that will be the biggest unlock to 300.
Let's go.
It's a valuable credit that he doesn't have to spend his own money on.
Yes,
and it's sponsored by X Inc.'s Eric.
Oh.
And we'll have even more awesome content coming out of 300, as an ecosystem.
Let's go, dude. Congrats, man, to the Stacks AI Guild, and also congrats to Xlink and Eric for this collab, man, because this is the beginning. This is what it is, like, sponsoring our creators that are out here grinding and trying to provide value, right? Is important. So big shout out to Xlink and the Stacks AI Guild. Huge.
Yeah, he will just buy a certain amount of credit, right? And then hopefully it'll last him for a while. So one of my goals now, I realized for the end of the year, would be to get Nosferatus and Bolipig, something similar. So hopefully we'll find some other sponsors, and it's good for the sponsor. 300 created some crazy shit, like just looks so professional, like videos and images with X Inc.'s outfit already. It's insane without him getting the sponsorship, and he's already making those stuff. And I think that's one of the reasons why Eric would trust him to do it, because Eric has already seen what can be done, and now he's willing to sponsor that.
By the way, hoodies from X Inc. are based, very, very comfortable and kept me warm in the cold last night. I'd tell you that much.
It
And
makes me look a little less chubby than I
it
actually
is, man. And you got the deep pockets too, right? And then you got the one pocket, dude. The hoodies are great.
the zip collar, which is like a little bit angled.
Yeah.
Well, on the V1, I like it in the middle because it looks like a little more professional.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I feel like
And I said I know somebody from the UK, well, a Stacks member. I don't know if you remember Nat Cole.
Yeah.
But he basically has like connection in the UK to maybe help Eric with the distribution side of things, you know. So we're just like helping each other. Anyway,
Awesome.
I won't ramble.
All right, guys, we can we'll end this sip call and another great sip show. I think it's episode like 150 something.
crazy.
Yeah, GP is 150 or maybe 160, but I'll just say 150, and we can start counting from 150 next week. 151.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Congrats, Hero. Grinding as always, man. It's a huge accomplishment, dude. That's a lot, man. So
I mean, you guys are doing it much shorter time. You've probably done like, I don't know, 500 already. It's fucking insane. I just do it that week.
Yeah, with the night show and everything, we've definitely done.
Oh man, we need to create a song for Xing now.
oh, dude.
We'll have to do another. Yeah.
You like
Who
it?
made this?
I made this. So what I realized, this is completely not typical now. So what I realized with Suno is when I tell it to go like generic, it does generic. But what I did with this one, because you remember like a few weeks ago I did like, it sounded too pop.
It was a little too happy.
It was
Yeah.
just like vibe happy kind of popular song, So what I basically did was I told it to go sophisticated, and
Nice.
it made a whole difference. And I gave it like specificity. I said like, I like rock, I like jazz, so I said give it like rock and jazz with like make it sophisticated. That for somebody like Stas, code dev, highly intelligent people would like to hear.
I think it's great. The lyrics are great. The musicality is great. I think you did an excellent job, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I'll keep practicing my skill.
Let's go.
It becomes
I think it's so fun. I think this could be the first thing that they learn in the AI Guild, or actually Web2 people coming into Stack. Rather than getting them to create like images and video content, maybe the Web2 people coming to Stacks, this is one of the first things they do, like make a music,
Music makes the world go round.
Yeah, make a music, and then slowly we will, get you deeper into making AI content, AI visual content about Leo. But first, make a music that you enjoy, so you know the power of AI, and then we will show you other parts of AI power.
Right, and it's an easy lift too.
It's super
Cool.
easy.
Right.
It's actually quicker than vibe coding.
It's fast. It's real fast. It makes the songs in less than a minute. You got something to listen to. You have a result. It takes longer to type in what you want than it does to generate the song.
Does it have memories or it doesn't? Like, because ChatGPT has memory, so it helps. But I feel like this one, you could just have. Yeah, I'm just thinking like.
It has the song you created, and there's content about that. Did you see? Check out yesterday's morning show because Orange has been producing songs and like learning how to like. He really has dove into Suno, and he was showing us some stuff yesterday as to his processes for getting to make the song.
I missed that. Oh yeah, yesterday. Sorry, I was out. I was actually cutting grass. But yeah, no, it's interesting his process. I love it. How did he hear about Suno then? From us?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
I'm watching the show.
Yeah.
So, All right, I'm gonna go eat my lunch. We're gonna play some content. We'll have more stuff going throughout the rest of the day. Get out and support your ecosystem, and thank you all for tuning in today. I'm Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday, and every Friday with the weekly Stacks Improvement Proposal Show. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Hero. Thank you, GP. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Let's go. Hello, how you doing, my friends? I turned all my lights off. Like I was done with the show for today. What's up, everybody? It's Peace Love Music back with another episode of the Stacks Improvement and Innovation Show brought to you by DeOrganized. We've got a great episode today. We are going to be talking more about Clarity 4 and the addition of WebAuthn, native WebAuthn, and passkey functionality for Clarity 4 upgrade. We got a bunch of OGs here, and let's get into it. We have, I don't see Hero. I always bring on Hero first. Let's bring on, I got Hattie. Hattie, how you doing today?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up? We got GPSD in the house. Blockface is going to chat with us in the conversation here. Bryce looking nice. What's up, man? How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing well. How's it going?
Good, good. Eric's in the house. Eric, I really liked, we actually picked up your conversation yesterday. We were actually, I hope you don't mind, we were screen share streaming while you guys were, was that yesterday or the day before?
Oh, nice. Okay.
So yeah, it was an awesome conversation. We thought it was great content for us, and it now segues nicely kind of into this conversation too. So good stuff there.
Appreciate it.
We got Gary Reiger in the house. Gary saying he may not be able to participate much, but any contribution we get from you, sir, we greatly appreciate. And here is Hero, our Hero. How you doing today, Hero? You with us? Hero might be having some technical difficulties. Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up? Here.
What's happening? How you doing today, Hero?
I like it. Yeah, great. Thanks for coming up. But he's Rocky, a good person.
Hero, you're kind of like sounds like you got some kind of like phasing issue. You're coming in and out.
Let's
see if he's all right. He's gonna take a walk. Is Rafa? I heard he was coming on. He was on the list. We actually send him the link directly here. Cool. Would definitely love to have his, since he was the one that made the post, submit, suggesting adding this.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Hero's completely gone. All right. Well, I was normally how I segue into this is to ask Hero what his agenda is exactly, and I don't have that. That's okay. I know that we're here to talk about Clarity 4 again. By the way, thank you guys for joining us. Always appreciate the time, and these conversations are great. I think they really are helpful for the ecosystem in general, the broader community, to get an idea of some of the technical things going on in the space. We are going to be talking about Clarity 4 today, and specifically the topic of WebAuthn and passkey, native WebAuthn passkey functionality added to the Clarity 4 upgrade. Who wants to go first to talk about that? Who's Bryce? You're the author of Clarity 4, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm the author of the SIP. This specific item really just came from the community. Like you said before, Rafa was a big one pushing it. So I would not call myself an expert at all in this, but I wrote the SIP and I'm implementing it. But I'm really excited to hear how people might use this thing, because there's like basically all kinds of, as I started looking into it, I realized how many use cases there are for these other kinds of signatures, basically.
So from a very non-technical fundamental position, I can kind of go into how, so our roadmap for DeOrganized, we have a really cool, MVP. Here's Rafa too. That's great. Nice. I'll make this quick. We have a really great website, beta version, like MVP, that Trippin Monkey built out for us using his Rising Tide protocol. It's creator centric. We're looking to go into our V2, and a lot of the content, even the use case, like it's going to be like you said, your user account is tied to your Stacks wallet. So you're engaging as a user with signature transactions only predominantly. There will be engagement for transactions, sending crypto, engaging with NFTs and that sort of thing. There's an identity piece, obviously, and then engaging with your audience as a creator and other tools. But there's not a lot of financial stuff involved. And it also can appeal to non-native users in some of the functionality and tools we're going to be providing. So in my understanding, we'll be able to use that. We'll be able to use the embedded wallet option for people that are onboarding that aren't really crypto native, but are familiar with passkey functionality. So we can, and we're not becoming a custodian for them. They still have the wallet exists on our platform, but it's their wallet. They got everything in their passkey. Their passkey access is on their machine. It's a little safer than the enclave functionality. And I'm speaking over my head there, like the TEE. From what I've heard from people that know better than me, it's a little bit more secure than a TEE option like Privy, which is still an option in the marketplace. It's still a functional option, but it's a little bit more secure, but still easy much easier onboarding process. It abstracts away obviously the seed phrase and having to have a wallet app and engaging that way. You can just go to my app. You have a wallet there. That wallet has your stuff in it. But you're still custodian your wallet. So it's just a much easier onboarding for non-crypto native users is what it seems like to me. I don't know what the other options are. And Rafa's here, so we can actually have him speak to that. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Hey, peace, love. Hey, everybody. Nice to see everybody on stage. Blackface, Brees, Eric. I see you really fit, Eric. GP, Hattie, and Hero. How's everyone?
Rafa, the last time Eric came on here, he made me jealous. He was rocking his Fact Fun tee.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, maybe I should go grab mine.
Absolutely. Actually, there's more t-shirts coming from Nobody Famous, so fingers crossed we'll have one for everyone who needs it imperatively.
Let's go. So Rafa, why don't you tell us a little bit about why you proposed WebAuthn? What do you see it as? What do you see it as? What's the value you think it brings to Clarity 4?
Yeah, great question. Peace, love. The short answer is, how do you onboard your mom? Is it going to be with an email? Is it going to be with your normal seed phrase that you have to write down or engrave somewhere and then hide and then lose your money? Is it going to be through a third party? And knowing my mom, the best way for her, like sometimes she even forgets her own passwords, but she never forgets, the passkey of her phone, or, being able to scan her face. So back in February, I started looking into this, prompted by Freezer. And I stumbled around essentially Stacks not supporting that encryption algorithm to be able to securely store that passkey inside of the device secured enclave. And then I started binging on videos by the ex-co-founder of Ledger, and how he had tried to jailbreak some of these devices, and sort of describe the bad and the good, the bad and the ugly around passkeys. And I really thought that this could essentially, me as a builder, I'm not going to lie, squeeze everybody out. I'm able to go from the app directly to the users from their device. And that is huge. It removes any sort of need to integrate any sort of third party, or that doesn't have any open source code, or the complexity around managing the seed phrase itself, and the wallets, and all these things that I would still have to learn. Well, here I can just simply use that passkey, which is supported by all of our devices today. You can pay with your credit card. More than 1 billion users have actually tried the passkey system. So that's essentially it. The goal is to onboard my mom, and she's going to be able to scan her passkey really easily, and in the background she'll have a decentralized Stacks wallet governed by her device.
Love it.
It sounds obvious. It also kind of, because one of the other solutions there would be custodial wallet, where they're logging in with a log on, and the wallet exists on your app entirely, and you're storing their keys, and that's obviously a lot more risk to the provider at that point. You don't want to be a custodial provider if you can avoid it. That's kind of like the opposite. So it still allows self-custody, but you get the
absolutely. That is a great point.
In the wallet,
yeah, exactly. So that is really key, because we've seen, like, through the years, finance has become very regulated. There's all sorts of rules not to be essentially a custodian. Like, you have to go through all sorts of AML, KYC. It's very, very it's technically very difficult to comply with these rules. And here, the user owns their own key. They're not trusting a third party, even though perhaps somebody in the panel can describe some of these third party solutions. But for me, as a native crypto, I think that this is sort of like two paradigms colliding, and we're enabling sort of normies to become one of us, in the sense that they will own their own key. I would potentially see this as more like of a hot wallet to start with, because there could be some issues at the edge if you synchronize your device and your passkey goes to another device. But apart from that, this is really secured. Like, it's stored inside of the enclave of the device, and Brice and Eric, or anyone who wants to add on into the security assumption and so on. But from my understanding, this is really world class.
So, Bryce, Eric, you guys have anything based on what we've been talking about? What's your guys' opinions, and or what can you guys add?
Hey, Rafa, can you? Yeah, so I haven't done too much research into this signature algorithm. I have like a high-level overview of like kind of how SecP, well, it's called SecP 256R1, which is kind of like an improved or enhanced government version of SecP 256K1. That's what it seems like. But Can you walk through the flow of what you were envisioning of how to onboard your mom and how this new signature algorithm in Clarity fits into that whole flow process?
Yeah, so from a user's perspective, not too technical, I'd say, today you can compare this with other apps. Like Pump Fund has a good app, and the onboarding process is really good. You can buy crypto with Apple Pay, for example, and just one click away from having crypto in the system. Here it would be similar, I guess. The user signs into the app. It can be a mobile app. Usually users love that, but it can even be a web app, which means that you don't even need the permissions that you usually do with iOS and Google Store. And when you sign up with your passkey, essentially the passkey is stored, the public passkey is stored inside of the contract itself. So the contract is being deployed in the background. People like AIBTC are doing something similar where they deploy an AI agent contract principle, which is providing the user some sort of levers on how to parameter what can be done inside that smart wallet, and also gives the agent another sort of user principle, but this time managed by the AIBTC team, can essentially assist the user on their behalf. But long story short, you connect yourself on the app. It deploys a smart contract wallet, a Stacks contract principle with your passkey, public key inside of it. Every time you sign with your passkey, it verifies inside the code, thanks to all the wonderful work that the core engineers and Breeze are doing. And Stacks now can read that, okay, yeah, this signature corresponds to the private key using the public key, and then using simple Clarity code, it can do whatever you imagine it can do, which, for example, is just transferring an amount of Stacks, an amount of stablecoin, USDA, USDH, an amount of wrapped Bitcoin such as SBTC. And that's how you onboard your mom. You could invite her in a way, like you could invite her to connect and you've already prepaid an amount of Bitcoin. Or you could pair the service with an on-ramp service like Apple Pay or something else. And if they support Stacks or Stacks Asset, then your mom can simply use her credit card, and then it debits the fiat and credits her smart contract wallet on Stacks with SBTC. And then from now on, that smart contract can even be represented as a credit card itself inside of her Apple Pay. And in the same way, she goes to the store and she pays with her Apple Pay credit card. Now she can pay with her Stacks smart wallet credit card, so to speak.
So can this be done with Privy or Turnkey already, like with all this Apple Pay and all this stuff? Is the difference? I'm trying to understand. Is the difference that it's more secure because it's native support, so you don't have to rely on a third party? So essentially, we can create our own native Privy, so to speak. We don't need to trust a third party's. I believe they are closed source code. They are not open source. So many of the things you're trusting them to handle. So by having Clarity 4 and native support, we can essentially create our own native Privy service. Would that be correct to say? It's not like it cannot be done today, Apple Pay via Privy, but it's that by having a native support, we are removing several layers of trust assumptions. Therefore, when you onboard your mom with Privy Apple Pay or Stacks created Privy native, it is much more secure using our own native Privy. Would that be sort of accurate?
I feel like I'm stealing the stage here, guys, but feel free to answer. But my short answer is yes. Like, you can read on Clarity, okay, this is your smart contract, it's humanly readable. This is my public key corresponding to my passkey, and my private key is stored inside my device. So I'm not depending on any third party to sort of store that private key and using MPC or using different mechanisms. I'm just trusting myself. So it comes with pros and cons. And
if I may just reword in a way that average people can understand, I think it's like basically you're giving your password away to somebody else, and you have to trust that person to handle that password in whatever their secure implementation is, but that password is still handled by somebody else, not you, not your own device. So if we have native support, that password is in your device, it's not touched by a third company, third party, right?
perhaps you can compare it with emails. Like when email came out, it was very peer-to-peer, and then you have like these big providers that started giving away all sorts of storage and benefits, and now almost everyone used them. But I'm curious what Brice and Eric and others in the on stage here think about it. But yes, for me, it's cleaner. Like it's more elegant. It's more directly to the user. It would still remain a hot wallet in the sense that, yeah, you would want more robust mechanisms that already exist for larger amounts, such as just like a multi-sig or your normal stacks derivation path and so on, or even Bitcoin.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I brought Rocky here and Blockface is Rocky has experiences in other ecosystem using some of those solutions, and other ecosystem have smart contract wallet and etc. So I would love if Rocky can share his experience on how he onboarded his friend. Rocky, if you're there.
Hey,
His
can you guys hear me?
His mom, not his friend. The goal is the mom, because
yeah.
your UX is so freaking good, because your friend can be onboarded to Stacks almost today. It doesn't. We don't know if that will stick around, but
Hold on. Your mom is the goal, because that's obviously if your mom can do it, everyone can do it. But your friends are actually going to be more engaged users than your mom, and it is easier to onboard them with this method, or any less friction onboarding method is good right now. You need to onboard.
I challenge anyone in this panel to onboard their mom as soon as we have passkey integrated into Stacks, and I think that if they onboard it to whichever app, I think that app has a good chance to onboard the masses.
Definitely a good analogy. But it's broader than that. It really is.
Let's hear from Rocky. I want to hear his experience. Just give a bit outside perspective, from outside the Stacks ecosystem perspective.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear. Check. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm loving everything you guys are saying. Hey, Rafa. I know you're a big fan of passkeys, so we're trying to get it done. But last night, Mohan on our team and Blockface and I just playing around with Turnkey and doing a simple demo and playing it out. So we successfully sent one STX from my personal wallet to the new Turnkey wallet. So it's on mainnet. We'll show off some demo videos later on. But to answer the question directly on what is the experience like on other blockchains, on other applications that we played around with. We had the chance probably 6, maybe 8 months ago to work with the ARC team from the Solana side. And so around 8 months ago, there was that crazy AI agents hype, agents on chain, right? All the AI tokens were really taking off, right? And so they commissioned us. They were like, okay, there's so many other projects out there. How do we have an edge, right? And so we looked into just normal AI automation Web 2 products, right, that were out there already. And we made a safe bet on N8N. And then N8N is pretty much all over YouTube now, right? A lot of people compared them to what OpenAI ChatGPT came out recently this last week on their agent builder, right? And so we kind of did some competitor analysis and dissecting, and we figured that they were using React Flow as their way to do like agent, drag and drop, node-based builder like UI experiences, right? And so we paired that experience with their Rust-based sort of automation to like backend, right? Very performant. They're looking to cater to enterprise and sort of looking for domain expertise, right? But they were like, okay, we're doing this whole AI agent thing, on-chain agent thing, but how do we actually onboard people who are already using tools like Zapier and N8N who don't really want to worry about seed phrases, right? They lose that. They lose access to their automation or their bot wallet, right? They don't want to worry about that kind of stuff, right? They just really just want to experiment and figure out what this on-chain agent thing, how does it even work, right? And so the partners at Arc, they were looking into Privy. And so we looked into Privy and we did the build and integrated Privy with them, with the flow builder. And it worked out really, really smooth. Aiden on our team, he had a great, DX developer experience working with that. And documentations were clear and we got it working and delivered it on time and everything went really smoothly. Be able to just, spin something up without having to worry about the seed phrases and wallet creation. So,
one question for you, Rocky, maybe. Using that solution, do users have to worry about gas fee management?
Yeah, so from so a little bit on my background, if you haven't heard me talk on Spaces before, but I've been working in e-commerce for like 11 plus years, right? And one of the things that typically drops the user is like any kind of shipping. No one wants to play shipping when they shop. They don't like seeing fees, right? Sometimes even if you start enabling taxes into your calculations on e-commerce, you'll see a drop in conversions as well, right? And so my take there from a consumer perspective, from a user perspective, is that if there was any way for you to subsidize the gas, it's most likely going to improve your conversions from a user perspective, right? So maybe just bake that into the costs, of your overall product, right? From the e-commerce store side, and then configure some kind of like stipend or some kind of spend in the wallet where let's say it's like, oh, if you transact a total like $1 worth of gas, it's free, right? So it's not free forever, but just to get them through the door to try out your product, to buy your product. And then once you figure that they're a loyal customer, right, and you're able to capture what in e-commerce you call like AOV or like average order value, right? So it's like they're buying more, you're getting more margin, right? You're making money off of this customer long term, right? Then you can kind of like subsidize maybe some more gas if that's in sort of your margin calculations, right? These are all like revenue number type things, but if you're able to do that, users, it's way better for conversions versus showing that little bit of gas in the checkout.
That was it. Who we haven't heard from yet? 2 people, actually. 3 people. Well, I was going to say this guy right here, Blockface. I'd love to hear what you have to say in compliment to Rocky.
I feel like Web3 is about to catch up with Web2 with this experience. I have the benefit of having seen the demo that Rocky's going to share in a bit, but you have your phone, you click login, it says you want to use passkey. I click on passkey and I scan. If I'm on my MacBook, I scan my fingerprint and then I see my Stacks wallet that's compatible on the mainnet. And I've never experienced that before, but my overall feeling is that from 2009 and 2025, we've been catering to innovators and early adopters. And right now we're crossing the chasm into the early majority. Now, the early majority are different than the innovators and early adopters, because innovators and early adopters use technology because it's cool. But who we want to market to now, right, according to the Stacks roadmap, are people that use things because they're usable and useful. So useful is one thing, like generating yield. Usable is it ergonomic for your mom? You know, your mom is the conversation topic today, right? What a surprise, talking about your mom on a serious subject like today, but it's true. And so how do we match the experience your mom is used to in Web 2 and Web 3? I see that future, having seen what Turnkey can do with the just tap. It's almost like thumb-driven design. And soon the thumb's going to go away with the glasses and things like that, with voice becoming the interface. But I see with Turnkey almost looking like a more powerful privy in a way, by the way they use their... I'm still figuring out this real granular detail between trusted execution environments and enclaves. That's still something I'm looking at, but to be able to thumb tap login, finger scan passkey, this embedded wallet feature where the wallet falls away into the background and the user focuses on their one task per screen. I think that's where Web3 has its Web 2 moment, where we were, because people have, if your mom has trouble with one password, now we're asking her what, to do another 20 passwords? Yeah, that's a great experience. Thanks, you know. So I think for all of those reasons, things like Turnkey are bringing Web3 payment experiences to Web 2 quality, which is really what we need to onboard people like, that's right, your mom. Thank you.
I think the real honest question is, do we want our moms in the same industry that we work in?
Not this one, the one we're building.
We want it to be. We want the industry to be abstracted away, so mom doesn't know anything about it.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Mom is going to trust their sons in terms of how to be onboarded and their UX. If the UX is bad, the son there's nothing that the son can do for mom to be onboarded. But if UX is good, then that's great. So I think like mom will not care. Like it depends where she's located on the world, right? If she's in a Western country, there's no censorship and so on, because there's a question by Hattie in the chat. But you know, Turnkey is great too. The only difference is, again, the seed phrase, like the passcode, the password is managed through a sophisticated way by a third party instead of being stored in the enclave of the device. So we have to also think of recovery mechanisms. Perhaps your recovery mechanism can be your friends, and I think Ryder is doing a great job. Shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, who's a gigastar in Stacks. And they do it via your friends. Like, and you could imagine the same mechanism where if you lose your passkey inside your device, maybe inside a smart contract, there's a way for other people who you've designed, who you designated, to, you know, be able for you to find a path towards recovering your keys. And I think that's that I can see rather than, you know, the email. And then, have you tried recovering your account with Twitter? Or I think that the topic also Hadi is bringing is, you know, censorship in other countries, and how you know, sometimes they censor IP addresses, and probably FactFun is not available, you know, in Nigeria, and people need to use a VPN or something. And Telegram was censored, and if it is probably still censored in Iran and in Russia, and the way they do it is they rotate the IP address to allow for these users to still be able to access the service, which gives them a voice and free speech. And Bitcoin in and of itself, how do you censor it from a government's perspective? Do you censor it, or do you embrace it? Because everybody is kind of embracing it. So in terms of your mom, you know, as a son, I would advise her to, I'm obviously biased, but I would advise her to have it in her enclave and then it gives her more power. Like if she's being censored or if she's being threatened, maybe she can count on her own friends to recover her keys, and she feels more sovereign in a way, and it makes her a part of it. Like she is able to taste it, and at the same time have that UX that flows, that is easy, with which she's familiar every day. Every day, is she typing her email password, or is she just scanning her passkey? Likelihood she's scanning her passkey.
So, question for Bryce on this. In going ahead and implementing this new signature algorithm called SecP 256R1, are there any, I guess for lack of a better word, overhead implications for adding the signature in the Clarity code base? And would this open the doors for adding more different signature algorithms in Clarity later on?
Yeah, sure. So the first question, like overhead, no, I don't think it really adds anything. Like obviously there's some cost when you actually use this thing to verify a signature, but it should be on the same level as the SecP 256K one support that we have now. And actually the as part of this change, so the library that StacksCore uses right now to do the K1 verification does not support the R1 curves. So as part of this implementation, I'm bringing in a new library from Rust Crypto, which is, so this is now going to be a native Rust library, whereas the previous one was a wrapped C library. So this native Rust library is actually probably safer than the wrapped C version. And we'll use that for both the old K1 signatures and these new R1 signatures. So, but yeah, and then as far as future curves or encryption models go, I guess this is just kind of like one more time practicing adding something. So I would imagine the next thing we add would be some like resistant crypto, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, prepared for the future when we're when these algorithms might get cracked by some you know, some device that is being built right now. So yeah, anytime like practicing adding these things is always good. And to kind of just to clarify the details of it, all that's actually happening in Clarity is just one new function is being added that can take in one of these signatures from your passkey or your YubiKey or whatever, and just validate that it came from a public key that you want to check against. And everything else that Rafa and Rocky and Blockface are talking about is now able to be built around that because of this new key verification function. So it's actually really simple what's being added into Clarity itself.
Just to build on Eric's question, I think in the forum Marvin had a similar question, so I just want maybe to read it to you. He says it would be cool if Clarity had generic ECDSA functions with the ability to set ECC parameters yourself. So I don't know what that means exactly in details, but it seems that he had to choose like SCCP 256R1 or K1 instead for a writer because of the fact that Stacks didn't support essentially P256.
Yeah, so I'll try to answer. I'm no cryptography expert.
ECC
but
is elliptic curve cryptography, I imagine, huh?
Yeah, that's
okay,
right.
Good.
And my gut reaction would be that like we could give too much. If you give too much rope to the developers, you could choose bad parameters and end up with insecure signatures. So that's, you know, sometimes it's better to limit what can be done so that you're kind of forced into these known standards. So the K1 is obviously what's used in Bitcoin. R1 is what's used in all these other places, and what at least used to be recommended by various governments. So it's probably best, unless you really know what you're doing, to stick with those kind of known selected curves.
So the one that, so just to just understand what you're saying, the one that we selected or you guys selected is a pretty battle tested curve.
Oh yeah. So the one that's been in stacks from the beginning, the SEC P256K1 is what's used in Bitcoin, and then this new one that we're adding, the R1, is like everybody's been describing. It's used in passkeys and YubiKeys and hardware security modules. All these different things use this one. So they're both very well battle tested, and the library that we chose was carefully validated, and we ensured that we're choosing something that's been heavily reviewed and used.
That's awesome. I think that's really, I'm really glad to hear that. Why don't we show a bit of demo? So now let's visualize what the future could be. Blockbase, show us how it's done. How to onboard your mom.
I shall defer to the unofficial experience design officer for Stacks. Rocky, go ahead.
Yeah, let me see if I can share my screen here.
There you
All
go.
right.
You're up.
Take a look at my very beautiful landing page that we threw together. Please do not go to this website. This is all testing purposes only. So let's see if we can actually create. I just created a new wallet while we were talking here, but let's create a new one, right? So we just kind of go in. This little pop-up shows up, right? Assuming we don't have a login yet with passkey, let's just go sign up with passkey. This little thing will pop up.
So I don't even need to enter my email. I just create.
No, if you have your phone and it supports passkey, you can save it directly to your password manager, right? So I'm on an iPhone. It's checking my phone right now. Then it spins up a wallet. And there you go.
Wow.
What kind of phone does your mom have, Hero? I'm curious, because she definitely is not on her laptop every day, but on her phone likely.
She has, I think Samsung, so probably supports fingerprint and Face ID.
Yeah. So right now it doesn't have like an actual like Stacks wallet yet, right? So at least in this UI, you can always program it where, maybe if you create like a user profile on your application, it could create the wallet for you. But in this case, just going to make a new wallet, and then you get a wallet address. There's a QR code if you want to, send me some STX and test it out. But in this case, you can also withdraw it by pasting in your recipient Stacks address. The amount we'll probably have to include some support for SBTC next.
So that's probably like potentially like you can withdraw to an Xverse wallet where you actually have your more secure C-phrase wallet, right?
Yeah, if you want to send the money out to another wallet that maybe the seed was generated sort of more manually, if you wanted to, I'm not going to click on it, but you can actually click on this export wallet and it'll give you your seed phrase. And I actually tried it out last night. So the wallet that's created in here is just like any other Stacks wallet, right? So you can go to your Leather wallet, your Xverse wallet, punch in your seed phrase, and it'll load the same information in your other wallets as well. So you can use them both at the same time. So for example, let me log out of this one, right? And I want to log back in. So I want to log back in to another account, the first account, the first, I call it the Turnkey Test 1 wallet. That was the first one we created last night as part of the test. Let's load that up. And so here you go. That is the one Stacks that I sent myself from my Xverse wallet to this address.
So to create a wallet takes 2 taps. One, passkey. Second tap is to create that wallet from fresh.
Yeah, and you can probably program to, and maybe Bryce, you can confirm that, but I imagine you could just spin up a already made sort of Stacks wallet with the user experience if you want to take out that extra click to create the wallet as well.
And this one you can send your one. This is on testnet or mainnet? Mainnet, right?
This is on mainnet. I tested
so
this
you
with
can
Leather.
send this one STX to somewhere else right now.
Sure, you want me to send this to you?
Yeah,
I just sent. How do you have to refresh the screen to see if?
Let's see.
I just sent you an STX.
I don't know. I may have to relog or something.
It could be the system's a little slow this morning. We got
So I wonder whether there's a world where you can just tap passkey to log in, and already there's a bit of gas fee for you to use.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So I have not looked into turnkey at all. Can you explain a bit like what's happening? Where is the secret phrase stored here in this model?
It's just using the standard template that was in the docs for turnkey.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just have
to I think for more context, so turnkey, they have like their own entire infrastructure for lack of a better word, securing users' keys, right? But they don't necessarily have access to those keys. The guest that came on the live stream yesterday, he kind of went a bit more into how it works.
Okay.
But it's also like leveraging TEEs, trusted executable environments. But essentially, in this example, what Rocky is showing is that the private key that the passkey is associated with is securely stored somehow and in some way. I don't know if it's like it's definitely not stored in its raw format, but it's always associated with that passkey associated with the user. And turnkey, like they don't have the ability to access that particular key as well. So
Eric, I think just to build on that, usually I haven't read turnkey, but usually they use this multi-party computation where the several entities are required to be able to reconstitute that seed phrase. I'm sure you guys know MPC, like the multi-party computation. Usually, like some of these providers, they use that technology to divide that responsibility of storing the seed phrase in between multiple parties. And it's pretty fast it's very, very fast to do so. Yeah.
So I did a bit of ChatGPT. Turnkey apparently is the key is shared and encrypted. Turnkey's infrastructure holds one part, the user or enterprise holds the other. Full key material never exists in one place. So it sounds a little bit like a threshold signature type of approach, it seems. So it is multiple people. But whereas Privy, it's stored in a local device, secure storage, such as secure enclave, but Privy can store an encrypted shared or recovery share in its backend to allow async between devices. So actually I had this question to Boom Wallet because they are doing some implementation already, and they do come across this issue of if you want to have more than one device, because it's secured locally, like I can't just log into my browser with the same like login. Like I have to create a new one. It's just not the same login experience as Web2 because I can use my Gmail login, on any device, it'll work. But if you store your key locally, you can't do that. So you almost have to store it somewhere in the cloud so that all the different devices can access that in order to have a Web2-like experience. So I think that's the trade-off. If you store it locally versus like turnkey, perhaps their method is more on the cloud somewhere, or like shared, but on the cloud.
Yeah. And then so the alternative, which I think maybe is what you're pointing to, Rafa, is that the wallet itself is actually a smart contract, and in order to spend, you're signing with your passkey and then sending these R1 signatures into the contract and validating them.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I'm not entirely sure whether for a wallet we want to be able to have that smoothness, like meaning like synchronize across devices and so on. Sometimes you want your data to be more attached to a device. As long as you have a recovery mechanism, and I think that the Rider approach is a great one. I don't necessarily see, a wallet in the same way as an email or something I can synchronize everywhere, because it's money in the end. So this gives me the impression of really controlling it. And don't want to be pedantic, but you'll be able to deploy your wallet in just with your passkey, because sort of the app provider will deploy that contract for you right away. And they can just send some gas fees. They could just take care of the gas fees as well as part of the service. And you are still sovereign. If you want to move out of that service provider to another one, you'll be able to do so. You're still the one who governs what happens in your wallet contract principle. Yeah, for me, it sounds like Rocky. Whenever you're ready to upgrade, let's talk and make it happen. I'm just joking. I think it's still a great solution, and they are having a ton of success. But it's just my philosophy is more try and give the user that sovereignty in a smoothest way, or at least having the option. And that's just an entry point, by the way. And you said, like, do we want our mothers to be onboarded to our industry? My answer is categorically yes, Eric, because I want my mother to understand Bitcoin. I want her to be able to get some Bitcoin really quickly. Currently, it's trendy, right? Because finally, governments are starting to chase it, etc. So I think to provide that service, like use your credit card and gift card Bitcoin to someone who will really own it, is a little product that I think could gain some momentum. But I do see that your approach is really, really clever in just targeting people who are already there, who are already using, and this is more far-fetched. But you could imagine, onboard VCs as well, using, 2 authentication processes, so they can also double sign with their passkeys in a multisig. Just to throw an example.
Yeah, what about Blockface commercial, from the commercial side? How much just to give people a bit of context, how much did Turnkey raise, and also who bought Privy?
So this was an interesting thing. We were looking at the maybe the key, there's a Turnkey hackathon happening on DoorHacks. I think I first heard about it through Rocky and Eric, right? Because Eric pointed out how important Turnkey might be for this, bringing Web3 to your mom. I don't know what we call it. I think we're going with that now. So, we had some discussion on Twitter to understand what that really is about. Rocky asked me to do a deep search with Manus, if you've ever used Manus to do deep research. And I looked at all of the different use cases. So I'm just going to quickly share my screen and just give you a little overview. So this is what might be, again, just looking at what is how do we compare Privy and Turnkey? Are they the same? Are they different? If they are different, how so? So this is just some details on the market here. So Privy, who is using Privy? These companies, Hero? Hyperliquid. Right. So these are companies that are already using Privy.
I don't see your screen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my mistake. That's weird. Okay, let me try it again. Oops. Encore une fois.
Oh, sorry, dude.
It's okay. So at the Best for Rocky last night, when we were looking at this, we wanted to understand, again, we have Privy and we have Turnkey. Both represent solutions that make it easier for your mom to interact with the world that we're in right now. And so if you go through this, I'll share it after this stream, but it's in the private chat. You can see these companies use Privy. right? So that's just to give you an idea of the companies that use this technology for their most basic of functions. And I think you asked how much funding Turnkey got. And I believe if I go Control F, Stripe. So there you go. So Stripe is buying everyone up, and this we should expect to continue along in the future. So is this a problem worth solving, a job to be done, something that people are focused on? Yes, absolutely. Web 2 is lining up to try to own this side, and I think that's what Rafa is interested in as well, because Rafa and people like Crypto Dude are interested in kind of what I call freedom-oriented development, right? That's right. And so, but you know, if we look at Privy, the largest players in the game are availing themselves of this service. And if it is true that Turnkey provides an additional layer of kind of programmatic security that may not be in Privy, the writing's on the wall for Turnkey and solutions like it.
Yeah, I think it's very clear just from outside of Stacks market validation perspective, this technology is being deployed, is being used, and it is something that if we want to stay in competition with all this other chain, I think it's just a necessary feature that we need to have. Yes, you can do it today with Privy. There's a workaround, right? But I think so you can actually do it today, and Dan is already doing it, running in with emails. You don't have to create C phrase, and you can use third party like Privy and other people. But I think adding more options for ourselves, in addition to using third party, it gives our builders the ability to choose, and maybe because we don't have as much like functionalities, because we essentially need to build a Privy like stuff from scratch, and there's probably SDK to be built and different stuff to be built. But I think at least we're setting the foundation on the ground for a fully composable smart contract wallet to be developed, which will be, or hopefully will be, more secure than Privy. And maybe we will have a new Privy on Stacks. So I think it's just a no-brainer to do in Stacks, since it's not like a unproven concept, like unfunded feature that nobody wants, right? You can clearly see the market validation somewhere else. So for me, it's just a really clear, like, we should have it, and we should have it as quickly as possible, and we should get it to the hands of the builders so they can start playing around with it. And I love the recent effort of the Turnkey stuff, because I think it really draws eye to what the possibility can be, and shout out to Rocky who demonstrated this. I'm surprised how fast you can create a wallet now. This is really insane. And yeah.
Shout out to one of our other indie devs in the community. He goes by the name of iAtomic One. So he was the one that first brought up Turnkey to me back earlier this summer, because he was trying to use it within Stacks. And that led to the conversation of, okay, well, how can you actually use Stacks with Turnkey? We were able to find a workaround with it, basically piecemealing the code together, and then eventually having Turnkey add a Stacks guide in their documentation, and then leading to this current ongoing Turnkey Builder Challenge. So yeah, shout out to iAtomic One, if anyone who knows who that is. He was the one that basically introduced me first to Turnkey, and how it's now possible to use Turnkey or any other embedded wallet solution with Stacks. So
I would love to see like a hackathon based on Clarity 4 going live, and people creating something around our own native solution. I think it would be a great exercise to get, because builders are really in their own zone. They are really focusing on their own priorities, and we need to catch their attention a little bit. Just get them like a bit of, a taste what it could be, and when they actually hands-on create leveraging this functionality, I think they will start to understand, wow, this is like night and day difference, and I think they will automatically up that feature on their priority workflow. So I think just a suggestion.
I've got another quick question. This one's for Bryce. Going back to what he mentioned about using a native Rust crypto library for this implementation.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you mentioned how it's safer than how we're currently using a wrapper library for the K1 signature algorithm. So I guess the question is there a more safer alternative or a safer library for using the K1 signature scheme in Clarity?
Is there a safer one? No, I think this is the best one that we are aware of. So
Gotcha.
Joey Yandel, who's a cryptographer, he's focused on cryptography. He went through and audited all the existing libraries and found this to be the best one.
Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
So we're going the way of Web 2 and oxidizing our language with Rust.
Yeah.
I like it. Is that because of the safety and all of the other benefits that everyone else is moving from C to C++ to Rust? Is that the motivation?
Yep. Yeah. You can basically just kind of eliminate a whole class of problems with Rust versus what you might have in C, which not that the library that we were using was unsafe, like it was very well audited and all that as well. But if we can use one that's pure Rust, we're going to prefer it.
Yeah. As a vibe coder, I am learning to appreciate developer experience for the first time, and the ergonomics of developer experience. And I think that if we are competing on the basis of making it easier to program money, right, then this developer experience that we went on with Clarity, I think of all the things Stacks has created, Clarity is probably one of the most fundamental. And making that easier to program, maybe for mom's nephew, is how we bridge that gap.
So yeah, definitely. I think developer tools and like Clarity, Clarity in the language design and documentation and stuff is all really important so that we can get as many builders as possible doing cool stuff with all this, everything we're adding.
Did Mom's nephew see the latest that Rosar published? He's got a tutorial, sort of teaches people to vibe code, and perhaps Mom's nephew can upgrade their tool set and become more than a vibe coder, like a Stacks dev.
To clarify one thing I said before, sure, I would love my mom to be invested in crypto and Bitcoin and Stacks. I just don't want her to be in the same live streams as me every week.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I think we're probably all on the same page there, man. And I appreciate the clarification there, because I think we all knew what you were saying, but that's a good way to kind of circle back to that. Dan makes a point here, and I want to shout him out. In the Dan T's in the live chat. He says, I think we need to point out that passkey is not the be-all, end-all solution to onboarding users. There are many other considerations that users expect. How do you handle recovery? How do you handle multiple accounts without terrible UX? Do businesses' apps really want completely anonymous users? Some do, and to that last point, some do, or some are happy to have that if that's what the users want. And that's part of the user experience too, is having the choice there. But would love to hear your guys. I tend to, without being the technical background side of things, Dan's right. This is not obviously going to be the solution to all of our onboarding problems. There's a lot of other things that need to be sorted out, but it is a step. It's a step towards bringing Web 3 to Web 2.
Yeah, so I think I can take that one because I'm the one who's probably most excited about this feature and grateful for the engineers to have included it. Peace love. So I would say if you go in the street and you try to onboard moms, we usually see this in social media. So they have their phone. How long is it going to take for them to go through the process? And how many steps will you have? So we're talking about your mom. So likely, again, I think I agree with Dan that, you know, there's a long way until all of our moms are going to be onboarded. But the sooner we get there, the better. And this is going to be very simple. Like, I'm in the street, she's got her phone, it's a web app. There's no need, like, any builder can build that smart contract wallet with their passkey. They don't need to go through approvals and so on for stores. And then she's going to sign up, log in with her passkey. It's going to deploy a smart contract wallet. That's it. Finished. No seed phrase, no several steps. The passkey is already used. If you look at Xverse, it's already used through the seats, through the different steps when someone is being onboarded. But this is going to be the only step, and she's got her feet in the door with a hot wallet, perhaps limited amount that she can control, and then she can start using her sovereignty wallet. And
So,
then
last
for
word
recovery,
from-
I think, yeah, for recovery, we talked about it. And then last point, like multiple accounts. You know the meme, the sailor, how many chairs are you sitting on? That would be my last word. Sorry I cut you off.
Yeah, so putting my governance hat on, I know Bryce is very deep into this side as well. You know, we're always looking for, you know, people to contribute to SIPs, you know, and people contribute to conversations, people bringing ideas. So I just want to say a big shout out, big thanks to Rafa bringing attention to this, because without you bringing attention to this, probably wouldn't have happened today. It'll probably be down like next year sometime. So I just think from engaging with community perspective, this directly came from community, right? Because Rafa is like boots on the ground, like DJing all the other stuff and seeing what other ecosystem are doing. And I just think it's really important to make sure these kind of ideas bubbled up, you know, good ideas bubbled up and gets the attention of the core developers. And you know, we should really encourage this conversation to keep happening, keep listening to the builders, what they want, you know, observing what other ecosystem are doing. You know, we're learning a lot, you know, from other ecosystem too, what's worked already. You know, we don't need to make the same mistake. So big shout out to Rafa. Without you, this really wouldn't have happened. And I propose putting Rafa on the author list of this SIP. So I think would be a great way to honor your contribution, you know.
Well, thanks, but I think that, you know, it's the entire ecosystem that needs to have a shout out. You know, Freeger put me onto this, and I thought this was brilliant. Then I stumbled onto this issue of a workaround and potential vulnerability. Then last day you reached out to me. We talked with Rocky. You know, the entire ecosystem. Eric is always on the front end. Without Bruce, how are we able to build? It's impossible. And the community itself, beyond the community, you know, everyone. I want to shout out to Rubes. Recently, we've got a big win with inclusion of SIP10 into DEX Screener. And obviously, also, I want to shout out to the AI BTC group, who are working like relentlessly and having a launch time coming soon. And I think this is also going to be very exciting for Stacks.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many awesome things coming to Stacks, guys. We could keep this conversation going on. There's a lot to talk about here, but I know you guys I want to respect everybody's time. We're a little bit past the hour, so I think we're going to wrap up. I'm going to let you guys all have a last word. If there's anything else you guys want to add, if there's anything we didn't cross over. Start with you, Rocky. Any final words, man?
No, thank you for the 1 STX donation into our little test demo. Appreciate it. We're going to keep building, right? There's so many more features that we're digging through with Turnkey HQ as well. Our team is looking into a feature they call policies, but I won't go deep into that. But it's super cool if you want to check it out. There's these things are supposed to be like smart wallets, right? Like right now we're using smart wallet technology, but it's still really dumb. Like there's really no complicated rules that you can set up, some like hooks that you can automate things with, right? These things are meant to be used for businesses and enterprise as well. And so there's a lot of security features you can build in, but it's really up to us, right? As builders in the community to really go and experiment. And also like, for me, like Stripe became super popular and useful and valuable because of developer experience, right? And so for us as Stacks and builders on Stacks, like being able to pull inspiration from tools like Privy, tools like Turnkey HQ, and make the Stacks native, like Stacks Connect or something like that, right? We're looking at, the Aptos Connect side. I'm going to talk to the guys there when I go to New York later next week, is that these different builder experiences and how documentation is written, how do we use AI to onboard developers onto new tools, like all of this, we can really pull inspiration from other places and other communities. And I think it's very valuable to the Stacks ecosystem. So I end there. Thanks.
Right on. I appreciate you, man. Putting a lot of work in on the UI, UX, and getting things to work together front. Really appreciate what you're doing in the ecosystem, man. Eric, I'm going to go counterclockwise from my view. Eric, any last words, man?
Yeah, I just appreciate the entire community embracing these new kind of wallet abstraction innovations. I've always been a huge crypto wallet connoisseur. So seeing this kind of stuff is always kind of interesting. It's always fascinating to learn how one can utilize a private key in so many different ways, and it can open up possibilities that many people are starting to realize within crypto. But of course, at the end of the day, I think one thing that we should also mention is that we're not suggesting people to use these wallet abstractions for their entire crypto basket, right? It's always important still to have a large majority of your crypto in cold storage. So, but yeah.
Awesome, man. GP, you haven't really had a whole lot, but I wonder if you have any perspective to share before we wrap up.
So I love that the barrier for entry is getting lowered for the newcomer, right? It's awesome. But I still want to be able to teach self-sovereignty. Be able to hold your own assets is important. So it's good to use that as a tool for onboarding, but also being able to teach them like how, hey, like you can store your seed phrases and stuff like that. Like trying to opt in and make sure that they know that there are options and there are safe ways and decentralized ways to hold your assets. So I'm a fan. I think that it's going to be great for onboarding, just like we were talking about. We're trying to onboard your mom, so go on board some moms, right? And I think it'll be a little bit easier with this update to Clarity.
Right on. And that's a great point too that we didn't necessarily touch on here. This isn't a replacement for cold storage and like deeper security. This is for hot wallet type of functionality, and onboarding more people en masse does also mean we have to actually do more in the awareness of safety and security efforts to that end. So that's a good point. Hattie, any last words? Anything else you wanted to add to this?
I think I've dropped mostly in the back. I have a problem. I like the onboarding. I like the mother thing. It just feels there's something in it that's missing, and it's around safety concerns. So yes, you can onboard somebody quickly, but where's the safety? Where are the safety nets? So those are the things I'm concerned about. And when we're talking about a US-centric app development, amazing. When we move to the European Union, Australia, the UK, we're going to have problems, and we need to consider those users, and especially in Africa. So there's a different landscape out there, so we need to understand those aspects of it versus the US, where you have data could potentially be under freedom of speech, where in other countries you don't have that. So we need to consider that that data passkeys can be used as a vector of attack to access data. So it's not about transactions, it's about your data that lies behind that. So that's my only concern with this.
Interesting.
But it's a longer discussion.
Yeah, we could go on probably for another hour on if we started going into that. But it's worth having. So maybe that's another episode down the line. Michael, any last words before we wrap off, brother?
Hello, my name is Michael Jagdale, and I'm a headhunter launching startups with the Syndicate. This episode of DeOrganized brought to you by your mom. What I've noticed, Hattie, is that security is a spectrum. I don't secure $1 like I secure $1 million.
Laser beam security?
I imagine that the people that we are targeting with passkeys are not going to put their deed on it. They're going to put $10 on it.
That's the way I see it too.
And the people who are looking to get onboarded, maybe have their first $0 to maybe $500 transaction, then this spectrum of security as a profile for a user, beautiful. When it's time for them to custody big boy and big girl assets, Ledger, Wallet, Rider, there are a lot of solutions for people who want to have a certain level of security that matches the value of the crown jewels. The only thing missing is something we haven't discussed today, which is not passkeys at all. It's what's missing from self-custody. I've had my financial licenses before. How much FDIC insurance do we get, Peace, with self-custody?
Well, the same amount as you have for cash in your drawer.
Exactly, and that's why my mom's never going to put money into self-custody until I attach crypto's version of FDIC. I'll stop there.
So we have to create an insurance, a general insurance for crypto. That's an interesting concept. Hero, what do you got for us?
Yeah, just want to address Dan's point, and I agree with Dan, actually. You know, with this upgrade, we are not saying we're going to onboard the mass, right? We're just adding the primitives in order for the developer to be able to build a more self-sovereign, more secure onboarding experience. Once that Privy-like Stacks native Privy-like wallet done by Rafa, for example, that still need to go to a business and actually get run by an entrepreneur. That entrepreneur need to go out there and push for this in order to really get it to the hands of the people. So having this function is not a direct means to say we're going to onboard like 1 million people to Stacks next year, but it really adds the primitives and the foundation. There are other things like the gas, you know, how we're going to onboard them, like they're going to have to go and search where to buy the token themselves, or can they actually, can you build a good enough experience so they can actually tap to top up their balance with their credit card inside the app. So these kind of stuff, it's not a silver bullet, is how I would agree with Dan. There are some other things, primitives and ideas and features that still need to be solved. But I think we're heading one step in the right direction. You know, at least keeping up with the competition. So that's what I would say on that front. And just again, big shout out to Rafa, everybody in the room for coming together. It's really important that we work collaboratively so that good idea, good conversation, good reviews happen, you know, peer-to-peer reviews. People go into the GitHub to review what Bryce has done, you know. People go to the Stacks forum to chime in on this conversation, like Rafa created the thread, Marvin chimed in. You know, it takes more than just one person to make this kind of things happen. So I'll highly encourage everybody to continue to do that. And just big shout out for people who stepped up as a leader like Rafa to get it bubbled up to the surface, like this is important. And people now starting to sink in and understand this is important.
Right on. I want to also take a moment to recognize Hero and all the hand he had in this, because he brought a lot of awareness to Rafa's post. And that's the reason why I knew about it. That's the reason why I know a lot of, and he went around to a lot of people. He did a lot of legwork behind the scenes. This show, by the way, also put together by Hero. The last, the contribution you make to this ecosystem can never be overstated, sir. So I wanted to make sure that we do recognize that as well. Thank you for all that you do, including putting this show together today.
Yeah, you're a badass hero.
Hear, hear. Rafa, any last words? We're going to give it the last word to Bryce. So, Rafa.
Yeah, I think that as a community, like this is Web3, so I think that as a community, we're the ones who are empowered to onboard other people. And this is just a symbol, like onboard your mom, because it makes it very, very easy. But I think, anyone will have their own mission, and it's very difficult to generalize things. But here I see, a nephew could be onboarded as a Stacks dev, people can be onboarded to cold wallets, and I would say, onboarded to poetic life in a way. So principles and what you choose to onboard to is important. And when you create that technology, think through what you want the future to become from a first principles perspective. And perhaps the media also has a great role here on onboarding people to Bitcoin, because that's what we're saying. Like Stacks' first principle is to onboard people to Bitcoin. And I could not finish with like a shout out to the R&D and core engineers who are trying to make it even more sovereign to be able to sort of exit Stacks or the wrap version of Bitcoin in a unilateral way. I think that is definitely showing that they've listened to market needs, and this has huge potential. So yeah, we're getting onboarded by them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you bring. You're always cranking in the ecosystem, Rafa. Like you're on all sorts of fronts, and you're willing to help anybody at any time. So much love, man, and really appreciate the work you do as well. Bryce, so what do you think, man? You think you made the right decision including it in Clarity 4? I think so.
Yeah, I think it was a good idea. So thanks again to Rafa and to Friedger for keeping that pressure on to get it in here. Because I initially was like, nah, we'll do that in the next version. But I love all the excitement we've got around what we can build with this thing. So really appreciate all that.
Awesome.
Love the discussion today. And yeah, I get a hop so I can go finish implementing it. It's about 3/4 done right now, so I got to finish it up.
When's the vote's coming up soon, though, right? We got it out
of October, guys.
Yeah.
End of October?
15.
Yeah, the target is go live is November 6th.
A week. Less than a week.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, in 5 days we'll be voting as a public. If you have your STX in your wallet, or if you have it in experts, stacking, whether it's stacked or not stacked, you can all vote. And then the core engineer are just like doing the final touches, the testings and whatnot, final review, and November it should go live. And that's when I think we should get like a hackathon together in November. Just get a bit of a buzz around it, get people using it, hacking around it, get builders to build on it, basically.
So there's I know there's a plan for a Hacker House event at DevConnect in November in Buenos Aires. So maybe I think Adam. I'm not sure who's running it, but I think it's Adam. Maybe we can incorporate it into that. Maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, well that's not going to be salty.
DevNet will be supporting all of this as soon as possible, so devs can start building on it. The parts of Clarity 4 that are already done being implemented are live in ClariNet's latest release, so you can start playing around with them now.
All right. You guys heard it here.
One piece of information unconfirmed, so don't quote me on this, but I heard that the winner of the hackathon currently, Rocky, might be also winning some type of traveling abroad. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but yeah, just throwing that in.
I did not hear about that.
So building for your mom can lead you abroad? Fantastic.
By the way, I mean, let's just again reiterate. onboard your mom is maybe the best marketing
official,
tagline for
exit
any time
campaign.
ever, because it's provocative but not. I think we should onboard everybody's mom. And
well, my friend who's a mom texted me while she was watching, and she was like, you know what, it would be a lot easier just to use the pass key. So there's that.
Nice.
Moms are chiming in right now.
Phone is blowing up with
liking pass keys, guys.
That's why his alternate nickname is MH.
Oh, that's right.
Coach Uncle GP.
I remember your website. It got me through a lot of lonely nights in the early 2000s. Thank you.
All right. We're getting out of this. Is not for this. Thank you, guys. We can't help but go a little bit deorganized on the show, but this was awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Really great stuff. I really appreciate all of your guys' time and participation in this and letting us do this on DeOrganized. Happy to continue for as long as you guys want us to. And Hero, again, you're the best. We wouldn't be here without you, sir.
Keep being badasses, fellas.
That's right. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting with the weekly SIP show, amongst all the other things we do. Thank you guys for tuning in today. You all have an amazing rest of your day, and we will see you on Monday. Get out and touch some and get some. And, thanks for joining us today. Peace out. Thanks, guys. It is time for SIP Show Friday with yours truly, Peace Love Music, Hero Gamer, and Brendan Hattie Hadfield, GP in the house as well. We're talking stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups. And we got the Stacksies next week, and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the SIPCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of polls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freed Your SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's? Is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So, do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year, basically. We'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right. So probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry's SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, it's basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but she seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace, love. Do you want to share?
Oh, we made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me. Hold on.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear Stacks. The jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. Let me It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share. But whatever you can share.
Well, see if I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but you know.
That's all right. Now it's breaking.
I can't control.
We got it first. That's all right. That's
You're
all right.
getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share my blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million Stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury, and so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026. For this reason, we have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasury. Like this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations. And then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of if market conditions prove we're at $1, $2, $3, what do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOLs should we be bringing? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are 2 things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go upstairs. Right there. Nice. Go up a little bit. Well, not the macro environment. That's depressing for everybody. Go up. Other way up. Yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have 3 types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited, and if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like, I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been
I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the Labs Co., any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, these, number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally. We can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the Stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, Stacks have been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient, and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, Stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of Stacks asset appreciate and or have the Stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that Stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the Stacks booth and having some of the conversations, that explaining both, there's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how Stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. They have a light bulb moment, especially at DevConnect, where it was a lot of devs. Because they're the people that are building. And so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too, on top of dual stacking. SBTC being open, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy. There's so much dev activity, all the stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect, we got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
It's right, native USDC on Stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the if you don't have a Stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what Stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just 10 minutes prior post. Go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet, perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see Stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBTC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy-like features are being R&D'd at the moment with Stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBTC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and Stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into Stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in Stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next some time. And so really making sure that we're focusing on those. From a partnerships perspective, we have Wormhole going live, but actually fiat on-ramps is a priority. It is difficult to buy Stacks unless you're KYC on exchange, or to buy SBTC unless you're KYC'd. So making sure that we're making it simpler for people to come with, I have dollars, I just want Stacks, and make that from a native wallet standpoint. And then for institutions, because we do need to have institutional money coming in, making sure we've prioritized the right set of custodians so they can actually deploy in DeFi. We are lucky that we have a few institutions who use Stacks homegrown products like a Signa and such, but we want to make sure that they're using the Fortify or the Fireblocks or the Utila standard so that we know that their funds can safely come into Stacks. We did add cross-chain wallets we love our Stacks wallets, but we need a bigger, broader distribution funnel. So wish lists like Phantom or MetaMask or like the big wallets to make sure that they support Stacks is in there. And then we candidly and keenly added TGE support, so SIP10 support for exchanges, so that all of our DeFi protocols who are waiting to TGE, because TGE on exchange is extremely costly and a very difficult endeavor, that the standards are already there. So when they've hit their marks, they're ready to go to an OKX or a Bybit and go, we're ready to TGE, and they have no technical blockers.
Awesome. Now I can start asking Diego again when TGE. He hates that question.
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding. I won't even really ask him, but it's funny to say.
I'll say this piece has a lot of information, and my goal as the endowment is to be as transparent as I possibly can, by all means. So I did see some community feedback on making sure that they're getting the accurate and most up-to-date reports, and that is my goal. The only reason why I delay a few days from writing the blog post from when the meeting ends is I want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth and wrote the wrong thing out there.
Yeah, no, and a couple of days is not a big deal, and
we're aiming that the week the meeting ends, the following week the post goes out, and the meeting ended the following week. This week the post goes out.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think that it needs to be like instantaneous. The consumer's getting less patient because we're getting just trained to more instant gratification, ever more instant. So
I put together something that's thoughtful and comprehensive, and we'll check the boxes so that you can not only see like just the facts, but the rationale behind it, because context is important. And I feel like in an area of like information overload or instant information, you miss context. And so we are really cautious to make sure that context is there. Of it would be silly for me to put out a budget proposal without acknowledging that market conditions have changed.
Right, and it would be silly for people not to expect that too, right? We know that the price is down significantly from
down in the dumps, yo. I mean, you can just say it.
Well, it is what it is. And honestly, I think that adds to a little bit of the lack of patience in the marketplace. People get frustrated when the price action is. I'm not worried about it because I wasn't selling anyway. It's an accumulation opportunity.
People get frustrated, but they kind of sometimes they maybe lose sight that Stacks has gone through bear markets before, and every time in a bear market we end up doing new product R&D or launching something that we never thought we would be able to launch. Like in the previous bear market is where the Nakamoto upgrades came, so that we're off of 10-minute block times.
And we're only a year into that, by the way. It's only been a year since we've had fast blocks.
We're now on block times that are rivaling other chains. We're now having SBTC assets, so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like, I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we didn't touch on here.
Go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is, because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
They're tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5 second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
in the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there. There's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired, that they have the playroom that they need to get Stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post, of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is for networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which there's a lot going on there. For sure. I don't want to undersell. Like, I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like, I'd say, like, the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and labs go together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted, but for next year I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower, so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget, so let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So
and to that point, yeah, that's great. Great to hear everything. And Rina, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw the form on the blog, and
yes,
yeah.
I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to Stacks forum, because not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but the intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward, like if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just, like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks forum, I think.
Stacks forum is the best place, because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So like I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful, because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
Yeah. Peace, do you want to just scroll to that form just to show people where it is?
Go down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see.
More simple.
Go up a little bit. There we go. So I posted last night on the forum of we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So kind of you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit. So I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution. I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members. But
oh yeah, and when can I buy Stacks on Robinhood is really.
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
Awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like I think it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
We often talk about just keep chipping away. And I actually, something I drive in real life, I'm a realtor, and I have my broker is an old school guy, and one of his encouraging, you just keep chipping away, you keep putting your work in, and you'll break that rock sooner or later. And then we've iterated that too. And then once you break that rock, there's another rock to break. You're just going to keep breaking rocks for the rest of your life. So you might as well just keep chipping away.
We're putting our best foot forward and doing whatever we can for the community. And I hope that the community works with me and is kind of I treat the community honestly like my board in that way, that I'm taking your feedback, I'm taking your suggestions. I might ask questions to make sure we're getting the best ROI for our treasury, but that's what I have to do for financial prudence. But at the end of the day, I want to see it where the ecosystem can use it.
So we need to get more community involved in these threads. You need more feedback.
Threads, and then I will have the monthly office hours put up on the Stacks ecosystem calendar with the X-Space links. Like, we're super public about everything we do.
Awesome. That's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I saw in the post there will be a monthly call. Is that right?
There will be monthly office hours. I just need to work with you, Hero Gamer, and Peace Love to make sure I'm hitting the right time, that I can kind of hit the most community members at once. Other TC members would be joining as well. So if you guys forgot who is on the Treasury Committee, Manib, Alex Miller, Mitchell. Then you have Dylan as your DeFi kind of angle. You have Jonathan from Signal 21, covering data analytics and such. You have Lewis from Ryder. We have Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And then the last remaining seat has not been filled, and that will be for the CIO hire to come.
And the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Minswitch.
Yes. I know it. I have to give the best for last. Duh.
So no CIO yet.
No, in the post I've put how we're prioritizing a CIO role. We've been going through interviews left and right. Let's just say that the interview process is deep in. We were trying to make sure that we're prioritizing a CIO who actually understands trading markets. So they need to understand of how to do a looped leverage loan on Zest. That's what I care about. I want to make sure they're one of us.
Yes, for sure. That's a reasonable requirement in my
They need to be able to do looped leverage loans, but they also need to learn how to do they need to be able to do complex derivatives with me. So for example, our treasury, for the short-term treasury, the goal is to fund all of the OPEX, but the long-term goals of the treasury is actually to generate enough income that we don't sell our treasury, or we don't, that's the goal, right? So to generate income on Stacks, the best way that we could possibly do this is actually to sell options. So puts and calls on both sides, underwriting call options, so that if we have a price target, that's where the puts would be executed. If there is market bleeding and let's say the price is falling, we're actually buying back tokens, and we're the buyer of last resorts to make sure the token price doesn't fall.
That's right. So when are you going to apply for CIO?
I will not be eligible to be the CIO. I prefer being full staff for the endowment. The CIO is a different type of hire because he must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, has to be resident there.
The foundation and our treasury, you must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, you didn't like the real estate options down there?
I'm on the split time of the Cayman, so for context, I'm in Cayman half a month already.
Wow, really?
I go to the Cayman. I work with our Cayman Foundation directors. We execute all of our decisions on island to make sure that we're keeping our treasury tax optimized.
Awesome. That's
we're putting in everything to make sure that this treasury lasts.
Oh yeah, we need that for sure. And I would actually venture to say that a CIO in the short term is probably even more important than a CMO, because
I think both roles are important. A good CIO will be able to understand macro conditions and trade and kind of manage supply, where a CMO will broaden the distribution funnel. You need both.
You need both, but right now managing the funds is probably paramount.
Well, we have a good investment policy and management policy that was approved by the Treasury Committee. So we're taking some areas of respectful conservatism and some areas of degen because we can.
Oh, I love it. That's actually, and, you know, and it reflects the ecosystem too. You know, we're very, I would say that there's a lot of very intelligent people in Stacks, and a lot of people that obviously we are very closely aligned with the general Bitcoin ethos. You know, decentralization, permissionless, open source, and all of that. And also definitely a degen flair. So love to hear that that's being reflected.
It's being reflected somewhere in the blog post. There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. Like there is like most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards, and so therefore the endowment does not stake.
Understandable. We were actually we talked around that concept a little for during the, you know, before when the vote was live, and even beforehand when we were,
the community weighed in, and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote.
Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome.
The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBTC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to like a slot.
Awesome. I want to, we have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want. Well, I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you.
I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing the Twitter thread, but it will be out there.
Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rita, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie?
We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and you know, seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So
you can expect Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is like his R&D baby. Like he has been gunning for this as a long-time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. You know, I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and you know, layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying, yes, like this is a direction that we're going to be, you know, focusing on is very, very exciting because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. You know, I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. You know, I feel like, you know, with quantitative easing starting today and, you know, maybe the, you know, macro environment looks a little bit better for us. And, you know, things start to turn around a little bit. You know, I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now. But it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. You know, have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how, you know, it's very community oriented, this blog post, and, you know, explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and you know, put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And like, this won't be this is not like the last post. This is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but The goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trip and Monkey to help build out that platform because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
But we're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Wyatt.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that, and it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem. So I really love that. And you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening is, can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered at the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down, just a little bit more. Keep going, and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So like the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board, and they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The LabsCo, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment. So it really is one org. It's just a foundation of LabsCo. The LabsCo is our subsidiary. So there is no more, which entity does this? It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just wanted to...
welcome. No, it's...
You to put it in your own words as well.
Necessary to point it out for Stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do. But obviously there are efficiency challenges, and so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally the only difference is I'm just staff at endowment, or everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LabsCo, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach of getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment. So like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself.
Totally. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that that's on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So it's there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
So
yeah, that's how I got you in Peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge value.
I think it's just difficult sometimes first timer to know where to go. And I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate. Because Stacks is, I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbuddy hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like, actually, when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
I'm going to bring them on. We got a late comer. Tenderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
he's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabsCo so I can do what I do best, is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been helping advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it where we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem. Because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support Bitflow as they move to HODLMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so, like, we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODLMM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, that it's, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of, we just got to keep chipping away, and it'll all come together for sure.
And Reina, if you know, I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of like when the calls might be for Stacks and Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call as well on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate y'all.
You have carte
It's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such as when SIP 31 was on, Alex came on and shared the idea, gave feedback from the community. That was a true governance effort.
I love it.
So yeah, it is compatible.
Well, I have to comply with everything governance because that's how I get to do what I get to do. So thank you for everyone who works through on governance and making sure it works smoothly because it is a massive undertaking.
But worth it. And we need more volunteers, by the way. We need more people in the governance, in the working groups and the CAB, and people getting involved in the SIP calls and the SIP process. We are ironing out. Hero's been doing a ton of work, by the way, ironing out the roadmap and a template for submitting more SIPs. And actually, I just heard that we got more SIPs. We had one announced last week that's very interesting. Another one that
there's a couple in the works from what I saw on GitHub.
There are several in the works and more to come from what we've been hearing for some very interesting things.
We need to get Fridger SIP out. That SIP 32 improves stacking. That's basically essentially no downside. Only improves everybody's yield.
It also helps with the cooldown cycle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It removes it.
Yeah, we need to get that conversation back up, I think, because SIP 31, now is over, and I think it's time to get back to some of these already sort of got community consensus, pretty developed further on, I believe. Just need to speak to co-developers on that. And yeah, I know there's I see on the blog there's several huge technical upgrades coming too. So I can
upgrades, and I also put a recap of what's been shipped since SIP 31 because sometimes it's good to recap that a lot of work has been done behind the scenes.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely share this post out.
Yeah, I should be up and ready in just a couple moments, and you'll see the endowment and Stacks the Stacks handle tweeted out. Sorry.
Awesome. We will we will obviously amplify that as much as we can, as we always do. Tenderly, welcome to the end of the show. How you doing, man?
So, Peace, I just got a few things to share, if you don't mind share.
Yeah, sir.
Just to drive a bit of
How are you all doing?
We're doing well, man. Tenderly, if you don't, if you do not know, Tenderly is one of the young up-and-coming content creators and community builders in the ecosystem. He's doing a great job.
Hey, how's it going?
And Hero, I'm sharing you. There we go.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of bring a little bit more attention again to the Stacks Forum, because this is where we have the working groups recaps. And there you can find, for example, Tuesdays working groups recaps for clarity. And the things being discussed, I think it's really useful to just, a quick browse. And then there are a lot of resources here I linked where you can get, for example, I didn't even know the clarinet needs to be upgraded. And there's like a lot of links that you can, get your clarinet upgraded so that it supports Clarity 4 functions. So yeah, I do recommend create an account. It's pretty easy to create an account. I think you just link your Discord or GitHub, and then you're in. And start posting feedback on there, interact with the thread, whatever thread that might be. Like the one that Reina just posted, she's literally asking for your feedback right there. Like post like your feedback. What should we do? How should we grow? So really recommend that. And the other thing was, like I said, I'm starting to post more like the upcoming calls, maybe more visually, get the words out there, start bringing out of the Stacks calendar and bringing out of the Stacks forum and just out to the public. So you can see exactly what kind of working group or calls, like for example, Friday, we're not officially working group yet, or we don't know, but anyway, we are one of the key ecosystem calls, and I'll be putting like the town hall on here. I'll be putting Stacks endowment calls on upcoming calls. So do follow the Stacks foundation handle. Then you can see exactly what's coming up and how to join and how to subscribe to the calendar. It's all here. Cool.
Cool.
I love the visualization, aspect of it. I need a visual cue, so this helps.
Yeah, I'm also one of those guys who needs a visual cue. If you hide the thumbnail and just see the text, I think I might skim through on my timeline. I might skip it, But I think it helps.
Well, also the recaps you've been doing and letting people know that these working groups exist, not only that they exist, but that what's going on there has been tremendously valuable as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I try to summarize it like on like this, like the one from yesterday. So you can see like the topic, and then you can go into Stacks Forum and read it more if you want. So I'm experimenting with different methods. So if you have any idea that I'm doing the right approach, or
Sir Hero Gamer, I have a question, sir.
So welcome feedback.
I have a question, sir. So, sir,
ask away.
What is the work group for? Because I actually came late. Sorry, I was actually watching before I came up here. What is the work group for?
So working group essentially is a way for you to join a specific topic, and they work towards a specific mission. So Clarity, for example, they educate Clarity there. They support Clarity devs there. They also discuss the upcoming Clarity upgrade, for example. So if you have any Clarity feature suggestions, you can also go there. If you need help, you can go there. If you're advanced like auditors, you can also go there. And community marketing working group works similar ways. So it's all about marketing. So if you have an interest in marketing, if you have suggestions about marketing, if you have any support you need for your project for marketing, you can go there and speak to the guys who are leading up some of the marketing effort at Stacks Labs, so they can support the indie devs, the indie creators, etc. So far, so good?
Yes.
An AI BTC working group, as you can probably sort of guess from the name, everything is about the intersection of AI and Bitcoin. So if you have an interest in how you can leverage AI to build out the Bitcoin economy on Stacks or via Stacks as a rail, this is the working group for you to join. And if you're interested in the SIP side of things, the network standard, the governance side of things, we are a group of people here every week to talk about how we can make improvements in that area. So everything is about making improvement or making a community space for a specific course. Does that help, Tinderly? Tinderly?
I think he has a delay here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And actually, I think there's more work coming up, like how we define what is a working group, and maybe even how to start a working group. I would imagine in the future we could post information about that. Cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and also just remind people there's taxis coming up on Thursday.
I'm excited.
So make sure you go and vote. And there's a Luma link to the event you can add to your calendar here too. So it's an important.
Vote for GP for best community builder.
Yep. Vote for DeOrganized Media. Vote for GP.
Peace Love Music.
Amazing guys. You guys been killing it this year. You know, really thank you for all the work that you put in.
Yeah, we're just happy to be nominated. To be honest with you, there's lots of projects. I voted for STX Tools. To be honest, I think that's a great project too. But yes, Stacky's voting is live. You guys can go to the Stacks account handle and click on that link right there. It'll bring you to the block survey. It takes you like 20 seconds at most. So make sure you go vote, support your community. Make sure and just vote whoever you vote for. Go vote. You know, don't sleep on it, because the more engagement we get, the better, and the more feedback and representation as to who people are enjoying, who people are resonating with in the ecosystem is important. So it's impactful to participate in these votes. I think this has been a great call. We are a little bit over, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Is there anything else we needed to say? Any last words before we wrap up? Hero, you
Yeah, if I may just give a shout out to the AI BTC working group. They killed it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They had a really good community calls. They asked people to come in from outside the ecosystem to join this call. So different people came in and they had a really good chat about AI and BTC. So I really highly recommend, if you're really interested in AI and Bitcoin, like this is the perfect community for you to join. So go join the Discord. They are on Discord. I think there's a link to join somewhere.
Does that say it's going to be on Tuesday? They're normally on.
Yeah, next it's usually Thursday, but I think for December they probably moved it to Tuesday. So it's Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. ET.
All right, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome.
I just added to my calendar. You can use the link to add to your calendar.
I want to. Hattie dropped a quick question in the private chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hattie.
Oh, no, I wanted to wrap up two other things. I wanted to ask about the SIP working group, so that it's on, because it was on from last week. So I wanted to just drop that in. We can catch up in the background. And then the other thing I wanted to just update was with the BTC addresses, Larry's SIP proposal. Larry's obviously not around at the moment, so it'll probably be deferred until next year at this stage, so that everyone's aware. So that won't be on the back burner. Stacks Pay obviously is also on the back burner, primarily because Dan and Resh obviously launching. So Boom Wallet is, if those who don't know, we're in the thick of testing at the moment. So the other question I had was, Rena, with regards to getting all the wallets in one place, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
Could you explain more on like wallets in one place? Sorry.
The wallets that support Stacks and SBTC,
Mhm.
are they a part of the DeFi working group?
They joined the technical builder call that Adriano hosts. It's every 2 weeks on Thursday, 8:30 or 9:30 a.m. ET. Adriano from StacksLex hosts a call with every builder engineer, including experts, Leather, and such. So let me know if you need to be added there.
You know, it's just so that we can get, I really need to have a conversation, try and coordinate with them to understand if they want to adopt the SIP, so that we know we can push it through, so that we can use Bitcoin addresses universally across stacks, which will then help us to push ourselves across layer 2s as well, because Bitcoin address will be everywhere.
Totally.
And we could be the first to be universal.
Would you like to use the working group, or do you want me to help you arrange getting experts and Leather on the line? That might be faster.
That would
for
be
you.
way easier, to be honest.
I think it would be easier just for you to speak with Will and Kyron at Leather, and then it would be Jan and Ken for experts. I can open up a thread for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the SIP working group, by the way, guys, I did work on, just to respond to that, I did actually work a little bit on the docs for proposing that officially last weekend. I haven't gotten it completed, but once I have a draft, I'll share to you, Hattie and Hero, and we'll collab on that further.
Yeah, just to share foundation perspective, I think there's a little bit work in general need to go into define exactly what is the working group, or that the SIP working group can become a working group, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's more work in the pipeline on that, so that we're not just doing it for SIP working group, but just in general, what is the process? What does the documentation look like? Where should the documentation live? And how should people be aware of this thing? Yeah, so I just want to make sure you understand that there's a bigger piece to that than just say, hey, let's become a working group. It's not sure yet whether we will fall into the working group category or we are labeled as something else.
Correct. And Claire has a really good thread, again, on forum about how to do that. So I responded to her. So anybody's interested in creating a working group, Claire's created it on the forum, which links to what Mitchell originally created, so that it's open, again, transparency on how to create a working group.
The only caveat there is that it's a little bit outdated, like 2 years ago. So that's why there's with the recent effort and so many different working group popping up more publicly, I think we just need to update the guidelines, so to speak.
Correct. Hero, is that us, or I think Claire's dealing with that, isn't she?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's all, guys. That's all from me.
All right. Awesome. Rena, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you. You're always welcome. Whatever time works for you, we'll make it work on DeOrganized side. So just
I don't need to be treated special. I'm not special.
No, but we stream all day anyway. Well, all right. I don't want to tell you that I'm not treating you specially, but we kind of do that for everybody.
A side question, Rena. Do you have any AI tools that you wish to learn? Like, I don't know. Is there anything AI?
You have no idea. I need an entire DeOrganized session on fixing Rena with AI and like AIing me. Like, I need the whole works.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I run a group called AI Guild, and we're here to help people with AI toolings. And
well, I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb user, because that will be me.
So we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the 3 key pillars right now. But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're gonna have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, like I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer, so I'm trying to do my best with API feeds because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And and just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. Like
That's
I
amazing.
really went from zero to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also sure about AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley is. There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
Optimize more. Notes in the doc. Pull requests in store. Decentralized future. Open core. Some chase fame. We chase function. Every diff. A quiet junction. Autonomy hums. No corruption. Code is the art. Coordination. Vacation. And the hood. Ideas collide. Engage, evolve, we build with pride. From core to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in stride. Future in
Welcome again to SIP Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Peace Love Music. And we love having these on DeOrganized Media. It is episode number 156, according to Hero's count from last week being 155. And we have a great show. And by the way, I just want to shout out again. Amazing job on the song, Hero Gamer. Cranking on a bunch of levels all over the place. And again, shout out and congratulations on the win with your Stacks AI Guild project that manifested so many cool assets for our ecosystem, including this new SIP show song. Welcome, Hero. How are you today? Been a great week for the ecosystem.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? You know what I was thinking, and I want to say this out loud before I forget, because I will forget by the end of the show. But what I do need, I need just a 16:9 background image that I can put in our intermission between the end of the morning show and the SIP call on Friday, so that it's a little bit more maybe advertising what's coming up next for just a general like evergreen SIP show image, and then maybe the AI Guild can help us put something together.
Yeah, I mean, we are all in the same place, right? AI Guild, you know the guys. So
Right.
yeah, if you want, I can arrange it, or you can just ask Hannah directly.
Yeah, I can get it done. It's just a matter of I will forget. But
Yeah,
I will.
That's good.
But
I'll keep a note. When do you need it just for SIP, or you mean like maybe it's something that can be replicated for other?
well, the
segments?
series. I mean, we could use a series of background images because I mean, we have this. You know, the one we use now is just our old generic one that I created a long time ago. When I first started using that gold microphone logo, and it's fine, but it's also not as engaging as maybe some images, and we could probably do better, you know. So any help we can get as far as those graphic assets would be appreciated. But I think specifically something for the intermission between the SIP show, because we have like a usually at least a 10-minute, if not like today it was closer to 20 minutes where we had an intermission, something to put on the screen while the music's playing a little bit, but is, you know, not.
Wouldn't you want to animate it though, rather than a still image?
Well, there's pros and cons to that. Animated, but not too long animated, because we only have we can upload more images than we can videos, but we can actually do like, if it's only like 3 to 5 second GIF images, those are kind of the same as a regular image as far as storage and what we can do with it. So,
well, you know what's best, still or animated? One number of seconds.
The best would be something animated but very short animation. So like,
what kind of seconds? Just specify that.
Like 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
5
okay.
seconds, but
animated. Yeah. That's we'll get that done for you, sir.
Awesome.
I just
we have a
delegate.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really do, and it'll be win-win because it'll help promote SIP while we, you know, I'm hoping in this case it would be something that promotes SIP and what's going on, maybe even reminds people about the forum or something. It doesn't have to be too cluttered, but something a little bit more.
So it has like the organized show. It has. That's why we were talking about with what was it? As GP, like a SIP brand. We need to talk to Foundation about it, but I'm hoping we can do that. But in the meantime, you know, let's just get something together for the pre-show.
Yes, exactly. And I'm going to bring on our guest, a good friend of both of ours. Actually, he was just on doing a segment with us with the Find2Earn Games. We're going to bring on Zenitron because he's developing again. Welcome, Zenitron, to this week's SIP show. You're the feature of SIP 156. SIP call number 156. How are you today, brother?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here.
Good morning. It's still morning where we are anyway. Well, where I am. So Hero, I guess I should have actually gone over. Do we have much? What is on our general agenda for today?
I think just like driving to the forum again. I think we can talk a little bit about yesterday, but main thing I want to talk about today is Zenitron SIP. I think that's the most critical thing to, just to showcase to the community what it's about, and if it has, how do we help in advance? Putting our SIP deputies hat on, how do we further this SIP? How do we promote this SIP? And he would be a SIP author, so looking from that perspective, how do we help him? If it has any questions about where to send, where to write, where to post it, like PR, you need to make a PR. There's a GitHub template and stuff. So yeah, we need to just try and help Zenitron as much as possible.
100%. And I do think that there is a lot of potential for this to be to really unlock a number of things we can do in the Stacks ecosystem. As far as the SIP being proposed with encrypted NFTs. I guess we'll just talk briefly about Stackies. Congratulations to the Stacks AI Guild. Several of our participants and contributors, including GPSC, 300, the Stacks AI Guild, Rafa's on our show all the time, Crypto Dude. All of the winners really are participants. Really excited about the outcomes. I think a lot of good people were recognized. Even just in the nominations too, there was a lot of great projects nominated, and it's great to get recognition that way. I think that this was a very successful Stackies relative to last year. Not that last year was bad. It's just I think that there's more excitement now.
Yeah, no, I agree. What do you think, Zenitron?
About what?
Stackies yesterday or the town hall?
I'm not follow the awards, to be honest. I'm not care about the awards, but I am happy for every person. But I saw I think Peace Love Music obviously should receive the award. And it's
I was really surprised you didn't. I know you were nominated several times, and the DeOrganized media.
But the problem of the awards nowadays, so there is no governance. I mean, the voting process can be botted. That's the first reason it's not objective, and the second problem, if it was rewarded by the judge, how they make decisions, we don't know. So the both variants is not objective, so I'm not care about it.
Yeah, and honestly, I appreciate the kind words. I'm not worried about winning. I'm just actually psyched about having been nominated for a number of categories, including with DeOrganized, and I love that. And I don't feel bad. Yeah. I don't feel bad, but it's not there's no money on it. It's just for bragging rights and or just for recognition. And my understanding is, as far as judges, they literally just go by the number of votes. So there isn't any.
And I think the third thing I want to add, it's more important recognition by the community, by the people, by the newcomers and everything. Because when we live in the small town, in the village, and we get recognition and validation from each other every day, it has no much meaning. We need to scale, we need to create the mass adoption, create innovations. And if we every day saying oh, Peace Love, you are a very cool person, it motivates a little bit, but we need to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, I'm pretty confident in myself. I know I'm a cool person, so I don't need the award to tell me that. But I appreciate the kind words, and I understand what you're saying and what you're getting at. Yeah. Also, related to the town hall, tons of just absolute bullishness. Welcome to the show, Fabo Hacks. By the way, he's asked to join the SIP show on the regular, so I've added him to the calendar, and really excited about having his developer input on the process. Welcome to the show, man.
GM, good afternoon here in Buenos Aires. Hello.
Oh, that's right. You guys are 2 hours ahead of us. I learned that
welcome, Fabo. You might want to put your mic, lower your mic so that you're not breathing into your mic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We can hear you breathe.
Can you hear more? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just
Yeah.
position your mic to the mouth, not to your nose.
This auto regulates. This is mic.
Down
can you
a
hear
little
me here?
bit. Down a little
Yeah,
bit.
down. Yeah,
Can you
cool.
hear me here?
Yeah, we can still hear you. You're good. You're good.
Great. Good. So how you doing, bros?
Excellent, man. Excellent. We were just talking about the Stackies Awards, and we also had that town hall meeting yesterday, which I found to be very bullish. I think there's obviously so many things going on in the Stacks ecosystem. Shipping, we just shipped USDC, native USDC. Some of the things they were talking about for next year, including L1 staking, is very interesting. We touched on that with Rubes a little bit earlier today. The most bullish thing that I took away wasn't a specific thing. It was where Munib was talking about the idea that they need to have a longer roadmap, or that they're aware that they want to have a constant roadmap where they're constantly have things out in the future that they're working towards, and then always be shipping. And always be shipping was the thing that was the most bullish out of so many great things going on in the ecosystem that I'm very excited about. I don't know about you guys, but we got Wormhole coming. We got expanded SBTC functionality and the DeFi ecosystem. There's just so many things going on. And then the endowment, the accelerator, all the dev-oriented things going on for 2026. Future's bright on Stacks, guys, in my opinion. So, Hero, where do you wanna go from here?
I want to hear you guys. What's going on the SIP. I think you are pretty connected and synchronized with the network there. I passed a really good time here with Peace Love Music that I met in person. A lot of hackers that came from the antipode of the world, from the India, evenly from various parts. So amazing experience. Yeah.
That was awesome. Fabo was at the Hacker House, and it was. I wasn't staying there, but I did stop in and kind of basically made it my go-to if I needed something to eat, because they had those chefs there cooking them breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I could just drop in and I blended in. And I looked like just one of the devs, so they fed me too. But it was a great time. I thought the camaraderie between the devs, everyone kind of working together on things, getting to know each other, was really a very interesting experience that from the outsider perspective.
Yeah, it was so intense that I hadn't noticed this last week that I saw for the last time in my life a guy, because we just lost him. He just died since 7 days ago. It's like he was a comrade of ours here from Korea. We are like engaging with that process.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah. So intense. Yeah, I saw him in the meet and greet, the Stacks event.
Oh, so he was there at the event.
He was. Yeah, he was there. We were joking around, and he went, and that
The
was
meet and greet was actually an awesome event too. That was Stacks represented very well. Number of events. They had the Hacker House. They did the meet and greet. They put on that Bitcoin Builders Conference. Then we represented well at SheFi, at Multi-Chain Day. What was the other one? I think there was one that was a staking summit. Awesome stuff, really. It was an amazing presence down there. I'm so glad we were able to be part of it. And super happy to have actually gotten to meet you and get you a little bit more integrated into the community more. I know you killed it with your D grant. Congratulations. You got both milestones submitted. So you actually you're the first one that completed your entire submission so far.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprisingly fast. I don't know why, but yeah, I should
Well
pass.
motivated, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. It's like I'm researching stacks since 2 years ago. So engaging 1 year fully on it. I got into the hackathon, the November 2024. Got the first prize. Playing along. My first hackathon really in my life. I was pretty um, amazed by the experience. Yeah, I got here since a year ago in Buenos Aires, meeting a lot of developers. I think they are pretty interested into Bitcoin. They don't know even that you can program on Bitcoin. Yeah, they know about Bitcoin scripting at least, but they know much about stacks or any other layer 2 application really. But evidently, we have a lot to do. I'm doing practically two projects in a row, that is VBox and Sumac. I presented Sumac in Casa Minima in the event stacks. I'm pretty interested to also show about what is VBox. This is the first open source app store that got the D grants. I'm really willing to make it happen, because what is happening right now with Samurai Wallet, with the persecutions to developers that are just write privacy codes, is so astonishing. We have to make something about it.
We'll actually do we'll schedule a time to just have you on specifically to spotlight you, walk through your projects as soon as possible, possibly early next week or maybe shortly after the holidays. But we'll definitely you got a couple of things you're working on we can definitely spotlight as well, for sure.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I want to hear you guys. Tell me.
Yeah, absolutely. And so right now, Zenitron just proposed a SIP. So we have a new SIP proposal in here. Although, I don't know, Hero, did we want to go through the town hall real quick? I kind of recapped it off my head. Hero.
Sorry, I'm mute. I was muted. Yeah, no, so just want to circle back a little bit. These calls happen sometimes, really important calls for the ecosystem. And I think like having a way to log them so that if you are not there present, you can go on the forum to check. So I started like writing some of the recaps down. So just want to make people aware like these recap do live on Stacks forum, so you can go out. So I'll just show you guys. So I typically do like a quick tweet, just to like tell people like what's up on a high level, and hopefully we'll like the details directed to people to the Stacks forum. And one of the main reasons to use Stacks forum is also you can see my my other tabs. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Just gonna go Windows. Sorry. Yeah. If you could reshare.
Oh, let me, here we go. Whoop, did I not get it? Hold on, let me hear it. There we go.
So Stacks forum is gonna be a really important hub for all the really integrated Stacks community member, because you can post a lot of things on Twitter, but they'll get lost. So even if I post a recap on Twitter, you'll get lost. So so I try to drive people to the Stacks forum for details. So you can see like what happened yesterday. If you were not there, you can go and take a quick read. Each speaker is organized in this way, blah, blah, blah. You can check it out. And all the links are there. So just go and check out this. And other reason is because, for example, during the town hall, I don't know if you remember, like Alex Miller talked about, he posted some updates. He posted in Stacks forum. So you can come here and check out the R&D update. And just like Rena the other last week, she's asking for feedback. And here is where you can, feedback as well. So yeah, just try and join the Stacks forum. It's really easy. You can see Rena's post, Alex post, my posts, Zenitron's posts, which we'll get into. But I just want to make sure like we keep driving people to Stacks forum. Peace.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a big part of it. There's definitely been more activity on Stacks Forum, by the way, in the last few weeks. I do see it finally starting to pick up. And that's at forum.stacks.org, by the way. Anytime you're looking to get your finger on the pulse of what's new, you go here, you can go to latest, and it actually shows you the most recent posts, and you can just jump into those threads. It's a great way to get exposure for yourself too. People that are participating in the forum, you're engaging, so then people learn your name, they get to know you a little bit better, and you're participating that way. So it's not just supporting the ecosystem by going in there and liking, but comment, engage, read the posts, and give thoughtful responses, and that's a great way to start getting involved in the ecosystem, is the Stacks Forum.
Yeah, 100%. I think, like you said, it's almost like a little bit like, showing your true interest in the Stacks community. These you'll get eyes from the entities, employees, or maybe like the grants committees, people you never know. So it's a good way to build your reputation. Don't post something like just random. Post like thoughtful feedback. That's what most of the time the posts here are looking for. They are looking for comments and feedback, whether it's about the grants. Like I remember, I think Claire posted something about the grants some weeks.
Hey, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music here, and we're breaking in. We have Dream Chasers, one of the guys from the project Sweeper. That is a D Grants project. He's going to come on and give us a demonstration for his project. So let me see if I can get him on here. Here we go. All right. So now you guys see two of me. Let me actually just take the second one of me off of here so it doesn't look weird.
Okay.
All right. And you can still hear me, Dream Chaser?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
All right. So tell us about Sweeper. What is the project? What are you looking to do with it? And let's see how it works.
Okay, so Sweeper is a chance game. It's pretty simple. You click a box. If you don't happen to hit a mine, you make some money with it. So basically, this is the DApp, basically. So so first of all, this is what you're gonna see when you get to the main page. And you can see our upcoming announcement, games and stuff, and weekly leaderboards where there's going to be a couple of rewards for anyone that's going to be playing. Either, more prizes basically. So let's connect our wallet and let me walk you through the gameplay. Okay, so I just connected my wallet here. Right. So on the left side, you see a game panel. That's basically where you see how the game works, what current row you're at, multiplier, all that stuff, and how many lives you have, and potential payouts you have. And then on the right side, that's basically the game. That's where you get to click the boxes and see if you can actually win some money. Basically like Las Vegas. Okay, so let's do one STX.
So you spend STX to make a move.
Yeah, to make a move basically. So it's like you only make you only spend one STX and then any amount basically. But the transaction only happens once, and then you can click as many boxes as you want.
Okay.
So
one
if you
STX
can,
to, or is it a wager, or is it, how does that work? What am I paying one STX for?
okay, so it's not fixed to one STX basically, but it's like it's a wager, like you say. And then that wager you place is actually multiplied by, with each row that you actually win. So currently, if you see right here, it's 0.12 and it's accumulative. So, you don't really have to it's not like fixed to like a specific row. So as you can see with my potential payouts, it's increasing. If I win again, it increases again. If I choose to actually cash out then and there, no need to talk to someone, easy cash out, and you'll see it in my wallet. It's that simple. And then you can start another game again, no hassle free. It's all hassle free. So that's pretty much the entire project, but a lot is actually going in the background, making sure that you have the a seamless experience.
And right now this is in testnet.
Yeah, right now it's still in testnet, so anyone can actually play around with it, break it if you want to. We're actually looking to hear your opinions as well, so yeah.
Awesome. Do me a favor, can you in the comments, can you drop me the link?
Okay.
And all right, cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop this in the live stream, in the comments under the live stream, or the replies under the live stream, so that, which, let me get this off of here, get back on the game here, so that people know where to go.
Yeah.
So every day, guys, you all know we have the pinned post for the live stream. We drop links in there all day, and try out. So is the sweep? There's multiple games on here, or is this link is?
So far we actually have one, but we're looking to actually come up with another one. That's called Laser Rush. It's another simple game where you click a box, and if a laser doesn't hit that box, well, you get to win some money. You can cash out at any time. It's almost like the same concept, but on a different kind of game. But yeah.
All right. So I just posted that link there.
Okay.
When I have a minute to test around, I absolutely will. I love that's. If I had didn't have a show to do, I would spend a lot more time test netting stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite things to do.
No, it's pretty addictive once you get the hang of it. Because I do so far. I think I've done more than 300 transactions, not just on testing alone, but also playing the actual game, like the adrenaline rush. It's pretty cool. Although it's like faucet money, but I mean, it's pretty cool still.
Yeah, well, and eventually it won't be faucet money.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
So what's your
But yeah,
timeline now? I know you finished your first. How many milestones do you have for D grants?
so far we have 4. We have 4. So our first milestone was actually to make refinements to the whole project. Initially, it didn't have things like lives. You didn't have 2 lives. So if you hit a mine once, well, you would die. But it wasn't like the risk reward ratio wasn't okay. So we decided to add on, another life as well. The multipliers now are, accumulative. So more money to you if you actually do win. So yeah.
Sounds cool, man. So you got 4 milestones you got to crank out between now and the end of January, probably, right?
Yeah.
And there's going to be more games on the platform too, though.
Yeah. We're looking to so for now, with each month research and all that, we're looking to actually add more games as we go. Right now, we have, like I said, Laser Rush. We wanted to do a no lottery, but we saw it was a lot of people were actually doing that, so we wanted to do something actually different. So we came up with Laser Rush, and then later on we'll come up with more games.
All right. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to share my screen on here.
Okay.
I'm going to play. We'll see how it goes. I have a test net. I have a little bit of test stack, so I can do this. I'm prepared. So let me. Am I sharing on that? Is this me? Yeah. This is me.
Yep, that's it.
All right. So let me just make sure we don't need to zoom in as much. There we go. All right. Let's see. Can I? So I got coming soon. Laser Rush coming soon. I got my game count over here, my leaderboard. I'm going to get on that leaderboard if I have enough time to play. And so my bet amount is the max is 50.
Yeah, max is 50. We want to encourage everyone to play, not just you alone, because if you do happen to bet the entire liquidity of the contract, you might make everyone else, not play. So yeah, we're actually encouraging them to actually play the whole thing.
You would rather play with the fit. It's okay if I do the max.
Yeah, it's totally okay. Totally okay. Yeah, you can actually do 50.
All right. So just approving the transaction. I mean, why not? It's faucet money anyway, right? Like
it's faucet money anyway.
All right. So I click one of these.
Yeah, you click one of these. If you don't want to play for that box, you can actually hit the skip button, and then you can head over to the next row, and
All right. So over here, if I have to play at least 2, is that what it is?
Yeah, you have to play one more. So when you play one more, and then it allows you to actually cash out.
Oh no.
But the beauty now is you still have 1 life, so you can still cash out even though you
cash out right now. But
now, you can cash out.
Now it's so it gets to be one less. Is there only 1 mine in there? Is there multiple mines?
They can be multiple mine. They can be 1 mine. You can never know for sure. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna press my luck. Let's see. What do I want to do? I've had luck with the ends so far, so let me. All right.
Ooh, okay. I see you.
Now I'm gonna.
Let's
see. I'm gonna.
Normally.
Go ahead.
Normally, I chicken out on road 3.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Normally, I chicken out on road 3.
So in my 100 to 110 stacks on the line, I'd probably cash out too. But we're testing it out. Let's keep going. I'm gonna take the middle. Oh man.
Ooh, okay.
All right, let's see. Let's take the end over here. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
I'm lucky.
Oh wow.
I'm just a lucky guy. It's true. Especially
Yeah,
when there's nothing real riding on it. Super lucky. Let me all right. Hey! Oh my god, I can keep going?
Okay. Wow, it's going. Okay.
Keeps
Wow.
going. Is that how it goes? It keeps going? How far does it go?
Yeah, it keeps going to I think it's the max you can go it's roll 25, 23, 25. Yeah.
Oh man, all right. We're not gonna go to 25, but I'll try to get to 10. Let me see if I can get to 10.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
See, that's what happens when you press your luck, fam. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But man, honestly, that is fun doing. It's especially fun doing live with people, right? That's the
True.
experience
So
we've had with games so far.
yeah, true. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm sure people, content creators like Tinderly could actually have a go as well. You know,
Well, we should definitely have
spend some money. Yeah.
Tinderly's part of the DeOrganized team. He's welcome to come on. He was on a little bit. I actually caught him hanging out, lurking in the channel a little while ago. So I surprised him. I turned on his screen and I said hi, and I asked him. He's doing some kind of stream project today with. He's just teaching some girl some stuff about crypto. But but he's billing it as he's having a sleepover with so I was about that a little bit, but he's a good kid. I like the dude.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but we'll definitely I'll do a session maybe when I get back from Buenos Aires, because I'm not going to be on the show for a couple of days. I'm going to Dev. They're sending me to Dev Connect. They want me to network and try to build some business for the ecosystem, which I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But this is really fun, man. I love the game. Can't wait to see it iterate further. I probably won't be as bold when there's real stacks on the line, but it's definitely fun to do. And you could actually probably you might even be able to get an audience participation thing where people can make bets on it, like predictions as to how some does and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that we might actually do as like a branch, apart from Sweeper as a whole, maybe to create a dApp that allows tournament bets. So if a certain player wins, anyone who plays the bet and for that person actually gets to win. So it's still in the pipeline. I think I had already created something, just a proof of concept, if you will, for that as well.
I like it, man. Good stuff. Well done. This absolutely, if you need me to, I'll happily chat with Hattie and make sure he knows that this was all set. Satisfies the demonstration as far as I'm concerned, as a steward, but not the steward in your track. I hope that satisfies your milestone one. Looking forward to more. Feel free to come on anytime, by the way, man. We love having devs come on and stuff. It doesn't have to be just when you're ready with your milestone. You just want to show us something, you want to come on and chat, feel free to reach out. We'll happily cover your stuff again, man.
No, awesome. Thank you for having me, though. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Looking forward to more. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being flexible and doing this in the middle of the day, unplanned. This was unscheduled, guys. By the way, he was not
so unscheduled. Yeah,
but he did it anyway, and we got it done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dream Chasers, guys. If you're not following at Dream Chasers, it's with a Z, right?
Yeah.
On X. And is there an X account for Sweeper yet?
Yeah, there is an account for Sweeper. I think it's Sweeper_STX.
All right, let me actually get that on the screen real quick too.
Let me triple check. Let me make sure it is. It's Sweeper_STX. O caps. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I'm not following yet. All right, now I am. All right, check them out. Make sure you get it's Sweeper super_STX right here. Make sure you
Yeah.
go check them out. They're building games, real games with real crypto on stacks. That means on Bitcoin, my friends. Games on Bitcoin
Yeah.
with Sweeper. Man, thank you for joining. I appreciate your time today, and we look forward to more from you.
No, thank you so much for having me. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we figured out a way to get this on and be stable with it. So
I'm glad you're actually excited as well for the project. Wow, it means a lot. It means a lot.
Oh man, I love people. I know it takes work to do this stuff. I know what it takes.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's not easy
No, it's not.
putting yourself out there, showing people when it's not quite ready. Like it takes some work. So good for you, man. Keep up the good work. Looking more forward to more from you, and really appreciate you doing this today. And thank you guys for watching. We're going to go back to our regularly unscheduled programming, and we'll be back. We'll be back later.
Yeah.
And make sure you follow Dream Chasers on X and Sweeper_STX. Thank you guys for checking us out today. Yeah, we're off screen. All right, my friends. I'm actually super excited about this next segment. We have our good friend coming on to talk to us about the Aligners project, which I've been very interested to learn more about, and I haven't had the time. So I'm super excited to have our brother in here. It's his first appearance on the live stream, I believe, and long overdue. We got Dr. Whoppy in the house. Whoppy, how are you today, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Hey, you guys hear me? Because for some things is happening.
There you are. Now we can hear you.
Good.
Good evening, brother. It's afternoon for me. It's a little later for you. Thank you for. I'm so glad to have finally gotten you on here, man.
Yeah, it took a while, right? It took a while. It was a long time ago that we have been talking on certain things, and
back when we used to do the SIP call on Spaces every Friday. That's where we chatted the most, I think. The stacks.
I think that's where we met, and also voting proposals on stacks and that sort of spaces. I've joined a lot, and I must say it was very fun to hang out. Good to be here finally and be part of your show. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, so great to have you. I've been, I see you. You're always obviously contributing in the ecosystem. You do your, and I'm slow these days too. Like I don't have. I don't want to say I'm slow. I'm do so much on the live stream now. I don't have as much time in the morning to follow your posts, but I love the regular inspirational posts you put out there, and you've been doing that for a long time. You're constantly motivating people, and that's one of the things I really love about you. Like you're very positive. You promote positive outlooks, and that's important, I think.
Yeah, it was something that I found myself a little bit more like. For the longest time I was a little bit lost on X because, first of all, I'm not a developer. I'm not a builder in the sense of like, I do have my thoughts, of course, but I'm not a developer. I don't, and I'm more like an enthusiast in a lot of things. And at some point I needed to find to do at some point I needed to find something to do with my with the NFTs or with whatever I had, and blockchain in general in charge. So at some point I created this little character. It's already doing these like little tweaky posts about positivity and mindset and awareness and as a sort of note to self kind of thing. That kicked off. So when I like woken up the captain, um, through AI. I found an audience, and from that I just grew because I did like I have a full-time job, right? I work as a project manager, product manager at RL, and but I love hanging out with a lot of people, so I was always listening to spaces, and in the meanwhile just playing around on X, and this gave me practically an audience, built my presence on X, and for the longest time it did very well. For the reason exit that I took, it doesn't really match, but still it brought me a lot of experience in a way of writing, in a way of like looking at things, in my own mindset, in a way that I changed my life. But also seeing it affect others. I really had some amazing DMs through the years of people saying like, hey bro, how do you do that? What can we do with this? And like how it impacted like other people to make better decisions. So yeah, that for me was the key to like keep going and go from there actually.
Awesome. I love it. GP in the house. You know GPSC as well, our brother from
Whoppy.
the Pepe Spaceship Club and so much more these days. Community manager for Trust Machines at Zest and Stacking DAO, and obviously my main co-host. One of the best decisions I ever made was bringing him into this project. But he was super excited when he found out that we were bringing you on as well, man. You have a very strong reputation throughout the Stacks community, for sure, brother.
Yeah, what's up, Wappy? Glad to connect with you and get to see you, man. And yes, man, your posts are some of the ones that I always look forward to. Always a good, positive message, and you know we need more of that positivity that you bring to this ecosystem, and you know the inspiration and great takes, man. But I had to come up and say what's up to you, man. Welcome, and good to connect and finally get to talk with you like this.
It's good to be on the DeOrganized show for once and connect with the guys that I've been, even if you don't see me that much, secretly still looking and look at what you guys are doing.
We see you. I see you.
Didn't do groups. Like, okay, the group activity is a little bit less, but like, it's very busy, very demanding. Like I'm trying to find my way in a certain way. And you probably have seen that I now made a second character, so it's Mr. Duck with the little horns, and also that one is taking off, getting requests for people asking me to make ducks and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's good to be able to build and contribute in certain things, in things that I'm good at, and happy to be here. Good to see you, GBSC. It's great to see Stack still building strong and working on it. Like it's good, exciting things happening like all around. Like that's one thing I can say.
Yeah, there's so much going on right now, man. Especially this week, you know, we have the Stackies Awards taking place on Thursday, and then the Stacks Town Hall, and then you know all these other seminars that are taking place. You know, our community is a tight one, right? It's very tightly knit, but I do see some of the people that got quiet for a little while starting to come back around and posting again, and you know that's a good sign for me that like you know hey, there are some catalyst news events for our ecosystem like USDC, you know native USDC coming to our ecosystem and making his debut to Bitcoin DeFi with Stacks, you know, so people are seeing that as a signal, and you know, there's plenty of other, you know, updates and innovations coming to our ecosystem. So it's good to see that the community is still here and paying attention, though it may have gotten a little quiet for just a moment. You know, people have to sometimes reassess and then get refocused and then, you know, come back with a stronger mindset. So it's good to see people still around, and it's awesome, man. I think 2026 is going to be a good one for our ecosystem.
Can fully agree about that. And the funny fact is, one thing you mentioned is now USDC is coming to Stacks, right? Like that's a big thing. But what is that like vested names in Stacks that I've seen here or met elsewhere? The circle goes full circle, right? I see Stacks in Action Trader. I see other people that I met before in the last couple of years around and going from EVM to Bitcoin back to like the ones that ecosystems and this whole network of blockchain, you keep coming across them like left or right. That's something I really love about space. So yeah, I totally agree that's exciting.
Yeah, it is. People don't always necessarily stick around in one place, but there's a lot of conviction for crypto in general. And it doesn't even necessarily mean, it's a decentralized world. The whole Bitcoin is built on the concept of decentralization, which means that you're going to have multiple options in the marketplace. The more, the better, really. The more options you have, the more decentralized the marketplace is. So, of course, people should be going out and participating and seeing what's out there. And, that's how we learn. That's how we grow, and we build the best products by taking a little bit what works here and what works there and what works here and making a better mousetrap, right? So what I'm most interested in talking about, though, because I don't know anything about it other than I keep seeing posts about it. I don't have enough time to do my research on it, but I think that there's a lot of activity. So I probably need to know, what is aligners? What do I need to know about it?
Okay. How can I put this in 3 words that you aligners is the next gen launchpad, mathematically designed in a way that it will end all ICO token dumping from now on in future. It's a new way of fundraising with a fair launch system. No more VC seed rounds, no more nothing. If a VC wants to join, they can join, but everybody has to go through the bidding process. But it's designed in a way that it's targeting organic growth in price, in whatever you do. So the mechanic is actually quite simple. It's mathematically very difficult, but the way that it is designed, you create a project, in this case aligners, you make your token launch, and you set up a bidding window. A bidding window with several pools of discounts. These discounts normally would be the seed rounds, the private funding, the public funding, etc. Right? Now everybody can join. Everybody can join that bidding.
Okay.
And exactly at the same time, there's only hands for it. These bidding windows work as like laddered pools, and you can talk pools for which discount you want to have, right? And you can bid on your tokens. The tokens, once I can go on forever on how it exactly works, but the whole meaning behind it is the token dynamics are designed in a way that once the tokens are depleted, there will be timers running. And then at some point, without any knowing, so there's no manipulation possible, these windows close and it's end of bidding, right? And then everybody can claim their tokens. But what do you now get? You don't get your tokens, you get your NFT that holds your tokens. So you actually get a can of tokens.
Okay, so you're getting an NFT that is where your tokens are actually located. So the NFT is like a wallet.
Yeah, and the tokens will release by the amount of time you dedicated to your bids to win that specific discount. Right? So if I say I want $1,000 worth of tokens for 10 cents a tokens, in this case, that's the highest discount pool, and I win it, then I should have said then my vesting period is a year. Okay, now I say a very difficult, difficult word, vesting.
Yeah. So is the vesting period part of your bid? So are you bidding like a longer time period has a more weight towards the bid? A longer lockup period?
The longer you bid, the higher your chances are you get the highest discount. But now comes the
That's
best part.
very interesting. Okay.
Your,
All right. I see
your,
the mechanism here. Yeah.
Your tokens will drip out on the second. So it's a slow drip token process when they're going to release, but there's no liquid market. Like there's no liquid token because the majority of the token supply is locked up. But they will release gradually, and there will be there's 5 pools. There will be vesting periods for a couple of months, or maybe even 0 months, and it will be maybe for a few years. So all these tokens will gradually come to the market. And what they then do, they this marketplace where you can immediately sell off these NFTs as liquid supply. There's other people can buy your NFT, in this case called TVS, tradable vesting schedule. The thought behind that is, as soon as you put them on the market, you need liquid, right? Liquid, you need finance, you need funds. So the assumption is that people will list their vesting schedules for discount. You feel it coming that you then get like arbitrage opportunities, that you then get like discounted tokens while the market price of the token is going up because there's an extreme scarcity. Because
so
every token is locked up.
I can trade my NFT that's holding my tokens with my vesting schedule. Is that essentially what it means?
Exactly.
That
you can just sell your tokens.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting concept because it does solve a big problem that we have as far as token launching goes right now, because it's very easy to launch a token. And we've seen that on a number of platforms. And I want to preface this by saying I'm a huge fan of what Huawei built at STX City. But I do think that the volume of token launches, it made it too easy to launch a token, and so it kind of saturated the market a little bit. Same thing it was a small version of what happened with Pump Fun at Solana. There's just too many tokens. It was too easy to launch a token. Specifically to pump and dump. This solves that problem in a very unique way. Very, very interesting.
Exactly. And the whole thing is, even if you're a degen, right? Let me say the token, like the InfoFi campaigns have a redeem period of 3 days where you can redeem your winnings for like 40 cents a token, right? And then when that ends, the token launches at 50 cents. So if you have that, you get one of these NFTs. You can immediately hand it over and say like, okay, I want to have USDT and trade it. But if you would go into the bidding and you win a bid for like, let's say 27 cents or 28 cents a token, and you have 10,000 tokens you split your NFTs. There's also splitting options possible. And you immediately dump them on the market for 35 cents. There you go, profit, right? Like right away. But people that believe in the project will then see like, hey, the discounted tokens, like that's a 35 cent NFT, but the spot market price on the other end says 50. Immediate leverage. Immediate. Just you pick up your NFT, and of course, like in the future, they will build out towards DeFi, towards like collateralizing your NFTs and that sort of thing. That's a long story in the end. But what they prevent is what you now see with a lot of tokens is nowadays you see projects creating floating value, right? Only releasing a small portion of the token supply to the public so that you get a high valuation, while the seed rounds is sitting on 20% waiting for the price to go up, and as soon as the price is right, they come out, right? You see that happen with Monad. You see that. So your floating FDP is like a false pretense of a high valuation that gives them excuses that it's absolutely ridiculous to see. But yeah, people buy into it and they still do. So what it is with aligners is like Bitcoin, they bootstrap. They don't do external Like, no. Everything comes out of pocket and or raising mechanism. They have everything in self-control. So the initial valuation starts low, and it allows the project. It might take a little while longer, right? But it allows the project for organically grow and organically evaluate and organic price growth of the token supply. And because there's only 26 million tokens and 46% is locked up in TVSs when the initial weight offering is done. So that's the time weighted bidding pool that I was talking about. You invest your time and your money, but your time is the winning factor, right? That means that there is no liquid supply to dump. And it's very easy to pick your tokens from the market, right? The team vested their allocation for 26 years. So the slow drip on those tokens will take forever before that 20% what you're seeing over there is dripping out. Like those tokens, it's even for the team impossible to just say at some point, hey, we have a $1 token, let's dump everything and see. It's not, because the tokens are not coming out. They have to put their TVS back on the market, and a degen might not buy a 26 euro vested token, but a believer that sees the price goes up and the value and like how it organically grows can say like, okay, listen, I can sell it whenever I want. I take that TVS, it still doesn't come on the liquid market, and I put it up for collateral in DeFi and put my money back in USDT, right? So the options of this whole dynamic of playing around with tokens that are wrapped but liquid, right? Everybody happy. Degens can trade, long-term traders can trade, everybody can trade. But if you look from it from a traditional bonds perspective, you can price leverage, discounted tokens on spot market, on everything, just looking at the maturity of the NFTs. And I know I go in a short time very deep into the mechanics, but the basics is nothing else than you give everybody the freedom to trade, to invest without waiting for that big whale VC to come in, and you have to click fast. You don't have to click fast. Money doesn't matter. I can outbid a $1 million whale and push him out of the pools. That's not. If I want to sit in there for 100 years doing a crazy number now, the whale has nothing to say with his money if he not outbids me over that 100 years. So you see also
on a let's say it's a 5-year vesting schedule. Do I get access to any of the tokens during that 5-year period, or nothing gets emitted until I reach the vesting period?
No, they will come out. Like as soon as you claim your TVS, you will get like a little card that says like total tokens locked. No, total tokens in the TVS, locked tokens, claimable tokens, and claimed tokens.
So based on the vesting period, the tokens become claimable at on a schedule.
Yeah, on the time you set. So let's say you have, they drip out by the second. So if you say 5 years, that's 5 times 365 days, right? So and 3 days is so many seconds, and you have, let's say, 10,000 tokens. Then all those seconds over those 5 years, right, will determine the speed of the drip. So that means 10,000, so everybody, all the variations in vesting lengths will have a gradual flow of tokens that gradually come to the market left and right, because some will drip faster, others will drip very slow, and everything in between. Right?
Very interesting, man. So what platform is this on?
This is an EVM. It will launch on Base, but they're planning on going multi-chain.
Multi-chain, but EVM. And
at this point,
Base is where it's at for that, for sure. Like I know, like Stacks actually brought me down to DevConnect in Buenos Aires last month, which is an
awesome.
Ethereum. Yeah, it was great. Great time, great stuff going on with Stacks down there. But the best part about it, well, no, I don't want to say the best part about it. A cool part about it was because Stacks wasn't actually at DevConnect because it's an Ethereum-oriented thing. They had like satellite events, but I did get to go to the DevConnect conference for a couple of days, and the conversations I had with a lot of the projects down there indicated that of all of the EVM L2s on Ethereum bases, by far the one that seems to be winning as far as Ethereum L2s go. Base and Arbitrum is what I'm hearing.
Well, yeah, there are a couple of good L2s, but you have Arbitrum at this point very running hard. Mega ETH is quite new. And then Base, of course, and Base is just running at it. And the thing is, but we did some live testing with the whole mechanics, and test nets are horrible. Like if it comes to mass testing and that sort of thing, you're always running into troubles with your RPCs, right? So the team now decided to go on Base for launch, and then expand from there. But they are looking to eventually go multi-chain, and how fast and how sorry, my son has to leave.
I know what that's like. I have a couple sons myself.
Yeah, he cooked dinner, but I like it all mixed a little bit, but it's okay. I will call him later. That's all right. Anyway, so yeah, we tried to test on Mega ETH. That didn't work because they changed their RPCs like 2 hours before the live stream, and then
I've never heard of Mega ETH I've never even heard of that chain.
Mega ETH is also very new, but very fast, very promising blockchain on Ethereum. We tested on Arbitrum together with the founder, by the way. That was pretty awesome that he was there. And we did a couple of tests. So they decided to test to launch on Base, because before launch they want to do they want to see if they can do something special for live stream. I cannot really go into that. Yeah, that's at least something they said. Yeah, then the launch will be 7 January on my head, because they had to postpone TGE because the traction on aligners was so fast and so much that they grew. Oh, well, we were trending in the United States with the Twitter account for 5 days straight, and then Twitter banned the account because the traction was too big. They kick you out because it's bot like. And that was right when they submitted for the golden tick. So that was a little bit of a setback. So they decided to push it back a little bit. But since then, the community is only organically growing and showing how strong they are. It's a vibe that I haven't seen for like 3-4 years after the 21 boom on NFTs, that you saw all these mega communities going mental on X. Like, look at us, you know. And I see that now, but the thing is, the technology behind it, the way that it's designed, I did some deep dives and some comparisons, and the way that he thought it through, like how you have, for example, have like your first pull and your last pull 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? On what you say. So you, even if you bid, and you bid 1,000, when you win that bid, you get a full refund. So you get and your TVS and your token, and you get your money back. And it also is done for the last pull, the 5th, which creates an equity sandwich that creates a bidding war, because the degens want pull 5, the long-term ones want pull 1, but nobody wants to trickle inside. But the trickle mechanic between these pulls, you will only trickle down if you get outbid, right? So where do you want to end?
The degens want pull 5 because they can get their hands on it faster and trade it sooner.
Because probably the shortest vesting schedules will come out of pool 5. Because that's like, but it like I have to explain a little bit about these pools. You have 5 pools. The first one has 2.2 million tokens in there, right? Then you go down and somewhere on the white paper, but the last pool only has 500,000 tokens in there, right? The last pool you get a full refund, and the first pool you get a full refund. The first pool has its highest discount, and the last pool its lowest, and then there's 3 phases in between, right? So no matter where you go, you always will have tokens at a discount, but only pool 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? So what do you get is that people are going to target these pools, but somebody that's outbid investing length will be pushed down a pool if the pool is depleted, right? This creates kind of a bidding war that nobody, because who doesn't want something for free, kind of a thing, right? But because the biggest discount, if you want to bid, like there's a bidding process going on, you can only bid once. That's your opening bid, and then you can only top up your bids, so you can only add to it. You cannot detract.
Okay. You can only.
So if I say I do $1,000 for pool 1, 12 months, and I get pushed out of that pool into pool 2, and I want to go back, I have to look at what the highest bid is at that point and outbid him to push, so I can only top up my time. So that means the highest discount probably will have the longest vesting periods of people that want to be in that pool, right? It's quite, if you think about how mathematically this is engineered and look into how they built this, it on all sides just screams long-term thinking. I'm not even going into full details because it's taking way too long, but by all means, I would suggest reading it. But the way they designed it, the way that they designed anti-manipulation, fair bidding, so you cannot manipulate bidding windows, because once the bidding windows, the bidding pools are depleted, hashed bidding windows go in play, and the bidding window only will be open from 0 seconds to, I don't know, I have to look it up because the white paper is being updated as we speak, but it previous was like 6 hours, and you never know when it ends. So you cannot do last minute pool sniping. It's impossible because you don't know how much time you have, right? Then when the tokens are distributed, you don't have liquid tokens, you just have NFTs with slow drips. So the liquid supply on spot market immediately says 50 cents, but like the circulating supply, how big is it? And how, so the mechanics in that, it screams long-term, it screams stability, it screams free launch, no, not free launch, fair launch, the distribute in everything. And the coolest part that I think is, while it works like this, you can do whatever you want. You can just dump your NFTs. Okay, you have a little bit of profit. You can still be that hamburger guy, right? To all the other side of the spectrum, to in the future build a complete financial DeFi system on your collaterals, on your other people that go through Aligner's Launchpad and launch in the same dynamic, so you will have more TVSs you can trade on other projects. So what you actually get is like a DEX for the NFTs. That's kind of a thing. And with a second angle on it, that simultaneously to that, there will be a spot market on the released liquid tokens. And then I can go way further on vesting and revesting and everything, but that's very very far ahead. But that's the whole dynamic, and it caught me right away. Like, this is something that actually can fix a problem, that a $10 investor can have the same fair chance with this system as a $10 million whale that just comes in and wants to benefit, right? Like, everybody has a fair chance here.
Oh, because so is the amount I'm bidding. So if I'm only bidding $100, but I bid a longer vesting schedule, I will potentially win the bid for that $100 worth of that bin, that bucket.
Exactly. If you outbid the whale, you push the whale out.
And it doesn't matter whether the whale's bidding $10,000, because if I'm bidding a longer vesting schedule, I'm going to get my bid in ahead of theirs.
Exactly. And it will be prioritized on time and not on amounts.
I like that a lot, man. I think that's a really good idea. And so this is
the only thing people have a hard time understanding with that is the hash timer. As soon as the pool fills up and is filled, that hash timer kicks in. And that's like an unknown. Nobody knows when it ends. So if then a big whale comes in and buys the entire pool, that means the countdown timer is activated like right away. And that can be 10 minutes.
The vesting schedule doesn't start until the pool gets completely bought out.
No, the vesting schedule is the TVS. The countdown timer to prevent pool sniping gets only activated when the entire pool is depleted. So if there's so many bits in that 2.2 million tokens are gone, then the pool is full and it activates a hash timer. And then we have only so much more time before the bid window closes and the bids are being finalized.
I see. So the pool, once the pool is full, there's only a short window for somebody to come along and try to front run the bids in any.
I have to look it up because there can be two possibilities. The previous white paper, they said it was a variation from somewhere between 0 seconds and 5 hours, 55 minutes, 55 seconds. Any random time frame in between those two was the length of your bidding window. So if there's only one that knows, and it will be on the background, there will be a number, and then there will be a hash, and that hash will be attached to the bidding windows. Nobody knows, cannot be manipulated, nothing, right? And as soon as the timer is done, the hash window will be published to the public to show how long the hash was, to make it fair and transparent. But it could possibly be that when you're the one that depletes the pool with $100, pushing the whale out, that you activate a 0 second timer and you're immediately the last bid.
So you could front run a whale potentially.
Potentially, but it also can be that you trigger the window and that it still will be open for 6 hours, so you cannot put in like a sniping bot and say like, okay,
you don't know whether you front run any. What there still might be plenty of time for them to outbid you, so you can't. There's no front running period. Essentially,
you cannot set triggers for front running to snipe the bids. It's impossible because you don't know what timers to set.
Yeah, this was designed by degens that know how to that know all the tricks in the launch schedules we currently use.
Well, it's actually done by a mathematician. His name is Roger. He's a great mind, but he, like what he said, they called it aligners, and the token is called A26Z, and 26 stands for the letters in the alphabet that they literally thought out and calculated every angle in the book, like every angle you can think of, everything. They built on this for 3 years. the technology, it's not even a fake promise. It's already active. It's already working. The smart contracts are there. They are now working through the second set of audits. The first round of audits, they got audited by 150 different sources. And no matter what angle I try to look at it, no matter what way the way that they designed it, it triggers you to really think about, like, how do I play this game? Like, no matter what you like. Landy, for example, we had a great discussion a couple of weeks ago with Landy, and he was like, yeah, dude, the mechanics around this, it's genius in a certain way, because no matter how you look at it, you cannot manipulate it.
Gamed. Right, it cannot be gamed, it sounds like. So
exactly. And they turned down VC funding. They don't want VC. The only thing the team tells to a VC fund is, if you want to do, you have to participate in the bidding. That's the only way. So there's no greedy hands.
Is the bidding open on the first token yet, or not yet?
No. The bidding will open at right after TG. Then you will get because we have these wall chain campaigns, right? These InfoFi campaigns going on, and the payouts for those need to be done through the initial weight offering, the funds that come from that, and for that
so I should be posting about aligners so that I can get some wall chain cred. So I might get some tokens up front.
Exactly, but you don't get the tokens. You actually get the vesting schedule. You get a NFT that you can either immediately trade for USDT, or you can hold it and then become part of the system. But there will be no liquid tokens. You get your tokens in a container, in a TVS. That's how you get them. But the bidding, like, you will get TGE, if I'm correct, and immediately right after that. So they generate the tokens so that they can wrap them inside the TVSs, and then they will go into the bidding. That way, that when the bidding happens, and the biddings are final, they can create the TVSs and make sure that the people can claim their tokens. That's the way that it will go on launch, and that will happen probably the 7th or somewhere around the 7th of January.
I love it, man. I think it's great. I think it's very interesting. I will probably do a little bit of more research and some posting on it, so I might line up to get a little bit of pop when it comes out. But I think it's a very interesting concept, and I'm interested to see how it goes, because I think a